welcome back to day 2 of Hot Button's 2024 Game of the Year Deliberations. I am Randall Beatrice, here with Austin Blakesley.
Yo.
Sean Chambers.
Yes.
Matthew Newbom.
Hello.
And over in the Big Apple, Andrew Banks.
It's not as big as they say it is, you know?
No.
No. That apple, it's pretty tiny. It's like an apple-sized apple.
What kind of apple?
What's that new
I don't
one?
know. That's all I had for this bit.
They made a new apple?
Yeah, what's
They're
the
making new
one?
apples all the time, dude. Pink ladies are pretty popular.
Honey Crisp, very good.
Honey Crisps are also new.
Honey Crips?
Can't get enough of that.
Yeah, Honey Crisps.
Nice.
Honey Crisps, yeah.
Can't see it, but I'm throwing up gang signs.
Well, this is good. This is we're setting the tone. This will be perfect for arguing. So back to the awards. Last time we covered best aesthetic, best narrative, best new character, and best moment or sequence, the beefcake category. Today, however, we're going to start with an upper and then a downer. It's the next logical step for us.
And then an upper.
Oh, and also this is the spoiler-free episode.
Yeah.
I'll spoil what I damn well please.
Wait, no, are we
You
starting?
make the rules. I just...
Here's how it ends.
Snape kills
All of them.
Dumbledore.
Oh, I didn't get to that book yet.
Okay. He's a transphobe. I don't know if you want to keep reading.
Wait, do we want to do the negative one or the positive one first?
I have the positive one first.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the spreadsheet, it's first, but
Yeah.
I think we should do positive, negative, negative, positive.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. It'll be like a compliment sandwich.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a line of tests you don't want to receive.
Yeah.
Biggest surprise. Positively speaking, of course. What came out of nowhere or what exceeded our perhaps once low expectations. The short list reads as
21 games.
yes, Helldivers 2, Indica, Mullet Mad Jack, Buckshot Roulette, Mouthwashing, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the Thaumaturge,
Got it.
Alone in the Dark, Children of the Sun, Jackbox Survey Scramble, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Tetris Forever, Balatro, Marvel Rivals, Turbo Kid, Animal Well, Astrobot, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and Silent Hill 2. And before anybody asks, we did take breaks in between where a few more games were played. I beat Indiana Jones, Andrew beat Metaphor, Sean, you played through Indica and Mullet Mad Jack.
Yep.
Hell yeah. And you started the Thermathurge.
No. Dread
Matt
Delusion.
Dread Delusion.
Matt
sorry.
beat Life is
Yeah,
Strange.
Matt beat. You were on a tear. You beat Life is Strange, Mouthwashing, and are in the middle of Call of Duty.
Yeah, I mean, I think the very end of Call
alright.
of Duty. Yeah, I
Nice
did
work.
not.
Did you play Emergence yet?
Of course,
You
I
did, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, no, there is the only Call of Duty level in that game is the 15-minute prologue, and then every other level is not Call of Duty.
Yeah.
That is what is so fascinating.
we
about
can
it.
start with Call of Duty.
Yeah, I would love to.
It's good again.
Yeah,
the first time
for
in
the
a while.
first time in a while.
Let me just
Especially
say,
for the
surprise.
the tragedy of that Modern Warfare 3
As-
reboot last year.
and correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
I believe I'm the only person here who has played every Call of Duty.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I have not played through all of the campaigns of every
Right.
Call of Duty.
I think I played everyone but the one last year.
You didn't play multiplayer and stuff, yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Well, that's because the multiplayer
Did you
was
play
the
the
same.
handheld ones?
The multiplayer was the same. Oh, yeah, the handheld. Made by N-Space,
okay,
the Geist
the main
developers.
Call of Duties. I haven't played the N-Space handheld.
No,
ones.
but you did play Declassified.
I did play Black Ops Declassified.
Yeah.
What about United Offensive?
I have a copy of United Offensive.
Yeah.
So Black Ops 1, Modern Warfare is good. Black Ops 1 is good. Modern Warfare 2 is good. Black Ops 2 is good. Then there's Modern Warfare 3.
yeah.
And then there's Ghosts.
Also, we
and
should
Advanced
specify,
Warfare.
Warfare.
you're talking about the reboots because Black Ops has been following the same timeline since 2010.
No,
No,
I'm
no.
talking about the originals.
The originals.
Oh,
I was
okay,
saying
sorry.
2007. I just covered 2007 through 2013.
Okay, right. Okay, sorry.
Because Ghosts was 2013, and then
Yes.
Advanced Warfare. I could go on and on. Vanguard is terrible.
Yep.
World War II wasn't that great. Infinite Warfare surprisingly all right, but not really.
Yeah.
Black Ops 4 nightmare. Black Ops 3 horrible campaign compared to the rest of the Black Ops games.
Advanced is the one that has the pedophile in it.
Yeah,
and it's just bad Titanfall.
Yeah, Call of Duty. Well, Call of Duty went through a bad Titanfall phase
Yeah.
because Infinite Warfare is also bad Titanfall. Black Ops 3 is also bad Titanfall.
Oh, God. It's like,
Um,
And 4 didn't
Vanguard
work,
is
yeah.
bad. The Modern Warfare reboots are all varying levels
4
of
was
okay.
bad. 4 wasn't great.
Black Ops 4?
Yeah.
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 Cold War is the only one I liked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this game, and so going into this, I said to myself, to set my expectations, I said, if they make Cold War again, I'll be all right. I'll have a good campaign.
Yeah.
The zombies wasn't great. The multiplayer kind of sucked in Cold War.
Zombies is the best it's been probably since Black Ops 3.
They're all
in
the
like
best.
2015.
They are all the best that they've been
Yeah.
since the early 2010s.
As a complete package. As we said, the
Yeah.
campaign is great.
Because I was going to ask, I
versus
haven't,
multiplayer
as a
is
franchise
fun,
that is over 20 years old and is over a decade since we got a really good entry, like a really good entry.
Yeah.
This is the first really good entry where all 3 parts of it
Yeah.
are worth playing and phenomenal. The
And it-
campaign is awesome.
And it was their first collab with Game Pass.
yeah.
It's so, but this is what the franchise needed.
So you know what's funny? I
Who
was
knows
just
what Activision will ultimately learn from
playing
it, but-
Black Ops 6. Okay, so the last Call of Duty I played, period, was Ghosts, which was
2013.
which sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway,
Dog
Playing-
Tech was good though.
playing this actually that's not a lot, that's kind of a lie because I played Warzone, but playing this made me realize. And you said you loved Cold War, and there's references to Cold War in this game. I'm like, oh,
This
What?
is both.
They didn't
this
call
is-
Cold War
This
5.
is a direct. This is a direct sequel to Cold War and the first half of Black Ops 2.
gotcha. Well, because they
Yeah.
reference Mason, who is a character in Black Ops 1. They say Mason.
He's
His
in
name.
Black Ops 2, but
Yeah.
Black Ops 2 takes place both during Vietnam, but
Yeah.
also during 2026 or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
We're getting close.
and you play as Mason's son and Mason in the different
Gotcha.
timelines. So
Oh,
this is
okay.
a sequel to the Mason parts of Black Ops 2, as well as because Mason is not in Cold War.
Got you.
Yeah.
So I mean, but yeah, no, I get it. Mason's the main character in 1 too. So
Mhm.
it's like technically it's a sequel to.
I remember
Black
because
Ops
his
1.
name is
Oh,
very
yeah.
close to the protagonist name in Red Faction Gorilla.
Yeah. It-
Also-
Mason-
Alex Mason and
also
Alec Mason.
Alec Mason.
Also, Woods got put in a wheelchair.
Yes.
In Black Ops
3?
3.
No, 3's the far future one.
2.
2.
No.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't either.
But anyway,
you guys
anyway.
are speaking a different kind
But
of nerd
anyway,
right now.
So I realize now when I was playing this, I was like, Black Ops always struck me as like the spin-off one. The main
Yeah.
line series was like the Modern
Yes.
Warfare's one that I was going.
Now
And
it's
like,
circling back around.
and I know I realize I'm like, oh, like sometime in between 2013 and now, these roles switch. Black Ops is the main good
Yes.
series,
Yep.
and then
Yeah.
the other series are the shitty spin-offs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you believe this is doing significantly better than last
That's
year's?
I was
Considering
very
last year's was on our worst game list.
It was.
Yeah.
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 But
what,
yeah,
You mean the full price
like
map pack?
I could talk about Black Ops 6 for
All right, so let's
ever,
just start. For
but
now.
it's just
keep
let me just say, like, the gaming has a problem, which is that every
You
game
don't say.
is for cracked out lunatics who have Twitch channels and they
Yeah.
all have to move as fast as possible. And Treyarch
Why are you blowing up Sean's spot?
Treyarch and Raven said, what if we made these people complain every time we try to slow the game down, so what if we speed it up to a level that even Adderall can't help you achieve, and we just
don't
make
know.
it insane.
The
Like I
amount
was
of-
telling Randy, the perfect example of how crazy this game is that they took the Deagle out. And people complained, but then it turned out that the Deagle is now a kill streak that works like the Golden Gun in GoldenEye, where you just get a Deagle and it's all a one-hit kill no matter where you shoot people.
Yeah.
What a great solution.
Yeah, it's just like
I don't know. I've seen a lot of montages of people jumping out of windows with sniper rifles.
They have their
and then there's like a freeze frame, and it's like
And the
you
sunglasses
never
come
guess. You never guess what happens next, and they get shot in midair.
yeah.
down. I could guess that.
It's crazy.
You can slide and dive backwards. You can sprint backwards. You
yeah.
can
What do they call it? The something.
omnidirectional movement.
Yeah.
yeah.
Directional movement.
And it's just so
Did you
fun.
see this was the first game to have like location-based damage animations?
Yeah.
You reminded me when you brought up GoldenEye, and I was
Also,
like,
does
took a
does
long
have
time,
it does have the gore system that Black Ops has had.
yeah,
So-
that already makes them better than the Modern Warfare
Call of
games.
Duty is
But
surprising,
yes,
so I think it stays.
We're not
Yeah,
we're
it
not
stays
taking
for
we're
now.
not taking this.
I'll do an easy cut then, real quick. The Jackbox survey scramble.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is funny because it almost feels like it served as a quick apology for the reception of the Naughty Pack. Not all 4 games in this are great. The first 2 are where it's at, but the Family Feud concept is easy for most folks to understand, which makes it like very pick up and play. I like that it goes to up to 10 people.
I am.
However, in the months since it's launched, I have noticed the user base kind of sabotaging the poll system with joke
I did
answers.
watch a streamer play it and just put pussy for every answer, for every question.
And it fucks it up for everybody.
Yeah.
And it ruins it and it dulls the point, to be honest.
You're going to cut it, right?
Yeah.
I also am a little disappointed that they have switched now to this, like, instead of a Jackbox party pack, we now get, like, little bits of games.
Yeah.
Because we got the naughty pack, which sucked, and then we got this, which is good, but this is, like, a separate game that was, like, $12.
Yeah.
And it's like, you do the math, and it's like, that's more expensive
I don't know why
than,
they're going,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, there'll be a naughty version. You guys, I mean... Sean,
this is also a naughty version because everybody's just putting pussy and
That's
balls
true.
for every answer.
Matt, I know you've played it, and Andrew, I don't know if you've been in town.
I have not.
Okay, but we can let the survey.
Okay,
go.
I have a question.
Family Feud's still a fun idea.
I have a question. I want to talk about Balatro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was not surprised because I played the demo last year. And I knew the second I played the demo, I was going to fall in love with the game.
That's how I felt with Indica, which we'll come back to. But
wasn't the demo like immediately preceding its release though? So like
it was immediately
It's
preceding
still,
its release, but by a couple months. So it came out in November of 2023.
Was this Next Fest?
So that I'm not saying you're wrong, Andrew. I'm just saying read the room. I was shocked at how good Balatro was in November of 2023.
Had you got it for $1 in our league?
But does that disqualify it? Because if not, yes, this is one of the most surprising games that I've played potentially in years. But if it's specifically this year, I wasn't surprised when it actually came out.
You were aware of the incoming sensation?
Yeah.
I would count it. I would say I would not rule it out because I do think that window from you finding out about it to this game being good was a very short window, right?
So it was a couple months.
You didn't have like a ton of time to be like, boy, I wonder how this is going to turn out, right? Like,
no, like it was when the demo came out, it was pretty much done. He was
I'd
just
say the
balancing.
surprising thing is its level of success. Like, considering at the
well,
top, I stated
success aside,
out of nowhereness of it.
I don't think that. See, that's the thing. I don't think the success is a surprise.
You don't think this would fit in the spirit of the category better? Like,
well, no. Like I'm down to leave it on here. Obviously, I love Balatro, but like playing the game as a connoisseur of roguelikes, this is one of the best ones that anybody has made ever. This is on the Mount Rushmore now of roguelikes.
I'm more saying that literally, like, this was nominated and won several Game of the Year awards, and this time in 2024, nobody barely even knew it existed. And now it has Tooks and everyone.
So, as not a connoisseur of roguelikes, as somebody who typically gets that one run done and then just kind of goes, oh, okay, that was cool.
I've seen it, yeah.
Right. That was me earlier this year.
With Balatro?
With Balatro.
Yeah.
And then I heard about it coming to consoles and Switch or whatever. I can't remember the rollout, but it came to phones.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, so it's on every fucking platform.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started to get an itch again, and now it's like the game I've played most this year.
Yeah.
So for me,
probably the game
I surprised,
and 230 something hours on Steam.
It's probably the roguelike I've played the most of ever, because I am hot and cold on roguelikes. Like there's nothing that pushes. I don't get the incentive push, to beat it with this build or this build or this build. But the variety of decks, the variety of what you can do with jokers, the variety of what you can do with just everything in this game is you can tailor make everything, but it is dependent on.
We talked a little bit about it in Moment or Sequence, but it's like it's this thing where when you play a roguelike, specifically a roguelike a deck builder or something that's based on builds, you like Hades had this to a certain extent where you just like the synergies enter your brain and you go, oh, yeah, oh, I can do that. Oh, I can do, and Balatro, it like never stops.
Right.
I played it for 200 hours and I'm still finding like weird little synergies that I didn't know existed before with weird combinations of jokers. Like, you get a joker that's like, oh, at the end of every round, we'll give you $3. Yeah. Or the value of this joker goes up by $2. And you're like, oh, okay.
Just hold on.
I'll hold on to it and then sell it later when I need money.
Or
You can get the other Joker that says the multiplier is now the value of all your Jokers.
Or the multiplier is now this one kills the Joker to the right.
Yeah,
and it absorbs
gains
its self
value.
self value.
Yeah. There's
No.
like it's just boop boop boop. Like
For
those
me,
moments
it's
just
truly
keep
so
happening.
surprising.
If
For
you
me.
like whether or not this one's a lock, I think we're not cutting it right now, right?
No.
Yeah. How did everybody
Yeah.
hear about it? Just curiously, like, did Matt? Did you hear from Austin?
I
Snyder?
heard
From Austin, yeah.
Okay.
Our friend Mark
Oh, Mark
on
was
the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
He was like, "Hey, you like roguelikes?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You ever play Slay the Spire?" And I was like, "I love Slay the Spire." And he was like, "You should check out this demo." And then I downloaded it, and I was like,
a great point. Slay the Spire never captured me like this one does. And I'll be honest, I'm not like dedicating nothing but my time to it, but I probably will gold stake every single deck.
This is a conversation that will extend the length of this podcast longer than it needs to be, but I think that this is the best deck building roguelike ever made, and I think that includes Slay the Spire.
that's
Yeah,
fine. I'd say
agreed.
it's like
You can pry inscription from my cold dead
I would say
hands.
keep it. The definition,
Yeah.
the definition that's like by definition, yes. I don't. I was not expecting it to be this good, and so it stays. Let's go through the other games.
Okay. All right.
All right, you want an easy cut?
I
can
was
do an easy
okay.
cut.
Go ahead.
You want
what's
to go
your easy cut?
first?
I was gonna say I don't think Indiana Jones and the Great Circle belongs here because
Yeah, I
having
agree.
played those last two Wolfenstein games,
I never
think
lost
I was not
faith.
surprised in the least bit that this was a very good game.
I would
yeah.
ne- and
Okay.
I've never lost faith in machine games.
Okay.
Forgetting Young Blood, I guess.
I put this on here. Yes, Youngblood is
That's
a
the-
thorn in my side.
I am
personally.
surprised
But-
that you guys like it.
No, so that's why I put it on here.
Boring as fuck.
Listen, we can talk about Suicide Squad later, Austin, but right now we're talking.
I'm just kidding.
I'm absolutely blown away by the fact that it came out. It came out and it wasn't like a buggy shithole of a mess. It captures the essence of the Indiana Jones movies, and I keep harping on this, but like it's pretty fucking phenomenal that you're like basically playing an interactive movie.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I thought I was a little worried, and I ended up not really liking it. But I'll get back to
That's
it.
fair.
We'll
I guess-
see.
Yeah.
But I think to Andrew's point, like I think those trailers at E3 really showed off
Yeah.
the Indiana Jones-ness of it. Like they showed that they were kind of getting there, and the game just kind of confirmed that.
Yeah, but it's
And then I think it launching not like a buggy mess and looking good is like it's
Well, no,
machine
so
games
it's-
backed by Microsoft.
for me, it's like everything in between, really, because it's like, yeah,
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But I also am saying like
so.
and like you look at the rest of this list and it's like Indiana
I will
Jones.
say that this is like personally
For
probably
you.
my biggest surprise. of the year.
Okay.
Because
I was looking forward to it.
I
for a
was
while.
so you were looking forward to it,
Mhm.
and again, it was one of those things where when it was announced, I was like, probably gonna be like a mid 70, desperate
Do you,
attempt.
just-
do you
'cause
want to
there's a
keep
movie
it for
tie-in?
now?
No, I'm pretty much totally
Because if it's
outvoted.
your number one, we don't have to cut it.
It's a tie, but no, we have to get to cutting. So
Okay.
I definitely
Can I pick on you a little bit more?
sure.
It's gonna be about Astrobot.
It is.
Yeah.
How were you surprised
Because
by
as a
Astrobot?
lover of Astro's
Did you play
Playroom,
Playroom?
Yeah.
Yes,
Because
Which
that
I
was
still like
phenomenal.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
I still like
of
that
Sure.
a smidge better.
but like, oh well,
I think I do too.
But I knew this would be a hit.
but
I also agree with them. I liked Playroom a little bit
Yeah,
better. It was a
I
little
haven't
bit
even
more
played
concise.
it, and I knew it would be a good. Like
Yeah.
I guess the reason
I bet they were in talks to do this the moment they saw the response.
It will
to
get
that
its
package.
dues
Right.
in Game of the Year, but I'm saying, like, do you
Again-
think if it's surprising?
Wait,
I-
who made it since they closed Japan Studios?
Team Asobi.
Right.
Team
duh.
Asobi.
Yeah, it's
The
Team
whole
Team
basis.
Asobi Sexu.
Yeah. the whole basis of my
Okay,
fantasy
that's-
draft
yeah.
publisher. The reason being is because again, I sure it was going to play good, sure it was going to be good, but this is like PlayStation's like I don't want to say they're like genre defining,
It's their Mario.
but it is kind of like
He's
not
the new
only is
mascot.
it-
He erased
right.
Sackboy.
Not only is it like really good, but it's like it's really good for all like the nostalgia reasons
Yeah.
and the gangs on.
That
here.
reveal
I
trailer
just
was
think that it's the
pretty
third
hot.
phenomenal Astrobot game.
Right, and then that argument I completely understand.
Yeah.
I'll put it to you this way:
They knew what they had.
Yeah.
it was I knew it was going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be game of the
winning
year
game
good.
of the year.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I see where
I
you're
get
coming
it,
from.
Because yeah, sure, the playroom and everything, it was all the DNA was already there. You know, Astrobot's playroom was a proof of concept, and then Astrobot proper was the making good on that. But I can understand if playing Astrobot's playroom, going into this, it was like, yeah, this is going to be good. I think just for me, it so far exceeded my expectations because like with Odyssey, I was playing Odyssey with a big grin on my face. Same thing with this.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
it's
it's a phenomenal game.
Right.
I just like the lineage is there. Rescue mission is
Sure,
amazing.
sure.
Playroom is amazing.
Right. I understand that argument, and for that
Yeah.
reason, I'm out.
All right,
So we can
Mark
cut.
Cuban.
We can cut Astrobot.
I got 2 cuts that are my contributions.
Can I guess one?
Yeah.
Why is Tetris Forever here?
I did. Cause I'm gonna talk
'Cause
about it more.
It's also on
is.
the next category.
I think something can be both surprising and disappointing.
Yeah, we had Mortal Kombat 1 in both categories last year.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
You know,
Hold on. Yeah, but the problem is we had Mortal Kombat 1 because Randy nominated for disappointing and Andrew
No,
nominated
it's the
it for
opposite.
surprising.
And Randy nominated it for both, yeah.
And Randy nominated it for both
I
this
did.
year. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. No,
yeah.
I get what you're saying. I was like, because I was also really up and down on MK1, but so I feel with Tetris Forever, I practically feel like I willed this into existence as both a Tetris diehard, obviously, the way of life.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure they're doing it all for you.
and a close follower of Digital
Damien.
Eclipse's Gold Master series of the documentaries. This could have been all I ever wanted.
But it wasn't.
That is until licensing fucked it all up. Yeah.
And I would like you to save that whole
I will.
spiel for disappointing,
Yes.
but I'm just asking.
I just wanted to shout this out here though, because it's
it's a surprise that
it's
it
such
exists.
a smart, and it also they announced it and released it only a month or two.
Yeah.
After. I love that. Never leaked. And plus, this doesn't reveal that Battle Gaiden was officially coming to the United States after 3 decades. It is exciting.
Completely not
but-
translated.
Nope, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
Listen, if they did translate it, that is a harder trick to pull off, so I get it. But also, yeah, you bought a consumer product, you would expect that, right?
Or
Like,
at least
I get
to
it.
figure out
fucking-
the
Yeah.
save state of it.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a much lesser. We'll get into it in disappointing. Never
I'll
mind.
put a pin in it for now.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna get rid of that, and then I'm gonna get rid of Turbo Kid.
Okay.
I've long been sick of Metroidvanias. Not to mention this was kickstarted. However, as the movie it's based off of is one of like my all-time favorites, I had to give it a whirl, and
Movie is great.
god damn it, and it's lovely, and so's the game. Nothing that'll blow you away necessarily, but it's charming as hell. Gets you in fast. It's only like 6 to 8 hours,
Mhm.
which is nice.
Which is a big
yeah.
plus for Metroidvanias for me because there's
Yes.
another entry on this list that is not 6 to 8 hours,
They also-
and I did not beat it because of that.
They also got the band from the film to compose the soundtrack, so like
Sick.
it's a love letter to that world and its niche group of cult fans like me. But good job to whoever made
So,
it.
Can
I
I-
think it was a
can-
first time thing.
Can I hot
As we
potato
tra-
it to somebody?
I was going to hot potato it to you to speak to Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown before Austin.
No,
That's why
listen.
we should
2 of my
cut.
games already got cut. Talk to me about Alone in the Dark
Listen,
and why it's so surprising.
I'm not.
oh yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah,
okay.
sure. So
Okay. Go ahead.
this is a game that is clearly made on a budget and yet allocated some of that budget to get like David Harbour in there, right? Which
Yeah.
he does a great job. I didn't play the other character, so I don't know how well she did. I'm
She
sure
does
she
a
did well
good job, too.
The other
Yeah,
thing
she's
is like,
Yeah.
in the trailers, you look at it and you're like, okay, they are trying to do the Resident Evil remake thing, right? Like they are trying to make that kind of game, but
Yes.
they're not Capcom, so they want some of that money too. I understand. But it's like you're looking at this and it's like there are so many red flags. I think it got delayed a couple of times too.
It did, yeah.
They put together one of the worst demos of all time, right? Like it was like a
Didn't
demo
you say
that
it's
showed
just
you
the
absolutely
beginning of the
nothing about
game?
the game.
Yeah, like it's not like
No, it's not
edited
even.
demo?
It is no. You play as the little girl, and you're going through like a house full of monsters, and she kind of treats it like it's normal.
Oh,
And like
that is not
the whole
representative
demo.
of what that is.
Like-
Okay, yeah.
Right,
Huh.
exactly. Right. It does not represent the game at all, and all it does is show you like 2 characters, kind of how to control it, and like approximately how good it how well it's going to run. Like that's about it. And it was
Yeah.
like this is a horrific demo. You should not have put this out. It would have been better off if we just had trailers.
Yeah,
right? Unless
yeah.
you wanted to know how well it ran on your computer.
I played that demo with you on
Yeah.
at PAX.
Yeah, if you wait in line to play this demo at PAX, you are upset when you get out, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's
no,
just
that was-
the
so
long
it's
and
like-
short of it.
Yeah, no, I remember telling you about that, and I was just like, this demo was basically walking through a house and then a cutscene. That's it. Yeah, that's all it was.
Weird.
Yeah.
Not only that, but this game did not review well, right? Like a
Yeah.
lot of people, a lot
that
of
was shocking
reviewers
to me.
took issue with the melee combat, which like to some extent I kind of get. Like it doesn't feel amazing, but it is also. And usually I rail against this argument too, like in like Thief, where it's like, no, you're not supposed to be good at melee because you're supposed to sneak around and stuff. And it's like, okay, I hear that, but also like this is a game that purposely put a very shallow degradation system on your melee weapons, like for a reason.
True.
You know?
I wish I got to play more. It's probably the second best Alone in the Dark game overall after New Nightmare.
After New Nightmare, I would say. I mean, even New Nightmare has its jank. At least this
It
is
does,
polished.
yeah.
It's
It has. There are a lot of problems with it.
Yes.
But like we
There are a lot
do
of
our
problems with it,
fantasy
but-
critic league and nobody would touch it for all the reasons Andrew was saying, and then
Yes.
Andrew like confirmed that
Yeah.
he's like, it's not that bad, and then I played it and I was like, he's
Here's the
right,
thing,
it's pretty
the
good.
presentation is solid. Like I know it's not on the the production value isn't on the scale of the new Resident Evils, obviously, but
No.
it's like none of this seems that distant from the Silent Hill 2 remake
No,
in terms of
I-
scale.
I mean,
and that reviewed
Probably
go
budget.
ahead.
crazy
Matt.
well.
I
Yeah.
beat one of them and I got bored with the other one. So
I think so.
You beat Alone in the
I
Dark.
think this stays. So I think it stays. When I saw this on here, it was like, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm just like, okay, what is my definition of like a biggest surprise? It's like, what do you have low expectations for that
Yeah.
actually turns out to be
Exactly.
pretty
It's not, like,
decent?
the best game. but-
Yeah, maybe not the best game, but it's like, but good. And it's like, I think Alone in the Dark is just like, it's hard to think of a series that has, lower expectations than that. There's been a
Yeah,
lot of
I-
bad games, and it's like, it turns out, it's like, listen, I didn't get to play it all the way through, but what I saw, I really
you guys
loved.
should. It's very
Yeah,
good.
No,
yeah.
no,
Just,
I was
uh,
actually, I
I liked
actually
what I
really
played.
loved
Yeah.
what I
And-
saw.
And really quick too, Andrew, I played and beat this and then even started a second playthrough as the other character that I didn't play as and played a couple hours, but I knew I couldn't go as fast as I wanted to see both. And the storyline wasn't that too, everything was basically the same with the
Yeah.
exception of like a
Okay.
mission here or a mission there.
Yeah, my understanding is that the biggest changes are toward the end of the playthrough, which is disappointing if you just like wanted to pick it up and
there's two campaigns-
like see those differances. But
So
And the old one are pretty.
And I guess I should
different.
also qualify the reason that I kind of picked it out because I am not a long-standing player / fan of the franchise. So
Yeah, me either.
for
me
this,
neither.
for the
it's mostly bad.
right. So I guess
They
when
did the jacket thing. That was pretty cool.
when they, I guess this game having had games come out every like 5 years or something, and then kind of not just really
They
not
bomb
being,
every time.
right?
Yeah.
For this, I guess that you did a good job of defending your point, and
Mhm.
I see it now. So I understand. I
Speak-
understand.
I also want to call out that this isn't just like a lesser Resident Evil. It does have some of its own tricks up its sleeve.
Right.
And,
It
like,
does,
I can't
yeah.
say how the I can't say how the other character plays, but when you play as Carnby, right, David Harbour's character, he is supposed to be like a private detective, and there is sort of like a detective hook to the gameplay where you're cross-referencing documents and stuff. And I was like, this is an interesting
That's
spin.
different.
Who
Like,
did,
you know,
yeah.
and if we're saying that this category is the difference between expectations and reality, I think this one has a shot at maybe winning just because the expectations were so low.
This has more reading than Resident Evil, though.
It does, but it
Yeah.
also reads it to you.
That's true.
Real quick,
What's that?
who
It does.
what
David
played-
Harbour.
You played David. So I played
Dirty Comer.
Really? Did
Dirty Comer.
What's her name?
Is it like
Oh,
in
I
the,
thought you said Dirty Comer.
No, Jodie Comer.
Okay,
is
yeah.
it like in the
yeah.
OG where it's like they have different weapon or like different items at the start?
No. Not really.
No,
Oh.
no,
Oh, no,
actually,
no.
yeah, your weapon.
She does. She has a different pistol. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
then
wait,
that is
David
like,
David Harbour has a revolver. She has like a magazine-fed pistol.
M16.
So I will also say, I played the OG Alone in the Dark
Mhm.
because after we played New Nightmare, and I was actually surprised to see the opening cutscene where the frog gets eaten by the alligator. That
Whoa,
is
spoilers.
that is actually so that scene is actually a remake of the opening scene of Alone in the Dark 1. Though the frog does not get eaten by the alligator, it jumps across the road, and then the car drives
Well,
across the road. And I was like, oh, that's a cool throwback. That's
Randy
like
was telling me, but
that's neat,
Randy
yeah.
lied to me and said that the first one didn't take place in Louisiana.
No, I never said that.
Gaslight.
No,
Uh,
I said we were talking about the second one.
No,
or the third
you were
one that's a
talking
Western.
about you were talking about A New Nightmare, which
Oh,
takes place in like Maine or
Yeah,
whatever, like the
that was it.
Northeast.
Well, because it is A New Nightmare is a loose reboot of the OG one, but they changed the location to be in New England.
So I was just like, oh, this is a reboot. But
Yeah.
no, it is a remake because the story is almost identical to the first one.
Right.
There are changes, but it is in Louisiana and all the characters have the same names and shit. So
Oh.
It's actually the storyline from what I saw was pretty much the same.
Really quick, the reason that I asked that is because of what Andrew had mentioned about David Harbour's character, like takes a PI route
yeah,
where it
Mhm.
has a hook to that. I found
Jodie Comer.
Jody
Jody?
Why is this so
Jody
J-O-D-I-E.
Coomer.
Judy Coomer?
Judy Coomer.
Comer. C-O-M-E-R.
No,
Only
I
one
found
O.
all jokes aside, I found her story arc to actually be pretty compelling.
Yeah.
And pretty good.
Mhm.
So outside of that, her story arc, God, what a weird ass finish to that game, by the way.
Yeah.
You guys should play
Yeah.
it through.
All right.
Speaking of having really low expectations of a horror reboot,
You want
you
me to
wanna
talk about
Silent Hill 2?
Yeah, so Bloober is a controversial studio choice
God,
to
they
Tech
suck.
Ops, to say the least.
Nope. Now
With
they
rare
stand amongst
exception-
the giants.
Yeah, with rare exception, most of their stuff has not landed with me or critics, for that matter. But so
What the
here's-
fuck? You're the one that told me to play.
I love the Blair Witch game.
Yeah.
yeah.
which
I
I
do.
didn't think was that bad.
Yeah, no, it's
And the medium as well. I played.
So here's the thing: this not only not just surprised me, but also our fantasy draft and the entire entire fandom.
It's
like,
because Silent Hill fans have no hope.
as well as those beyond it. They
well,
don't. They're
Konami,
crazy.
as a Castlevania fan, Konami sucks fucking dog farts.
They do. They
out
don't,
of my
they
ass.
don't respect their history.
They are a merch store. That's
They
all
are.
they are. They
Yeah.
sell. Oh, get your Silent Hill fucking Pyramid Head skateboard
Yeah,
available now.
They do
Buy-
that constantly. They're still
buy
like pouring out Metal Gear shit.
buy a Castlevania Symphony of the Night shirt on our merch store, even though
You
Castlevania
can't-
Symphony of the Night is not on any modern platforms at
Right.
Yes.
all. Yeah.
And Silent Hill 2 is one of those untouchable classics. Like
Yeah.
it is. They already fucked up their last attempt to do this, with the HD collection. And that said, like it is, as I called it before the Besties even did, it is the Gus Van Sant Psycho of video game remakes. It is nearly page for page, beat for beat, just with more connective tissue in between.
Yeah.
Like longer beats, I guess. And that doesn't always work for me, but this is the best release they've ever had and respects the original. Although it doesn't replace it, in my opinion, I still prefer that version. It's rawer and dirtier and feels more genuine to play, like, like lo-fi
Right,
on
so-
a CRT. But it, because that captures that.
So
that
what's
found
more
footage
what's
scanline
more
look better.
surprising?
I'm
Alone in the Dark or Silent Hill 2?
well.
We can get to that question later.
because
But
here's the thing: considering those old discs cost hundreds of dollars and there's no modern serviceable ports, and I think that like the source code is lost.
yeah, that's why the remake sucks.
Yeah,
Or the
and the
HD collection
emulation
sucks.
on them isn't perfect either. Like, so this is a totally viable way to immerse yourself in that experience and story without breaking the bank or finding and hooking up all that gear. Even
It's-
if that's more my like,
Konami
jam,
is
but-
like the meme with the guy's holding too many things, and he's like, "What am I gonna do?" And it's like, "What am I gonna do with all these incredible licenses?" Like, oh,
Check
drop
out,
them all,
for someone
fucking
that-
lose the
bring
source
back
code.
DDR. Yeah.
Dude, I can't like. It's almost
well,
it's
considering what happened with Silent Hills as well, like
Right.
this kind of rose from the ashes.
and it's almost serendipitous that this game came out and it's good because of like
There's no reason there can't be two horror games on this list, but I want to leave this because this is like you said, you take Bloober, you take Konami. And
Oh, yeah.
like
They
this
had-
should have been a recipe for failure.
I think we all talked about
Yeah.
it. Like they had big shoes to fill, and
Yeah.
it was like make it or break it.
Yep.
So I will say, yeah, how well it did is surprising. But if they're just sticking to the source material and just like kind of making it work,
Yeah.
I guess that for me is less surprising.
Mm.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might cut it for that reason. Is
I would say, what's
Because
funny?
it's two.
I'm surprised this is on here because I thought you were not a huge fan of it.
No, I liked it quite a bit. I just liked the original better. And I played them
Okay.
back to back because that
Oh,
was the
yeah,
thing. It was
yeah,
like
yeah.
Liz played through the OG Silent Hill and together I sat and like kind of watched it, and then I went right into the remake, and I was just like, this is like I said, they need something for people to be able to play this, but it's still not how I would prefer to do it. But by and large, I still think it's a great game. It's too long. Like they didn't need to like add it.
The extensions of it.
Because the game doesn't have enough mechanics to last. Like, even if, there's a compelling narrative and good scares and stuff. But I want to leave it.
Okay.
Just for now.
Leave it.
Okay. All right. We can leave it.
Just going to get cut later? No, I'm just
Maybe.
kidding. I'm kidding.
There's other stuff I'd cut first.
I've got 2 games that I can bring up for a similar reason, and that's the come out of nowhere category. And that's both the Thaumaturge and Indica, which were just like, Indica I heard about from word of mouth, like it came up on 1 or 2 podcasts I listened to, but they said very little about it other than, hey, this is sort of a walking simulator. You play as a nun, and I like the story. And I'm like, okay, it's sure, whatever.
Is it a first
But
time
then it was
developer?
more like,
I don't know.
Okay.
no, they did a VR game before this.
Yeah, it was.
I was really curious what they worked on before this,
Yeah.
because what do you call it? I was like, look,
Sacrilege
if you
or
can make a game
something?
that looks this good, I'm.
Oh, is it also religious?
Yeah, it is. It's like an Archer game.
So this was one of those instances where its reveal trailer was making waves, and slowly more and more people were like, "The fuck is this?" And just instantly building up that curiosity. But like what Austin said with Bellatra, it's like the Steam Next Fest demo did help. So I was excited from the moment I knew it, existed. But
So the other one, Thaumaturge, is more like I didn't play a demo. I didn't see any trailers for it or anything. I heard about this game because it was like an ACG video, Angry Centaur Gaming. He does like these games that are coming out in this month, right? And he brought this one up, and it's like it's kind of like Persona, but there were like Eastern European monsters in there. And I was like, all right, sure. And then he did a review on it, and that was about it. That was literally all I heard about this game. Were those 2 things from the same YouTube channel, and I have not seen anybody else talk about this. But that review was thorough enough that I was like, I might like this, and then I really liked it. And that was about it. It was like, as far as I know, I'm the only person on earth who's played this video game other than that reviewer, right? It's like
I keep flipping that.
So it was very surprising.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to add 2 more to the came out of nowhere category, which is Children of the Sun and Mouthwashing.
Yes.
Because Children of the Sun was this game where...
Another I owed you, because I didn't know what...
Well, Devolver put it out, and it was just like getting
yeah.
really good reviews, and people were talking about it, and I was like, Devolver put out a game. I had not heard of it. There were no trailers at any events. And it's like the best game Devolver's put out in like recent memory, kind of.
Yeah.
And like...
It's a nearly perfectly executed like original idea.
Yeah.
And I want...
Did you ever
I
get
heard
past
it's a lot like
level that I saw
Sniper
you
Elite.
stuck on?
Yeah, I was going to save that argument for later, but
We can.
yeah.
This game looks like Sniper Elite.
It is. It's Sniper Elite mashed with Super Hot and Killer 7. You run on a rail and you get 1 bullet and everything is in like slow motion and it kicks ass. But I would almost be willing to cut it just because of
I agree.
my frustration. That I had with
we can
later.
cut it.
Okay. But I'll rant about that another time.
I might cut Thaumaturge just because if this is like if we've got a number of these games that came out and this is just came out of nowhere and it's difference between expectations and outcome and they all have the same expectations, which was 0, right?
Right. Yeah.
I felt stronger about Indica than I did Thaumaturge, so I don't think Thaumaturge is going to take most surprising for that reason.
I'm actually okay with Indica going just because, I mean, it's got its props elsewhere, but I also was anticipating it. I played the demo and wanted to see more.
Man, Steam Next Fest really fucking up this category.
Steam Next Fest, yeah. So unless anybody has any objections.
So that's what I was going to say. We're getting to a point where I'm hearing people playing demos and then that's like not surprising them because they're playing. But again, I think the process or the thought process has to come before the demo playing. Because
so my issue with Bellatra was that the demo came out last year. I think if the demo, and we still, put a star next to Bellatra, so like, if the demo surprised you, you can leave it. It doesn't have to be like, oh, yeah. Like, if you want to keep Indica on there because the demo surprised you, you can. It doesn't have to be like, it released.
Yeah.
I think maybe even on the grounds that it comes out of nowhere is just a better qualifier.
See, it's funny
because you playing the demo still came out of nowhere.
The ones for me that I've kind of highlighted myself are the ones that I went in with low expectations and then was pleasantly proven wrong.
Because
I guess that's what I'm trying to hammer down into.
Yeah.
Is this a expectation versus whatever?
it's a little bit more freeform than that.
Okay, that's fine.
If you thought it was going to be bad and it was good, if it came out of nowhere,
Okay,
it makes it harder to debate. But
yeah,
it
I guess that's why.
Yeah.
I mean, a come out of nowhere one, I guess, for me is Buckshot Roulette. Best $2 I ever spent. And it just swept through the Steam charts at the beginning of the year.
Should have been called 2 Buckshot Roulette.
and I like how you sat me down, Austin, and I was, it grabbed me within minutes. And
yeah,
then,
I mean, Buckshot Roulette.
And then I passed the curse along to others.
Buckshot Roulette existed for a year and a half before the Steam release on itch.io.
Oh, really?
So that's how I heard about it, but I didn't play it until it came out on Steam.
Okay.
A lot of good games come from itch.io.
Yeah,
I love how it enticed people that were jumping into my stream the night I got it, and one after another, more someone would just it's $2, go buy it, and everyone did. And
Yeah,
it was great. But if you think it doesn't belong because it already existed,
no, not at
it
all.
was already around in some form.
We all played it this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that there's a beauty in the simplicity of Buckshot Roulette. It's just complicated enough to work for the idea of Russian roulette as a game to work, and it not any more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think we can keep it for now. I don't know if it surprised me more than a lot of these games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
it's a simple little thing.
I think also if we're going for collective conscience of most surprising for maybe everybody, or an argument can be made. Andrew earlier wanted to pick on me for Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you also maybe weren't.
You guys can get in
super impressed by it.
I think it's a good version of that, and I wasn't surprised that Ubisoft made a good version of that, because it seems like, and I could be speaking out of turn here, but it seems like Metroidvania as a genre is just a figured out formula, and people know how to make them because a new good one comes out every 3 months.
Right.
I agree with that.
No, I think that's very reductive, and considering the fact that, yes, it's a long-standing genre that technically you could say that Symphony of the Night figured it out, right? But
it's in the name.
There are still games like Prince of Persia, coming out that are, I don't want to say revolutionizing the genre, but are leveling it up. You know what I mean? I think for every good Metroidvania, there's 20 bad ones.
Oh, yeah.
So
there's so many of them that there's a good one every once in a while.
What about
I could argue that against roguelikes.
Speaking of long-standing genres, did you play the?
You really could argue that against roguelikes. Or not switching games.
Absolutely.
No, I was about to. That's what I was about to ask. I was like, did anybody play Prince of Persia Rogue?
Yes, I like that way better.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and that's one thing I didn't get to. So maybe
it's also not out.
Yeah.
So I am not Metroidvania'd out, but I'm a little bit rogueliked out, and I love roguelikes. I don't know, maybe it's just the crop that have come out lately, but I wasn't compelled to pick up Buckshot Roulette or Balatro this year, And Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. When I first started playing it, I thought, man, this is maybe one of the best Metroidvanias ever made from what I'm seeing so far. However, I'm just gonna pull out an anecdote about Astrobot, right, from an interview, where they were talking about how many levels they made and all the ones that they threw out. There was nothing wrong with the levels they threw out. They just already covered that idea. And Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown feels like they threw nothing out. Because I was like, okay, I have done these platforming challenges with this set of mechanics, and one of the things that makes a Metroidvania hum is that after a certain amount of time, they give you the next thing. And in Lost Crown, when they finally gave me the double jump, it wasn't a double jump. It was finally, I've been waiting so long for this double jump, and now I get it. It should have been given to me hours ago.
Instead of the arrow ability where you're slingshotting yourself across this place or whatever. And I definitely agree with you that some sequences and portions of that game kind of overstayed their welcome, because it was it's almost here's your new ability, and then do this through a gauntlet of different spike and traversal things. Yeah. So I definitely understand where you're coming from with that.
I think that this is Ubisoft doing its Ubisoft thing.
Dropping the ball?
No. Seeing a game that gets really good reviews and being we could do that.
Didn't they kill?
And I think this is Metroid Dread. And I
Oh,
am
I see.
on the record in this podcast as saying I didn't like Metroid Dread, and I liked Metroid Dread way better than Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yeah, I'm going to take it one step further for why this game should be cut. And I'm sorry, this is not me trying to attack you, Sean.
No, you're
but
good.
also, this is from the team. This is from the team that made those last couple Rayman games. So it was
Oh, is
once
it
again,
really?
it was one of those
Yeah.
things of like,
I love those.
yeah,
games.
it's like, so obviously they know how to make good platforming mechanics.
Right.
Like, I'm not surprised that they nailed so much about how this game feels to play. But
That's-
yeah,
and I
I
think
really
that's-
did take issues with the pacing on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was probably my biggest takeaways is that, well, I totally agree with you.
I didn't hate
There's-
it, but I just think like, and I don't think Metroid Dread is a well-paced game. Like, I think it has pacing problems,
It
and I
does.
think this has worse pacing problems.
Okay. No, I was just
Yeah.
about to
And
agree.
pacing is everything in a Metroidvania.
Right. So, yeah, to your point of me saying, yes, you get a new thing and then you're relying on that new
Yeah.
thing to get to the next thing for the entirety of it. I can understand that.
Mhm.
I guess to your point earlier, which was Metroidvanias are figured out, and
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like even though it's figured out, I feel like we get way more bad ones than we do good ones. So
Absolutely. We get way more bad roguelikes than we do good roguelikes.
no, I agree.
But the thing is, like, and I didn't play the whole game, admittedly,
Yeah.
because of the pacing issues. But like when I play a Hades or I play a Balatro,
Mhm.
I went, you took a genre that was figured out and you figured it out harder.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not get that from the Lost Crown.
Right. No, that's fine. And
Yeah.
I was bringing this up basically to say,
Yeah.
given everybody's passion, because there's a lot of stuff that's staying that I
think
thought
there's
people
another. I think there's another Metroidvania on here that you guys are probably more passionate about that deserves to be more surprising.
Well, okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's just
Yeah.
wipe all my games off. 'Cause
No.
Late
I am
entries?
saying if you're gonna put, I think I would find it crazy if you put your weight behind Prince of Persia over. Well.
No, absolutely not. And that's the funniest thing because literally at its core, Animal Well is, yes, very much a Castlevania, but
Donkey Dude it.
I walked away from Animal Well going, what's another game like this? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because it is very much a Metroidvania, but also
But like
there's,
different.
I feel
in a
like
lot
there's,
of ways.
yeah, I literally don't think there's anything else really like it.
Like I didn't play all of Animal Well.
Yeah.
I wasn't as big a fan as you guys are,
Mhm.
but like I can see where your love of it comes from.
Right.
I don't see that when I didn't see that when I played
Prince of Persia's
Prince
gone.
of Persia.
It's already
Yeah.
dead.
Okay.
It's already dead. It's dead and buried.
I'm gonna cut Marvel Rivals. I'm still shocked that I had as much fun with this game that I did because
Why?
it's free to play.
Yeah.
B,
Yeah.
it's clearly a knockoff.
Yeah.
Right.
C, Marvel fatigue.
Yeah,
Right.
Marvel Fatigue.
But
D,
still-
Netties.
but-
It sounds like a perfect storm of shit, and instead Overwatch 2 whiffed it so hard
Yes.
that this can just swoop in and eat its lunch just by the virtue of it being competent.
I
So wait, wait.
remember
What-
Overwatch
well,
coming out
yeah.
and you being so hot on it. The whole Discord was hot on
Yeah.
it. Everybody
The
was super
Discord
hot on
was
it.
formed because of
Yes.
Overwatch.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then this is just like literally,
It's shameless.
they dropped the ball. And then, like this company, I don't even know who made it, but
NetEase.
yeah.
what did they make before?
Thank you. I was about to say,
A bunch
what
of mobile shit.
I was like,
Oh,
what?
okay.
and Chinese MMOs and shit.
What is
yeah.
a NetEase? Oh, NetEase.
Yeah.
But
Netties
yeah,
nuts.
but again,
Netties
all you have to
That was
do,
bad.
all you have to do to make a successful game in specifically with this game in mind is
Squirrel
just
Girl.
take that formula and don't fucking
her-
destroy it.
They made her thick.
Yeah.
Just
I
like
don't know if you
it's
saw
like listen to your community, apply those
I got
changes,
some artwork.
and
I
then
can send you.
create it. It seems like it
Look
makes
up Marvel
itself.
Rivals Rule 34.
Yeah.
But
No, but you're right. It is.
and I haven't even played it, but I see the reception and I see
it's
people
pretty
playing.
all right.
It
Like,
is. It is surprising. It is surprisingly competent.
Yes.
It is more surprising how much Overwatch fumbled the ball where this caught on so heavily.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
I
And
don't.
there's like a billion characters. They just keep adding more.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
They're
What's
gonna add
that?
one every like
Yeah.
3 months or some shit. Like they're
As
or
opposed
no,
to-
like they're gonna add them at twice the rate Overwatch, 6 times the rate Overwatch adds them or something
Yeah.
like that. It's crazy.
That is wild.
It's probably good.
Yeah, that's the difference between trying to be an esport and trying to just make a game that
Yes.
people want to
Yeah, that's a good point.
Ugh.
Yeah, that
Right,
is
and they're
good.
not trying to be an esport, but it's already becoming one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't try.
don't try and you'll succeed.
Yeah.
Um,
Don't just
but yeah,
whip your big
I'm
blizzard. cock
totally
around.
down with cutting that.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
He can let it
I
go.
said just with Overwatch doing into esports and trying to make money off it. I said just don't be Blizzard or don't be like Blizzard and whip your big Blizzard cock around.
Oh, I thought you said lizard cock.
It's like,
I got
oh,
confused.
we got a bunch
That's a
of
different
money,
character. They haven't added him.
but we want a bunch
It's
more
my favorite
money.
Marvel comic.
Lizard cock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason that CS is successful and has stood the test of time is because there was no big wad of cash dropped on a fucking desk and said, "Let's go, baby."
Mhm.
So real quick, this is a game I want to star because to me this is my number one, and we haven't discussed it too much. Is Helldivers 2?
I was about to bring that
Yeah,
up. That's
and
also my number one.
What makes this end like it's, and I believe I am on record on this podcast as being pretty down on what was shown of this before it came out, primarily due to the shift in perspective. Because as a fan of the original, it was kind of a
The
drag.
shift in perspective
to me.
and what seemed to be a shift in tone.
Yes, yeah,
the,
that
the
too.
first couple trailers for this game did not show the tone of this game
No.
well at all.
Yeah, it wasn't until they had that opening cinematic,
It was like
which
a
is in
week-
the game that
Well,
they put
yeah,
out
it was like a
early.
week before they put out the opening cinematic and they put out actual gameplay
Yeah.
that wasn't cut. And
And
you were like, oh, this game
Yeah.
does have the silliness of
Exactly,
Helldivers
and before
1.
that, it just looked like it looked like any grimy third-person shooter. Like,
There are so many of those. Speaking of overpopulated genres, there are so many of those like Left 4 Dead like co-op shooters
yeah.
that like you're just like, oh, another one, and not only another one, they turned a game that I liked into one of
Exactly,
those because
yes.
I really like Helldivers 1.
And because it was kind of a drag for me, for them to take one of the things that made Helldivers 1 so unique with the single shared screen to just pivot to the third person.
Well, that's what I
shooter.
was going to ask. It was a PS.
On the surface, because like that appeared to look like every other game. What I didn't expect was that they that's all they did. The entire personality and identity, like with the chaos and the stratagems and the friendly fire, is all there. They managed to keep that like core gameplay somehow.
I think they upped it.
they did. It doesn't,
Yeah.
and it also doesn't play like anything else either. It's seriously
it kind of
impressive.
controls like Metal Gear 5.
It kind of does, yeah.
Which
with
is
the diving and
yeah,
like,
with the diving and,
like
and
how
the
much
physics of it. It's,
Yeah.
Now,
I saw the
correct me
side
if
by
I'm
sides on the animations. Yeah.
the animations
Yeah.
are fantastic.
correct me if I'm wrong, but Helldivers 1 was on portable.
It was PS3,
PS3 and
PSP.
Vita.
Yeah, or Vita.
Oh,
sorry.
okay,
Yeah.
so it was on console.
It,
But
it came to PC. way
was it
later.
not isometric?
It is
No, it is.
isometric.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
so it,
That's what he's saying, the shift in perspective.
right.
Yeah.
So it shifts not only, in my opinion, it shifts not only from perspective, but totally shifts in genre because you go from.
It's
you
a
know,
twin stick. Like
it's a
initially.
twin
Yeah.
stick, like a ruiner or
Yeah, yep.
like whatever else, which is something I generally don't really vibe with. To a third person shooter, which again, this thing's
Which is like when you look at what made Helldivers 1 so chaotic and fun.
and you
you're
said it
just
was
like,
gauntlet style,
Yeah,
yeah, kind
one
of.
screen.
Like
Kinda.
the stratagems
much.
falling on people and killing them. The friendly fire is
Yeah.
way easier to hit your teammates in a twin stick
Dropping
shooter than it
bombs.
is in a third person
Exactly,
shooter
yeah.
because
Right.
you have so much more dimension to play with.
Right.
And so I remember talking to Randy being like, why would they shift it to a third person? Like, I feel like it's just going to be like, it's not going to have that chaos.
Yeah.
Nope. It
No,
does.
that-
It does.
yeah.
In
Th-
spades.
This is just it's Helldivers with a budget. Like
Yeah.
and it's refreshing. Also, I'm gonna point to see a co-op experience without numbers and health bars. It's just
Yeah.
you and the action in front of you.
Yeah.
Like
It has numbers.
no, it doesn't.
I mean, that you have health values. You just,
You don't. Yeah, but they hide them all.
I know.
Like, intentionally, and I think that makes it more like.
You heard it here first, guys. Randy hates numbers.
I do.
he does hate
fucking
numbers. He does.
hates
He hates
numbers.
No,
Nice, dude.
I've definitely known that about him for a long time.
Yeah.
What do you call it? I didn't cross out or highlight Indica.
You can
or
highlight
Buckshot
Indica.
Roulette before. Okay.
We have not discussed Mullet Mad Jack, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, Life is Strange, Animal Well.
What you put Suicide Squad on this?
You want me to get into this?
So
It's about time. Nobody's been picking on me.
It just got added
Why is this
to-
still here?
the monthly games for PlayStation.
Uh-huh.
Downloaded it,
Yeah.
played all the character intros, and then
Uh-huh.
got to the next level. It seems inoffensive.
All right, but if we're talking
How
about
far did
Oh,
you get?
it was
Andrew?
offensive. It was offensive to me. Absolutely. I gave Randy a play-by-play as I was going through it. It was so offensive. But anyway.
Like
the
what
intro
part?
is awful.
Okay.
Me and Andrew talked about this.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that
I think with 4 people, like it's designed to be. Not like, it's no Helldivers, but I don't know. This is in the most surprising. Hold on, real quick. It's in the most surprising category. So,
Yeah.
Wait, we're talking about expectation versus reality. And the expectations were below the floor for this game. And then I played it, and I think it does a phenomenal job. I don't think the story's that great. I don't think that the live service trappings, even though most of them were gutted, I still don't think that they're great. I think that the moment-to-moment combat, when you get up a little bit in it, and you start picking guns that have synergies with your grenades, that have synergies with your melee weapons, I think that they do a really good job of like that Batman thing where it's like, these enemies you have to do this, these enemies you have to flip over, these enemies you have to do, like the thing that like Wolfenstein Youngblood and Far Cry 6 tried, where it's like, okay, this guy's got this type of armor, so shoot him with shotguns.
Yeah.
Is like that combined with the Doom Eternal system, which I also wasn't a huge fan of like, okay, use the chainsaw to get this type of pickup, use the flamethrower to get this type of pickup. It takes both of those and combines them in a way that works really well, and works really well also with the combo system that the Arkham games had, where it's like, the longer you keep up, the longer you use the traversal the way they intend you to, the longer that you juggle people, the longer that you switch up your tactics, the higher your combo goes. And as your combo goes higher, your synergies get buffed.
Okay.
That's what the skill trees are. So it's like at a gun might do this much damage, but then at a 10 times combo, it'll double damage. And at a 20 times combo, it'll do fire damage and light them on fire and do damage over time. And it works in a world. My argument is that there are a lot of problems with this game, and I'm not going to doubt that. It got unjustly... No, I won't say unjustly. It got justly hanged for its live service thing.
Yeah.
And the pedigree of its studio and all that stuff, and how much of a disappointment it was.
How long it was probably in...
Yeah, how long it was in development. But in a world where they just made a single player or co-op game without the live service stuff, that was this. Like, I think that it is a very good, like, I think the combat system is really well designed.
Yeah, it sounds like, unfortunately, it just sounds like a great idea, great concept, but like hampered by what it was developed for.
Exactly.
So,
and also the four characters control very differently.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said,
and
I played a very little bit of it, but
yeah,
it was, it was.
Does that game have the Marvel or Avengers problem where well, this is the character and that's your character, and you can't play anybody else using the same character, so you have to like coordinate who in your group is going to be King Shark,
yeah,
who's going to be Harley
I never
Quinn.
played a co-op.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd have to
I,
guess.
I imagine it has
Can't
that
have four
problem.
King Sharks.
No, I agree, but
But-
that's such a that makes it even harder to,
So then, why
But-
do you like
but
Marvel's
the-
Rivals
the
and
way-
Overwatch so much?
Hold on, but the way
What?
the thing that
'Cause you can have as many.
the thing that this game does
There's a billion
better,
characters, not
the
four.
thing that this game
True.
does
I
better
don't
than
like it that much.
Avengers is that the loot matters. And I got a lot of shit
Sure.
for saying that the loot matters from people that have tried it, but the thing is, in Avengers,
Better than upgrading Hulk's ribcage.
yeah,
or whatever.
Avengers was just like, here's Hulk's new spine, you have more defense. That's it. In
Yeah.
this game, it's like, okay, so Harley Quinn can use pistols, she can use SMGs, she can use miniguns. King Shark can use shotguns, miniguns, and snipers. Deadshot uses snipers and assault rifles and pistols. And Captain Boomerang uses shotguns, sniper rifles,
And boomerangs, I imagine.
Uzis, and
Yeah.
boomerangs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
but like so it's like as you're playing as Captain Boomerang, you're unlocking loot for everyone. Theoretically, it's not just loot for Captain Boomerang. And at any time, if you were playing with four people, you could be like, I want to play Harley Quinn this mission, and you two can switch. And so you won't have skill points, but the way that the experience scales doesn't really matter all that much. The game does a really good job of scaling to different levels, from what I understand. And it's like you already have the equipment. You are equipping your character,
Entourage.
your entourage
Yeah.
as you play. And so like you can switch characters and
Yeah, you can
Not
like,
be
on the
gimped.
fly. Right?
you're not, it's not like Destiny like you're thinking, where it's like, we need a Titan, and if you went to make a new Titan, you're level 1 and you can't play the content. You
Yeah.
can still play the content with your friends if you wanted to
That
switch.
scales.
And then like, you know, I'm level 10 and you're starting at level 1. It's like you're going to get to level 7 in one mission because of the way
How
the
was-
experience scales.
Remedy is known for like good stories and characters. How's that?
No, this is not
Rocksteady?
Remedy. This is
Or-
Rocksteady.
Yeah.
Rocksteady. That's what I meant. I don't know why I said Remedy.
I think it has a little, I think people, it has a bit of Marvel fatigue where it's a little bit too quippy. But there are some genuinely funny moments that made me laugh out loud. And I think that the story is the worst part of it because
I mean, Suicide Squad was always irreverent. I mean, if is it closer to the James Gunn?
Yes, but
Okay.
but
That's
the
good, at
problem
least.
is the overall story is bad because it has to set up for an end game. So
your job- loop.
Dimensions coming into it,
yes, your job is to kill the Justice League
and you do.
because they're controlled by Brainiac, and then you have to kill Brainiac. But then, there's multiple Brainiacs in multiple dimensions,
I
and
think it was
because
a little
he's
tasteless
Brainiac,
to shoot Kevin Conroy in the head.
you don't shoot him in the head.
Yeah, no, Harley Quinn does.
Oh
It
yeah,
happens in a cutscene.
but
or
that was
something.
that was a clone. It wasn't the real Batman.
Also,
Of
it's
course.
for-
Of course, yeah.
also, it's foreshadowing.
I've got a lot to say about this game, but do you want to talk about it now or during worst game? It's up to you. Do you
We can talk
do you
about it
feel
during
that-
worst game. We can cut it now.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
That's what I was going to say. Like, regardless of how I feel about it, because I do have a lot to say, I think there's going to be much stronger defense of basically anything else that we've talked about so far.
Yeah.
Anything else we've highlighted so far. Yeah.
Let me talk about mouthwashing. I think
Yeah.
we should cut mouthwashing.
Yep.
Because it was an indie horror game, and I was told that the story was good, and I was surprised by how good the story was,
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
good the writing was.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think I was that surprised. I think there's other stuff on this list.
I
Yeah.
think that is a
We've
good.
talked about the story.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
talked about it in narrative. It won narrative,
It won
rightfully
narrative.
so.
I
Yeah.
agree.
He gave it
But
a
I
chance.
don't think it's.
I don't think it subverted expectations because I don't think that it came out of nowhere.
It had
and-
no expectations, but like the only way I knew about it was people telling me how good it was,
Right.
and then my expectations
Exactly.
were kind of met.
Yeah.
So it's funny. Life is Strange subverted my expectations. Well, Mad Jack didn't, just because you were like, you'd probably really dig this, and you were right.
I will say
Another recommendation that I have to, thank you for.
Mullet Mad Jack, I want to star because I don't like boomer shooters.
Okay.
I
Not-
wouldn't.
Hold on.
Okay.
I don't like the what was that, Fallen Aces?
Yeah.
Forgive me, Father. Like that, like 2D sprite, 3D environment.
Yeah.
Boomer shooter type game.
Mhm.
There's a lot of those going around.
I've
now,
been
but-
disappointed by a lot of them, and so when I saw Mullet Mad Jack, the only reason I gave it a shot is because I have been thoroughly disappointed by most shooter roguelikes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think that shooter is a genre that doesn't mesh as well with roguelikes as people think it does, because the way that you like manipulate the numbers of a first-person shooter doesn't really work in the same way it does a card game or
Yeah.
an RPG.
Right.
Nah, I think there's plenty of room to make a good one, even if it hasn't been cracked yet.
Yeah, they did. It's called Mullet Mad Jack. That's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at.
I mean, you don't have to twist my arm. I fucking,
But what I'm saying
I
is that
adore
like
this game,
I
like-
downloaded it because I was like, I downloaded it in a pool of first-person shooter demos for Steam Next Fest, first-person roguelike Steam Next Fest demos, and I played all of them. This was the last one I played, and it was like the clouds opened up and God shone His light upon me. Like I was like, finally somebody did
see,
it
it's
in a way that I like.
Okay, it's funny because for me, I was very excited for Angerfoot,
Mhm.
and they came out around the same time, and Angerfoot unfortunately did not live up
Mhm.
in the way that we wanted, and then this kind of just hit
Yeah.
with popped up in front of my face with a vengeance. Like,
That is funny how that happened because you were talking about Angerfoot. Like we saw the
I'm guessing it
the
did for others
trailer.
as well. It would have been chosen in our
Right.
fantasy.
I was gonna
Yeah.
play it, and
Yeah.
then it came out and it was pretty meh.
Yeah.
But then, based on glowing recommendation from this game, I played it.
Yeah.
So, and this is just like, it's just like 40 to 50 second levels.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It doesn't, and it doesn't wear on you.
I love
and
it.
yet it's,
In between, you're just like,
it's a
all
little
right,
bit
back in it.
samey,
Yeah.
but they also mix it up enough
Yeah.
where like the items that you're getting, because you have an item shop on the elevator going
Yeah.
from floor to floor. Yeah. I mean, I didn't play all those demos or anything like that, but
Mhm.
this was like a nice little couple hour, fun little playthrough.
Yeah,
So
short and sweet.
It's
And I don't know. Again, like I keep bringing this up, but it's like I don't know if this developer,
Hammer 95.
yeah,
I don't
did
think
anything
so.
beforehand. But
Mm-mm.
what a debut.
Okay. All we have left is Life is Strange and Buckshot Roulette.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in similar fashion to Call of Duty with Life
Well,
is
we
Strange,
talked
like,
about Buckshot Roulette. Do you want
Yeah.
to star it or cut it? I think I say cut it
I
with
don't
what's
think-
left.
Okay.
I don't think it hangs.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. Life is Strange is funny because the secondary studio has now essentially become the primary.
Similar to Call of Duty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yes,
what I mean.
yeah.
Yeah, that and each of them just felt like the warm blanket I needed right now. They were
Yeah.
both kind of cozy in their own way, and I mean, and yeah, True Colors was mad solid, but Life is Strange 2 fucking sucks. So this could have gone either way, and it's the best one of these since one, and a good sequel to a game that is very special to me. So it's like
I was very excited for it, and
I
my,
was
and my
too.
excitement was rewarded with a good game.
that's how I would define it. as
I
well.
don't know if it
It might not.
is
is
it
as surprising.
it's a
as-
degree of surprising.
Yeah,
Like, whereas you were excited for it and you were expecting to be good.
I was always
But
planning to play it.
And I
Right, but
also wasn't expecting the next Life is Strange from Deck 9 to be Max. That was also
No,
surprising.
I wasn't
Yeah.
either. And that was again a reveal that happened, and then in release same year.
Yeah.
But it
So-
just ended up being way better than you thought.
Yes, correct.
So, yeah.
But with some of the other stuff on here,
I would say way better than I thought. I would say as good as I could have hoped for.
yeah, all right.
That's the way I would put it.
So there are, how many have we narrowed these down to? Sorry, I just want to.
There's a
So we
lot.
cut Life is
8.
Strange.
Yeah, we've
So
got
there's
8 left.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
really?
here we go. We've
Yeah.
got Helldivers 2, Indica, Mullet Mad Jack, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Alone in the Dark, Balatro, Animal Well, and Silent Hill 2.
Do we want to do a quick round robin?
We got too many for that, you think?
On what we would keep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's everybody's top threes?
I'll go first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Helldivers 2, Black Ops 6, and Mullet Mad Jack are my 3.
All right. I'll go after you. I'm gonna say Helldivers 2, Black Ops 6, and Silent Hill 2.
I'll go. Animal Well, Balatro, and Black Ops 6.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to edit mine. Take Mullet Mad Jack out, put Balatro in. I changed my mind. Go ahead.
Okay.
Black Ops 6, Alone in the Dark, Mullet Magic.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to play that, but you folks have convinced
slick
me of
as
it.
fuck.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it sounds like it was like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew?
There are only 3 games left on here that I've played, but I'm going to pick the two of the 3 that I've played, and then I'm going to base my other one on your arguments. I've got Alone in the Dark, Indica, and then for the third, I might say, oh, man, this one's hard. Ooh, man,
Black Ops 6.
I'm gonna say Black Ops 6.
All right, so Black Ops is the top 3.
Is the top. I think all of
Okay.
us picked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's a top
Black
3.
Ops is the top.
Was something not picked?
Animal Well.
Animal.
No, I don't.
No,
think-
you picked Animal Well.
Oh.
Everything else was picked except for Helldivers 2, maybe.
No.
Randy picked Silent Hill.
No, me and Austin both picked Helldivers too.
Yeah,
did you?
we both picked Helldivers 2. Matt said Mullet Mad Jack. Andrew said Indica and Alone in the Dark.
Mhm.
Me and
Yeah, we said Balatro.
Sean said Balatro. Sean said Animal Well. Did you say Animal Well?
No, I said Alone in the Dark, Black Ops 6,
And Randy said Silent Hill 2. So
Said
yes,
Mullet Mad
everything
Jack.
got picked once at least.
at
But
least.
Call of Duty, and it seems like Call of Duty and Balatro
might be the two. Then.
and Mullet Mad Jack were picked the most, maybe?
No, because you went back.
Oh,
Did
I
you
went
go
back
Mullet
on it.
Magic?
Surprisingly, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
So
that
never mind.
even though that's
So
my game of the year.
Call of Duty and Balatro were picked the most, I think.
Okay.
All right, so let's start making some cuts, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Given the fact that I was the only one that voted for Animal Well, I want to kind of give it its due right now.
Mm-hmm.
We briefly talked about it, but it really hasn't come up.
And Andrew and Matt, you guys played Animal Well as well.
Yep.
So, but you,
I think at this point in the year, this was my game of the year.
I was gonna say
Yeah?
it's like I would not call it surprising. I think it was just like okay,
that's what I was trying to gauge.
Yeah, no,
was
it's like no, I would
shock
not say
value.
it was not. There was not a shock to it.
Okay.
It was just like it was like it's like unless you consider it shocking because it was like the first game from Donkey's studio, but it's like
Yeah.
no, I think it was I expected to be good quality. I think it was getting good press, and then it turns out yes, it was phenomenal.
So
I want to say not Donkey Studio. He did not develop it. He
No,
published
sorry,
no.
Donkey's publisher.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
I want to say
He did a really good job picking out a game
right.
to
So that's
publish.
where I am at with this.
Uh-huh.
That's where the skepticism.
When he first announced that he was doing big mode, I was like, oh man, like I guess if anybody, he's the right one for it, if I'm being honest with myself now. But at the time I was just like, all these YouTubers are just like spreading their infection across the video game world. But
I mean,
he is so goddamn video game guy
Mhm.
pilled. You know what I mean? Where I did not like. It's not that I didn't like Donkey's videos. I was pessimistic. I was like,
Mhm.
I like Donkey just fine. It's just a thing of being like, well, what the hell does he know about publishing?
Right.
But then also it's like, well, he's a public figure in the game space. Even if it's just as an entertainer, but it's like, well, if his job is to just provide like assistance in funding and promotion,
right.
then I guess that is
I was-
kind of
I
what
was
publishing
being-
is, and that's a
I was being
cooler
very
use
stuffy.
of your
I was
get
being
it.
very
But
stuffy
it's-
at the time.
It's a
and-
rad use of your
Me too.
powers more than most
Yeah. So
I mean,
I
I-
would say
content
that's where the
creators.
surprise comes
I
from.
doubted him. I counterpicked it. It
Right.
was the biggest mistake I made last year in
Right.
our draft.
And- So
I was surprised. I just have more personal surprises. That's all.
Yeah.
I think it's surprising.
yeah, no, I think it's surprising. I was floored by it. I think it's like I said,
I haven't
very.
played it, but I'm not even against it being here. Like,
It is very much a Metroidvania.
surprised me.
But at the same time, it's so much itself in a way.
Mhm.
It's a collectathon, it's a
Mm.
get this power up to go here and all that stuff. I don't know. There's just something there's something about like a charm about it, and also like no narrative. And as me and Andrew discussed previously, for me that was awesome. It's
Mhm.
explore, figure it out, blah blah blah. For him, it was like not so good of
Yeah,
an
I didn't like it
experience.
either.
So
That's why I didn't like it.
yeah, That's
Teach
just-
his own. That's not an indictment of the game necessarily. That's
you just gotta
and-
get good, I guess.
yeah.
End of the day.
I care too much about my feelings.
Can I poke Randy to perhaps offer up Silent Hill 2 in particular because you didn't you were still let down compared to what you feel about OG Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
So do you think that qualifies it for cutting?
So
Or
Just
or
to
your
clarify-
expectations
Let's
for
get
Bloober
into it
Solo?
now. let's get into it now.
Yeah.
We did
Alone in the
cut.
Dark did get more votes, which I personally disagree with. Nobody had the Silent Hill community, from what I saw
Yeah.
on the internet,
This game has been in the
had
crosshairs for
no
years.
hope. They were relentlessly mocking this game, and they were all very pleasantly surprised when it came out.
That's where I stand. Yeah.
I don't know how the Alone in the Dark community feels, because I don't know if the Alone in the Dark community
As a
exists.
community.
No, me neither.
So
Yeah.
not that they can't both be on here, but I think with the rest of the competition,
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a remake's job to replace the original, so.
Yeah, so the thing for me with Alone in the Dark, right, is that, not only were there all the red flags there, but we made it through the review period, right? The reviews came out and were largely not good. And then it just had this reputation after release of already being not good. But we are our own individual people that can come to our own opinions on things.
Yeah, fuck the
and I
reviews,
decided
too.
to play it anyway because I just needed what this game was offering, and even if it was bad, I was going to try it anyway. And it turns out I
Sure.
did not even think it was bad in the least bit, you know? Like, sure, it has
Yeah.
its own problems, but boy, like, my low expectations survived the review period, you know?
So we have
I was still
we
like,
have a
oh, this
Because
is
Silent Hill
good.
2, I just needed to know, and then I
we,
was
well,
like,
we
yeah.
have a debate between a game that didn't do well critically, but we all of us that played it liked it, versus a game that all of us that played it weren't huge
Over the
fans
moon.
over the moon, but the critics were.
Yeah.
So what's more surprising?
just
That's where
make-
that's where
you're
this
just
category gets
You're
dicey.
painting him into a corner, just basically forcing him to say it.
I kind of agree. Like, I'm not putting Silent Hill 2 in my top 3, obviously, but I agree
Yeah.
that there was less of a shot
Yeah.
that Bloober made a good remake of a game that nobody ever thought would get a good remake. I think
Yeah.
that's more surprising than the Alone in the Dark thing.
I never lost faith.
Personally,
I never lost faith.
in Bloober, you play Layers of Fear? That game
Yeah.
sucks ass.
With the exception of Layers of Fear, I did not hate the medium.
You didn't hate it.
No, I didn't. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah.
I enjoyed the Blair Witch game. I enjoyed the medium. You know, they were again inoffensive to me. Where it
No, this was just more punching above their weight.
yes.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
with that being said, yes, I totally understand what the expectations were.
yeah.
And the fact that they delivered on them was a surprise to, everyone.
That being said, they did have help from some of the original creators of Silent Hill.
Well, they needed that. I think any
know.
developer would
If
have.
Bloober had taken this on by themselves without that help,
If
I
any
don't think
team
this
did.
game would have turned out well. Yeah, well, yeah.
That's what I the help or no help. I think that put them over the hump, I guess we'll say. But yeah, they didn't have a pedigree to speak of.
Yeah.
So
Not
I don't
only
know.
did they not have a pedigree, they had a bad one.
yeah.
Yeah.
But so now what are you doing? Because like you're sitting here going, "What's better?" But and then you're like, "But against all odds, with the 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter."
Of the 7 that are left,
Yeah.
Silent Hill and Alone in the Dark are my 6 and 7.
Okay.
So
Really?
I'm leaving this up to
alright.
you
You're
guys.
playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah. I'm playing
Um,
devil's advocate a little bit.
I mean, I'll let go of Silent Hill 2 if it means moving on, but I guess
Does anybody? Matt, have we heard much from you on where you land on this?
Did you play Silent Hill 2?
I did not play. I
you
watched
played the original.
Yeah.
I played the original, but
Yeah.
it's like I did not see enough of the Silent Hill 2 remake that it was just like
Make that call.
to make that
Yeah.
call. To be honest with you, I mean, I remember what you had said about it. It's
Yeah.
just like
If you played the original, you played the remake. It's not like Resident Evil.
well, it's
Where
just like it's just one of those things. It's like, okay, if we're going by most surprising, the Silent Hill 2 original one was good. Would anybody be surprised if the remake was good? That's the way I go. It's like
Yeah, they don't remake bad games.
I know, but it's like think about this. We did not. The reason that we
Well, wait, yes,
banned-
they do, because there were other Alone in the Dark games before this.
Yeah, but they weren't
And a
remakes
lot
of
of
those
them were
remakes.
Wait.
They were all
but-
remakes.
But the reason that we ban remakes and remasters in our Fantasy Critic League is because there's too much advantage, because chances are they're going to be remaking a good game already, and so it's going to score pretty good points. Unless if you're Until Dawn, but
right,
just-
but like
Yeah.
with
You can fuck it up.
with the amount of fumbles that both Silent Hill and Alone in the Dark have, these are both surprising.
what was wait?
A different Silent Hill game is going to come up
It's,
later.
it's between Silent Hill 2 and which game?
Alone in the Dark.
Alone in the Dark.
How do you feel? You want to do a vote?
All right,
Yeah.
let's do a 5 vote of just these 2 games.
Okay.
Just for my own curiosity, because all right, so everyone knows I'm in the Silent Hill 2 camp.
Yep.
Alone
Alone
So
in the
wait,
Dark.
you're for cutting or for keeping?
No,
Yeah,
for
so-
keeping. I'm for keeping
For
Silent
keeping
Hill.
Silent Hill 2. Okay.
Is everybody else Alone in the Dark? Because if it is, then I'll.
I'm Alone in the Dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alone in
These
the
3
Dark.
are Alone in the Dark. I'm with you on Silent Hill 2,
All
but
right, I appreciate it, but
uh,
Andrew's the clincher here, so
all right.
I think Silent Hill 2 is going.
okay.
All right.
I think Alone in the Dark deserves it. Yeah.
Then it sounds like is it Helldivers, Black Ops 6, and Alone in the Dark?
I mean,
Why would you jump to that conclusion?
Balatro got a bunch of votes
Oh,
as
it's
well.
Balatro.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Then yeah, Balatro.
I think we cut. Now, I'm proposing this. I'm not saying we do it, but Indica and Mullet Magjack. And
Yeah,
leave,
for the same reason, right?
Yeah, Indica and Mullet Mad Jack, and then leave the 4.
Okay.
Yeah,
and then
I'm with you.
and then I think it's, if I'm remembering the votes, it happened a while ago, but if I'm remembering the votes, I think it's between Helldivers and Alone in the Dark. Because I think Black Ops and Balatro got, well, no.
Yeah.
Balatro got 2. Black Ops got the most.
Yeah, Black Ops is a top
Black
3.
Ops is locked.
Yeah.
So just putting it this way, right, is like Indica, Mullet Mad Jack, and Balatro are all here for the same reason, right? Like, we had no expectation for them whatsoever, and really enjoyed them. But I'm going to throw this out here, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to say the heights to which Balatro soars are maybe higher than the other two.
Yeah.
I would have to agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we'll keep Balatro and cut Indica and Mullet Mad Jack.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so
that math checks out.
with the
Makes sense.
minus Call of Duty, we have Helldivers, Alone in the Dark, and Balatro.
Correct.
Around the room with 2 picks.
One. Well, you 2 out of the 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing.
I mean, we kind of already know.
We already
do
know
we?
who the winner is.
Well,
yeah.
I'm saying
No,
Balatro
no,
and Helldivers.
no, yeah, well, because
Well, that's
here's
what
the
I'm
other
saying.
thing is, it's
I
like
think it's gonna be
people have
different.
different number ones, where it's just like not as many people chose Helldivers 2, but I feel very strongly that being the winner, in my opinion.
Helldivers, I'll say this. I put Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on here.
Yeah.
And apparently I sold it so well
No, it sold
Yeah,
itself.
that it's a
it
lock.
sold itself.
That it's a lock.
I listen, I played it very recently. This is fresh memory, and I'm like, oh, this, I would actually say, while playing this, I was like, oh, I see why this is so surprising. And I
Yes.
was like, I was genuinely, I was like, oh, yes, this is delightful.
And
Yeah.
I've enjoyed the arguments for Alone in the Dark. So is it Balatro that goes?
I'm saying I'll cut Balatro.
You think so? Okay.
You
Um,
gotta be crazy.
But
Wow.
I mean, if
But-
this happens, it'll definitely come up elsewhere.
I am proposing that Helldivers 2, despite Black Ops being a lock, Helldivers 2 is the winner.
Whoa.
That's how I feel as well.
Whoa.
Because that's my one.
Yeah.
My 1, 2, and 3, as evidenced by the vote earlier, were Helldivers, Black Ops, and Balatro, and Helldivers is my number 1.
Okay, you know what?
Whoa, hey.
All right, go ahead.
Already cutting Balatro off
I'm not
the
cutting.
list.
I'm not cutting Balatro.
No, not you, Andrew.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I heard one other voice and then my own inner voice agreeing with what Austin was saying. So
Yeah, well, you gotta make that inner voice outer so you can rally the troops.
okay. My outer voice is saying that made a lot of sense to me, and I heard Matt agree.
How is,
Do you agree?
At least on cutting Balatro. Whether or not Helldivers 2 wins, I think we need more discussion. But
I mean,
I have so many hours
my top
in
3
Balatro.
are in here.
I played a roguelike for over 100 hours. That's unheard of for me because I am so hot and cold on these. So personally, yeah, I get that not everybody should like resonate with the fact that I think card game good, but like
I think a lot of people
God
resonate with
damn,
that. Actually,
it's so fucking good.
Sean, if you look at my top played list on Steam, it's mostly roguelikes.
I know,
And I am not
because you have a problem.
I am not exaggerating or anything when I say that Balatro is the best one that I have played
So how does
in recent memory,
so how does that
except
get
for
kicked
maybe Hades. But
out? So how does that get kicked out of your top 3? Great, and Alone in the Dark game's good. Great, awesome, cool, we love it.
Sean's getting ornery.
Yeah, great. Oh, they stabbed at this 4 or 5 times in the past. They finally got a 70 as an average review score. Fucking
Not even.
swish.
yeah, I don't even think.
Not even it was in the 60s. Yeah,
I liked
Yeah,
Alone
is
in
it-
the Dark too. And earlier when I was like
better choice.
positioning and like kind of going like
I'm trying to be
me.
political here, Sean,
Yeah, well,
because
have you seen
my
the state
top
of this
3
country's
are-
politics?
my top 3 are Helldivers, Call of Duty, and Balatro. I'm all for Balatro.
I just don't think I did not enjoy Alone in the Dark, but like Randy said, it's no RE4. You know what I mean? It's
in some ways, I'd say it's more successful at scratching the itch of the first game than Resident Evil 4 would be. Like that's kind of.
but
the
I don't
thing,
have
right?
the
It's like
history. I don't have the history,
that's-
so that's obviously
No,
why it's lost on me.
I don't have the history of Alone in the Dark, but it's like Resident Evil hasn't been like Resident Evil 1 since the first Resident Evil. like even the ones that are like kind of close, like 2 and 7, it's like they're still missing some crucial components that this game picks up, right? That even Signalis
You have to clarify
picked up in our previous
with
years,
the
right?
2002, not the.
Or sure, yeah, I didn't play the PS1 version, but yeah, exactly. It's like so I
Because
played the
back
remake
then
of
you still
Resident
had
Evil 1.
Code Veronica and after that 0. But.
Yeah, they really never made that kind of Resident Evil game since that remake, at least. I can't
Not
speak
to that
2 and 3
not
on the
to that
PlayStation
degree.
1.
I just was clarifying.
And I'll also clarify, like, in the interest of fairness, this game, Alone in the Dark, is not as good as the Resident Evil remake from 2002, right? If we're being, like, totally honest
Few
about it.
things
However,
are.
A couple Resident Evil games are better,
every time
actually.
Sorry,
we're not getting into that.
Evil game, No, that's like, because that's apples and oranges, and that's kind of the point, is that it's like, they're taking inspiration from the games that play like Resident Evil 2 or whatever, but this one is still doing the, finding your way around a big escape room house like Resident Evil 1
this
does.
is the time of the segment in which I fall to my knees as the last one upholding. Is there anybody else that thinks Balatro should be top 3?
I mean, me.
Right.
But
you got like,
I think.
But it just feels
I'd be fine. I'd be fine with it.
For the sake of just like,
I'm
not
like,
against it.
I am getting prepared.
Balatro is my
I am getting
Returnal for this
prepared
year.
to use all my political weight throwing behind Balatro in the last category.
right, but why doesn't it get both?
That's
And
if
and
it's
like,
the most surprising game, it wins most surprising.
I know, but I think that like I think that all of these are good contenders for most surprising.
Except for Alone in the Dark.
No, I was very surprised by Alone in the Dark.
At this point,
Yeah, let's cut Balatro and I'll half-heartedly be invested.
It's
the
my
rest
game of the year,
The rest
Sean.
of the voting.
I also
this?
cut my game of the year from this
Yeah.
category earlier.
All right, yeah. For the sake of like getting on with it and everything like that, let's move into crowning the champ.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not
Balatro.
Alone in the Dark.
no.
No, of
Doesn't
course
sound
not.
like it. Yeah.
Is it Call of Duty or is it Helldivers 2? Do
I
Can we
wanna-
take a vote?
you want to take a vote? Because the vote's probably going to be.
God,
Yeah,
man,
but
I
it's
need a
probably,
second to
it's,
think.
it's probably going to be for COD, but I
But
think Helldivers
I think
is-
me and Randy apparently we did a better job selling COD than we did Helldivers 2.
Well, Helldivers
no,
is a
again,
different kind
it sells
of
itself. You
experience.
guys
Yeah.
didn't do anything.
Not on
Call of
Game
Duty
Pass.
6
the
campaign is awesome.
It is.
Yeah.
And it's fully enjoyable.
I think it's-
as far as like
for
the
me,
multiplayer and the zombies. I
It's
can't
like,
tell.
oh shit, they made a really good one of these again, and then to the other one was just like, oh, they completely reinvented and made a sequel that for
right, but they made
for
a
years, I
really
thought,
good
look-
one of these.
they.
You know what I mean?
No, it shouldn't be understated.
After
I
like a
agree.
decade of diarrhea shoveling,
Yeah.
like
I
so.
wouldn't go that far. But yeah.
Dude,
Sometimes.
okay, I'll put it to
Some
you
of
this
them,
way.
yeah.
I don't play multiplayer because of how much that game has pushed me away from it.
I agree. Until now.
It
I play this almost
Nobody
daily
else
still.
did.
I played it today.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't.
In a sea of just PvE co-op games, Helldivers 2 is like.
Why don't we real quick? Why don't we take a vote?
All right,
Helldivers.
Helldivers.
skip.
It's going to be a tie then.
Well, wait.
No, because I'm still thinking.
Okay.
Because I played both.
All right, come back to you.
Yeah.
Andrew, what's yours?
Call of Duty.
I stuck
You
in
could
the
go
middle.
either way.
I could
I
go
mean, you
either
played
way.
both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I played both. I could see either way. I think I could see Helldivers too. I could see it.
Yeah, I was leaning more Helldivers than God.
Yeah. There you
Hey!
Hey.
All right. Helldivers 2 is
It's
our
like-
biggest surprise,
I-
followed by Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and Alone in the Dark.
go. I did not. When I do think about this, and it's just like, yes, it was pleasantly surprising.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I think what you said, it's just like a sequel to a game most people didn't play on Xbox.
Yeah, that's
Live.
a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like, and it turns out it's like it
Yeah,
is. Too.
PlayStation.
The sales manager at my work came up to me and asked me if I had
Exactly.
played Helldivers 2.
That's
and I was
that's
like,
the
yeah.
metric.
It's kind
that-
of crazy that they even called it Helldivers 2 rather than Helldivers
That's
colon
the crazy
something.
thing. The metric that's lost here is that like Call of Duty sells well every year,
Yeah.
so it's hard to gain a metric of like how many people got brought back by Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
But it's like,
It's
yeah,
not like the
this
most played game on Steam for a while.
a sequel to a isometric shooter that kind of took off on the PS3,
Yeah.
being one of the biggest most
games
popular
of the year, yeah.
selling game, like Sony's biggest hit for sure this year, which is wild.
When we went to when we went to that game, and it's also the only thing that's going to come out of that online initiative to survive. But it's when we went to that the GameX convention, there's like cosplayers.
Yeah.
Like, there's people playing covers of the theme song. Like
They even put it in that secret level show and ruined the bit. Remember that?
Oh my god, I don't want to talk about that. But it is time for the inverse, the other side of that coin. Most disappointing. What dashed your hopes in a negative way, what didn't live up to those expectations, it basically what let you down. And as a group, we have nominated 17, so we're thinking more positively.
Nope,
this year.
16.
16? What?
You have.
Yeah, you don't count.
There's
you
a
don't count
title
the title
row.
row.
Spreadsheets. All right. The Plucky Squire, Angerfoot.
Randy hates numbers, you guys.
Yeah, it's true. Star Wars Outlaws, Earth Defense Force 6, X Defiant, Harold Halibut, Tetris Forever, Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, Multiverses, the 2.0 relaunch version,
Yeah.
Arzette, The Jewel of Faramore, Lego Horizon Adventures, Stalker 2, Shadow of Chernobyl, Crow Country, Still Wakes the Deep, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, and Astrobot. One of you motherfuckers.
Oh, that was
All right,
me.
I'm coming alive.
Oh, yeah,
No,
yeah.
I'm coming alive.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this just off the list right away. Lego Horizon Adventures. Bitch, it's a Lego game. It's a motherfucking
Yeah.
Lego game.
It's
It's not
yeah.
even a bad one.
It's worse. It's Minecraft Dungeons. It's boring as shit.
No, it's not.
You
It's a
grind out
Lego
these short
game.
level- a Lego game does not have only 4 characters in it.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. With
That's
okay.
that's the opposite of what you want.
I
in a Lego
understand,
game.
but within the
weapon
confines
pickup
of it
system
being
sucks.
based on a game in which
Boss
you
battle.
only play one person, like, give it a fucking rest. This isn't like fucking Lego Marvel where you can play 7 million fucking unwritten superheroes, dude. It's a Lego game.
Yeah, and it's a
Did you play this
bad
one with your kids, Sean?
No, I played it by myself.
How do you
They
play
ruined the
it?
experience. No, but like no. So I'm not defending this because
No,
I
it's-
like Horizon,
yeah.
and I like Horizon like a lot.
Me too.
I'm not defending this because I like Horizon. It's a motherfucking Lego game, dude. You get what you're signing up for.
It's full price Lego game.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Aren't
it'll
they
be
all?
discounted to
Yeah.
90% off in a year.
Not the Switch version.
No,
I'm
definitely
with, I'm
not.
with Sean on this one. This
Fine,
it's a Lego
alright.
game.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not fucking digging my heels in on
No,
this.
no. It belongs on no list, but most disappointing.
Than most no list.
It
game.
is forgettable, just like all the previous.
Yeah.
Can I bring up one?
Yeah.
Still Wakes the Deep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I backed you on this, but like,
I know. I've been vocal in my dislike of the Chinese room on here before, but this one was a shame to me because I really like the setting and setup.
Yeah.
For the story. It's a great concept.
once the monster came in and it became Amnesia, I
Yeah.
fell off. But
solid
I
voice
loved the
acting,
intro.
all the Scottish.
yeah.
Yeah. But then
I
what else
didn't
would they
hate
do?
this. I like.
I know
this-
you did.
Yeah, my
like-
roommate Jimmy really liked it too.
It's,
couldn't get through it, fell
I
off.
think it's the best game the second best game that they've made.
Masquerade, the Bloodlines, Vampire.
Wait.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
Did they
Comes
do
out, but,
the battle royale?
Wait, is this
This is Chinese room.
This is Chinese Room?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
Yeah.
the best
Weird
game they've
name.
made. For some reason,
Yeah.
I got them confused with Frictional, and I was going to say
well,
Soma.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Here's
Yeah,
the
it's
thing
not
is
bad.
that like Bloodlines 2 could be the best game that they ever make so far, and it would still probably be worse than Bloodlines 1 is really what's going to happen. But
I mean, it could
I
be the
don't think
best
that's
game that
likely.
they've ever made by a country mile and still be worse than half the games that come out on
Yeah.
a regular basis.
But yeah,
That company
let's
sucks.
cut it though.
I
Yeah.
honestly
Did it pay off at the end, Sean? Like the story and everything?
uh,
It's a neat like backdrop.
it's yeah, sure. Like I don't know. It's for me. It made me want to play more run and hide survival horror games.
Have you ever played Soma?
No, I haven't.
All right, you definitely played.
No, but
It's
like
really good.
I don't. I didn't play Amnesia, so I didn't get that vibe here. But I was really into it. I don't know. It's
Okay.
just like there's an interact button. So yeah, for the most part, it's a walking sim. But
I'm
I
looking
think it's
for
fine.
easier cuts.
I can think of a couple. X Defiant.
I was just about to bring up X Defiant.
Okay.
X Defiant is the most 5 out of 10 there ever was. It's completely okay.
It was
I'll be a
genre
bit
of video
disrespectful to the Clancy brand. But yes,
Well,
exactly. Its main problem is that there wasn't enough there, and Black Ops 6 stomped all over it. So,
that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that they're like, we'll make free to play Call of Duty,
It's
and
totally
in a
serviceable,
world
but-
where
We needed that.
well, in a world where like the Call of Duty's been dropping the ball so much,
Yeah.
it was just like, this is pretty good.
I didn't
And then
play it.
Black Ops 6 came out, and you're like,
Like,
oh
never mind,
no,
I'm never touching that again. Yeah.
oh no, right? Treyarch can make a Call of Duty game, and fuck X Defiant,
Also,
and then they shut it down.
Complaint I have about PC games: if the company wipes the game from their client, it makes it very hard to try and find and uninstall it.
Well, yeah, that's a Ubisoft
When I
problem.
realized, I was like, why is there 60 gigs taken up by a game I can't find and no longer launch?
Turns
EA?
out if you download a beta for a game and then they remove the beta and put the regular game in, it's also hard to find an uninstall button.
But
Ubisoft Connect
I went
sucks.
to add or remove programs and I was like, uninstall it, and it was like, well, it's not there in the client. So, I was
So
like, what
Randy's
the
shit list, EA,
Yeah.
add Ubisoft.
fuck?
Oh, Ubisoft's been on everybody's shit list.
Yeah,
they're
listen,
going bankrupt.
yeah, you can.
Are
Well,
they?
they're not going bankrupt. They're going to buy themselves private and then then go bankrupt.
Sony's
a few
gonna buy
years from
'em.
now.
I got two other easy cuts. I shouldn't have put Crow Country on. It's fine. It's better than average even. It's just I couldn't get over the choice of art style. It's not what horror games
really?
looked like back then.
No,
It's a
but I'm way
PS1
I'm way
homage.
into it.
No.
Yeah.
It's so they're going for like the Final Fantasy overworld aesthetic, but all I see is
Yeah.
like is Roblox.
But they
Is what I'm calling it.
they also have the because
Didn't
I've
work for
only played a half hour of this game, but like
Yeah.
the gimmick to the art style for me is like, yeah, they have the Final Fantasy characters, but the backdrop, what would be pre-rendered in a PlayStation, you can rotate it because it's rendered.
No,
in
that's
3D,
cool. I'm
yes,
saying
you
like
know?
there are no
Yeah.
PlayStation 1 horror games that look like this for
I-
a reason,
No,
and that's
but-
because it's
yeah.
if you it's because it's not scary if you make your characters.
I
look
agree
like,
with you.
Sure.
I did
Yeah.
not like the art style.
Yeah,
It was very
it doesn't-
off-putting for
Alright.
me.
Fair enough.
It's unique.
It's getting
it makes
cut.
it stand out.
I did not. I
different.
played a couple hours of it, but I was.
The free aiming, like they tried to do like the RE4 aiming style in the Ice
It's
Mission,
like
which is kind of
It's
Yeah.
like I feel like I hate that the most. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's like if there's one thing you're gonna not take back, it's please don't make it the fucking mechanics. Dude,
if you're doing fixed camera,
we've
just make
come
it a lock
so
on.
far, yeah. But yeah, I don't think
All right.
it's
No,
it's
no,
totally fine.
Yeah, it's decent.
Randy,
Can we-
I've got my cursor on Tetris Forever here because you were also positive enough to be surprised by it. Do you think it hangs here, or do
You
just-
guys want to get into that this early, huh?
Just let him
Well,
get it out of his system.
Yeah, if you just want to say why you were disappointed, but do you also agree that it probably doesn't make the top 3 most disappointing?
I think it's his most disappointing.
I think it is my most
Yeah.
disappointing.
Okay, then never mind. We'll come
this
back
is
to
what-
this.
Okay.
Well, no, maybe
Um,
he should get it out because it stinks like shit in here.
Okay, all right. Well,
If you
if
just-
he's not willing to cut it, I'll highlight it, and then we can have the discussion now and then see.
All
how
right,
how goes
it's for
later.
that's purely personal reasons.
No, I get
You're
it.
gonna have your Lego Horizons moment in a minute.
Well, do you want to talk about it now or later?
I'm gonna keep that one in the pocket for just a little bit longer.
Okay.
I want to do some, even if it doesn't make it into the top
All right,
3. I want to.
I got a question, and then we can get back if you have any more easy cuts. But
I have one more.
so Multiverses 2.0.
Oh yeah. I mean, if
Um,
this could win the category for the most nefarious business model
Exactly.
or the
Yeah.
most deceptive beta ever,
The game isn't bad.
no, it's everything surrounding it that is.
It's just that it is
Trappings.
the
Yeah.
most nefarious live service thing I think I've ever played
yes, it's fucking
in a
egregious.
Smash Brothers game, and the fact that they took away the ability to buy the character so you can play it locally with
Yeah,
your friends.
play them offline.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
They
Well,
changed
so-
it from a $40 purchase for all the characters to a $10 per fighter purchase, which is insane.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that is
And the
what?
only other way to get them is to grind out these gems
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
in the single player mode, which are impossible to get unless you spend money on upgrades.
It's so
I'm
it's
sorry.
fucking insane.
No,
There is
it's
literally
actually-
no way.
Rewind,
it-
I'm sorry, real quick. Rewind a second. I think I coughed over it. You said turning it into a $10 per what purchase?
Per
Character.
fighter.
Yeah.
Per
Per
fighter.
fighter.
Okay, so
Yes.
Yeah.
on a roster that launched with like what 20, you're saying that
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
basically actually cost $200.
Oh my
no,
God. More or less.
No,
Yeah.
no, because you get
It was a
you
flat
get
fee for
2
40.
for free, and then you but it's
They
actually
couldn't even
wor-
bother to
it's-
give you like 4 out the gate.
or
for
I
a
forget
4-player
forget
game?
exactly, but no, it's even more deceptive than that because when I was playing it, I unlocked like 3 or 4 characters really fast,
Yeah.
but then the slog from that
it gets
It
way
gets
harder.
insane.
It's
Oh
because
my
they
God.
give you a bunch of those gems to
Yeah.
buy the characters. They're like, thanks for trying our game. Here's a bunch of, and then
Yep.
you buy the
Or
characters.
do this quest, this mission, this
and
mission.
then it got to the point
yeah.
where, like, when I did try to grind out and get this roster, and I didn't even come fucking close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where when I got enough gems to get a new fighter, I didn't buy one because I
Yeah.
was like,
Yeah,
I
what if
could
you
be
want somebody
potentially
else?
wasting money on a
Yeah.
character
'Cause-
I don't like to play.
Exactly.
did
What
the
if you buy a
rotating-
character and you're like, well, yeah.
They did the
you need to do some
rotating
training modes.
roster, right?
Yeah.
So you got to try like 5 out at a time, but
Yeah.
then the next week it would reset and then it'd be a new 5. So
They
if
just
you-
and that old version is no. So what happens if you bought the $40 one?
you get all the characters,
yeah,
right. Okay.
but there's no longer an option
you
to
can't
do
actually.
that.
Yeah. Right.
yeah.
You're grandfathered in.
You're
Yeah.
grandfathered into the old
Man,
pricing.
they shot
but-
themselves in the foot
My
with their greed on
God.
this one.
No.
It's,
Yeah.
So is
that's
this a lock so
yeah.
far? Like, I mean,
I-
not
I-
a lock.
Oh my
but
God.
We're
Well,
not cutting.
I
yet,
was
rather.
asking. I was asking.
Is
I
it
am
more
not,
appropriate for worse games?
I was
I'm
gonna
just-
say, yeah.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in. I'm not disappointed in the game, but because of how much I enjoyed the game, I was horribly disappointed in the change in
The
business
model.
model.
Also, how is this doing?
awful?
No,
Like,
it
what the
di-
fuck?
It's dead.
Yeah,
it's
that's-
dead. Yeah.
Every
I hope they're
good
proud of this.
Smash like
The
gets
game
about a
went
week
back into the
to
like
a month.
Yeah, but the whole point of featuring a roster like this is so that people can play all their favorite characters.
So
Let me
Chosen.
let me throw this in right now, okay? As far as you know, whether or not we keep it for most disappointing, it's not like if we're saying that biggest surprise, right? Like is positive, and most disappointing is the inverse of that, right? I'm
Yeah.
not surprised that the business model is nefarious here, and some of
Me
that does
either.
come to.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm also not going to be surprised when this happens to 2XKO because
Uh-oh.
you've got this free to play model that happens with live service games, largely championed by League of Legends, right? As far as like how the unlock systems go. And League of Legends for a long time was doing a character every 2 weeks, which is a hell of a cadence, right? Like it really is. And when you get down to what makes a fighting game different, and if you're trying to even come, like not even just match, but if you're trying to come close to that kind of character release schedule, right? Like Street Fighter has basically an army, like by comparison to what we had on Rushdown Revolt, making characters. They only get out 4 a year, Like already on the dev team for Rushdown Revolt, like there were discussions about what can we change about this game that might help us to get more content out to keep people, going potentially, right? Like that kind of conversation happened. And some things we agreed on and other things we didn't, and it ended up being pretty standard in the end. But yeah, that for a lot of reasons, there's just no way to match that cadence in a fighting game. And the only way 2XKO is going to keep a standard live service release schedule going that can use that kind of business model that works for League of Legends is if they've got a ton of characters in the tank, right? So maybe that lasts them a year.
I mean, judging by the
at, like,
leaks,
a
there were
faster
a
than
lot of
usual
characters
cadence.
in the tank for
But that-
multiverses. I don't know
well,
what
yeah,
happened
like-
to them, but
Well, what I'm saying is that it's like this genre, you can't. I mean, like a live
do it
service
this way.
and how you monetize and release content for a live service game is causing problems in all sorts of games right now. Because it just is not sustainable, but it's even less so in a fighting game than it is for usual, right? Like for other games, other genres. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it ended up being this because I saw what they had in back when I thought it was a 1.0, but apparently it was a beta. I saw what they had
Well,
back then, and I was like,
fucking- it was sneaky,
yeah, they mulliganed it, but like yeah, even back then, I could see which way the wind was blowing, and I'm not surprised that this is what it ended up being when they relaunched. So
Yeah,
if we're saying
that-
it's a
that was
difference in
why-
surprise,
WB,
that's-
man.
yeah,
That was why I was asking
decision.
that was you got at the question I was gonna ask, which is like
Oh, wait.
Mhm.
He flipped to B and a D.
I'm more. It's more thing was like my expectation versus reality was kind of on par. It was just the thing I was disappointed in wasn't the game. It was just the money.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Ugh,
you were
boy.
just like disappointed in them, like morally, like as people.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm disappointed
so
in you, my son.
from-
Yeah.
well, I think we can cut that.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
definitely hangs more in worst game.
Yeah,
Yeah, it could.
I was
I did
gonna
not
say-
put it in worst game.
I did. I did.
Oh,
Okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, that the thing you just said bumped that up from disappointing to just like
Egregious.
egregious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I got 2 easy cuts. I'm gonna do. Stalker 2, we can lose this. Maybe Stalker was never for me, but as a Metro and Half-Life
that's my
fan,
suspicion.
yeah, those trailers were definitely signing checks that game couldn't cash. And like, hey,
Well, they tried to make it look more like Metro
They
when
did.
it's actually more like Fallout.
yes,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they're like, here's all our most narrative and exciting character moments, just all like in this montage. But they don't show you as just endless traversing.
Also,
and
they
fumbling with
developed it in the middle of the war. Give
inventory
them a break.
management.
And
I
bolts?
know, yeah. Well, that's why I'm not gonna complain about it being buggy because I have the utmost respect for that. Like, they deserve a medal for even getting this finished and out the door.
Yeah.
I'd call it a miracle, but they worked hard as fuck. So
You tried
Yeah.
developing a game where you got bomb alarms and fucking buildings.
yeah, I think one of their creative directors was killed, so I don't feel comfortable with this being on here.
That's fair.
Yeah, no.
So why'd you put it there?
Yeah,
because it was boring.
Yeah, Jira ticket status will not resolve reason bombing.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yikes.
So I know that was dark, but
And the other one, I was gonna let guys is EDF because look, I get it. I'm a mark. They've been
Speaking of nefarious
They
business
have been
models,
releasing the same game with minor tweaks since 2007, and I've embraced it thus far. But when this finally got to be too much for me because they took years to develop this and longer than normal to translate it for some reason or localize it, and then when you buy it full price, there's no new classes, and it takes forever to even see the newer weapons or enemies. I don't know why they would bury the lead like that. in an
That's the
action game.
last straw.
Like the co-op is still great, of course. I love what they do with the aerator, but they got to move on from these assets. I can't defend them anymore, and it makes me sad. I fucking love EDF and make me hype again. It can continue to look and run like shit. Y'all just need more content.
Can you?
'Cause this is a little bull. I know you played some of it with us, Matt, and it was just like
wait.
EDF.
Earth Defense Force 6.
It was a lesser EDF 5.
So-
Yeah, in a lot of
This game has always struck me as like a question mark because of how like it's embraced by you, a person who absolutely hates shit like
I
asset
see
reuse
the hypocrisy.
and
yeah.
brainless game loop and all this
Yeah.
other stuff. But
it's co-op.
it's co-op. I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, co-op.
Big bug.
Yeah.
I mean, it is like shameless reuse. It is like
Yes.
it is like I think they color swapped it and that's
Yeah,
it.
that's
Yeah.
right.
They
It's like
clock
the joke
in
for
for
the-
1
the
month
joke
a
for
year
the
just
longest
to
time
fucking
is
print a
that
disc.
you're like, when they released the second one in like 2008 or 2009,
Yeah.
you're like, man, this guy looks like the old one. And then by the time you're on the PS4, you're like, this looks a little bit like a 360 game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now it's like we're like generations past that.
Okay, I think
You know?
this stays. I think.
I don't know. I think
this stays.
I think it just is
No,
what it is.
no.
I
If they
think
didn't
it's-
have a
I think we
long-standing
cut it.
history
Yeah.
of doing this.
All right,
I've
all
just
right.
been coming back to this like an
Yeah.
abused child, and I think I'm finally
He finally
running away
came
from
back to an
it.
empty
Okay.
bowl, and he's surprised.
Yeah.
right.
He
yeah.
he should be more disappointed in himself than the game is what we're getting.
Yes.
Maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got an easy cut. RZ, which is the
I was
only
going to ask you
game
about that.
It's the only game I nominated for this list because it was the only game that really disappointed me this year.
What more did
but,
you expect them to do?
it's-
Because I think what was delivered was exactly what was advertised, in my opinion.
So we brought it up in aesthetic because
Yeah.
boy, this game had a mission to nail its aesthetic, and it did, right? Like,
Sure.
But the thing
Which
is
we
that
didn't
when
mention-
you do that aesthetic.
I'm sorry. I just want to
Sorry,
say we
you didn't
didn't
mention
actually mention in aesthetic
gameplay?
that it's based on Zelda: The Wand of Gamelon.
Yeah, no, I think we did. The CDI.
I thought we
games.
did.
We mentioned it off air.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay.
We mentioned it when Matt was going to the bathroom. I had to cut it because there was like
Oh.
noise happening. So I just wanted to bring that up
okay.
for people listening.
Well, yes, the Wand of Gamelon
Thank
and
you,
the
editor.
faces of evil and Hotel Mario. But,
Yeah, so it is those CDI games with animated cutscenes
To a
whatever,
T,
right? But
yeah.
and it nails that art style like to a T. And it is a great joke for people like us who are so in it in like video
Yeah,
games
the
and,
game's
and
a
the
bit,
history
yeah.
thereof that we know that these three games that probably only like I don't know 10,000 people have ever played, right? Like I don't know.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
even that we still
I
know
pointed
what
out
they're
it's
talking
the
about.
memification
thing
of
is-
them, yeah.
Right, and like the thing is that those games are bad, and so
They are,
when you mimic
yes.
the aesthetic, of bad games, that affects things like screen shake and hit stop and hit effects and sound
Yep.
effects and things like that.
Yeah.
And those all affect the intangibles of game feel, and so ultimately by sticking to that aesthetic, the game doesn't feel that great to play, which I think is fine for a joke. For
Yeah.
about 90 minutes, and it's about 3.5 to 4 hours. And so, what I really
I
wanted
think
out of
we
this game was for
100%ed
it
it,
to
didn't we, just
escalate.
for the fuck of it? Yeah.
I didn't 100% it. I just saw credits, like
No, I'm saying I
and,
think we did just because it was so like pass the controller around and it was very basic, but it was I'm with you. They faithfully made kind of a bad game better and functional.
And it's like after they had some actual game design as far as like how the structure of it was and everything.
No, they totally did, but it's not like the jumping and
after an hour and a half, I was like, you need to show me something different, right? Like, and just to hold the newspaper up to the screen or whatever, right? Like, I just played the first Pony Island yesterday, right? And that game is trying to mimic a few different eras of video games with its own spin on things and all sorts of shenanigans.
But it doesn't overstay its welcome.
No one part of that game lasts for too long. So I would have liked, I don't know what they could have done. Like, they could have done just about anything, but I would have liked after that 90 minutes if they subverted my expectations, kind of like in a Spec Ops: The Line sort of way.
Yeah, it's like you think this is this, but actually,
exactly. It's like for the first few hours, it needs to be that generic game before it turns into something special, right? And like, I think it's okay if this had to be that bad game for a while before it could turn into something more special. I do think it is special for the joke, but the joke does outstay its welcome. So anyway, we can cut it.
No, I'm
because I would even still recommend this game to people just with that caveat. Is really what I'm saying. Too. So
agreed.
I got one that we can probably cut.
Mm-hmm.
Had a conversation about this about Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Yeah,
it's still very good.
It's still very good.
Yeah, it's still very good, but in well, maybe not cut. We'll see. In honor of disappointing, it is not bad, not by a stretch. It's still Elden Ring.
Yeah.
It's still one of the best games I've ever played.
Yeah.
But one of the things that made Elden Ring so good was the exploration. And the way that they adapt, and Matt's solution to this, the way that they adapt it to be like, no matter how long you played Elden Ring or how much you leveled up, you're all on a level playing field at the start, was to make you find these shadow tree fragments,
which are just items scattered about the world.
Yeah, and so that like, but they're by like major landmarks.
Yeah.
And so instead of like exploring and running into a monster and having the thing kick your ass and being like, oh, don't go there. It's like, no, I have to get past this frustrating monster because I have to find another fragment so that I can get leveled up so that I can beat him. Because it's not about, it takes away some of the like, go somewhere else and try something else feeling of Elden Ring.
Okay.
Where like, I found myself frustratingly running from whatever the equivalent of bonfires are, what is it? Site of Grace. Site of Grace to Site of Grace, just like looking for fragments because everything I was fighting was too fucking hard.
Yeah.
And in Elden Ring, if everything you're fighting is too fucking hard, go find something that's less hard to fight and then use the souls you get from that to
level up and
then go back. But in this, you can't level up and go back because leveling up does nothing. You have to find these fragments, and it really drags on the Elden Ring formula.
Yes. And also, it's like that pretty much means that it's just like
interesting decision. They don't tell you where they are. You have to.
No, you got to go. It is somewhat.
I also mentioned landmarks. So
they're by landmarks and after boss fights and that sort of thing. So it's just
that makes you skip all the nooks and crannies.
All the nooks and
crannies. Like they're not well hidden, and you know they're not well hidden, so you're going for landmarks, essentially.
There's no point to go check out the tiny places.
Yeah. My only counter to this is that it gives you the freedom of like, not the freedom, but it almost puts the whole DLC on a, all right, go do what you want to do and how you want to do it. You know what I mean? Because I don't think it does. No. So whereas like you were saying in the base game, it's I have to. Oh, I shouldn't be over here.
Yeah.
And that kind of course corrects you. Whereas in this game, the beginning is hard, and by the end, if you have scoured for all of them, it gets a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in the effort to not put you on a specific path, because like with the tree and Rosalina, I think is her name, and you have to defeat her and then you go to Mesmer and then you burn the tree, or vice versa. I fought her first, then I went to Mesmer. That's the path, right? That's the content gate.
Yeah.
But with this, it's just kind of like, I think it's the best way that they can implement something like that.
Well, when we and Matt talked about it, Matt was just like, just let me be overpowered. Like,
Yes.
like,
yeah.
like if somebody's level
But that's-
700, let them go into the DLC as level 700. That's
Yeah,
their fucking
That's
fault.
their
Yeah, like
and it's just like
because the
they
game
chose
has
that.
an estimated level that you're supposed to be at
Because
to beat
of-
Elden Ring. It's
because
like
of-
level
yeah.
135 to 150 or something
Mhm.
like that. And that's about where I was. I was like
Yeah.
level 140
Yeah.
something.
At a certain point, I just got enough of them, and then it wasn't.
I know, but the getting them was the problem. Where it was like
Yeah, well-
it felt like a checklist in a game that I applauded for not having checklists. And then once I
Yeah, I
completed
get-
the checklist, then I could play the game,
Yeah.
and that was kind of frustrating.
I feel like in
Still
truth-
amazing.
Yeah, go ahead,
Boss
Andrew.
fights are great. You know, everything's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and this was sort of a whisper down the lane conversation that I had with Austin because he had already had this talk with Matt before he and I talked. Was that it's like when you shift this, level up mechanic over to the item, which, not to brag or anything, but I was okay with the challenge, right? I because I had already beaten the main game and I was looking for that extra challenge, so that wasn't the problem for me. But the way that they changed the leveling system does mean that you no longer have any incentive to fight anything in the DLC that isn't a boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's like, okay, why should I stop and fight these guys if the runes don't matter at all? I should just run past them, which you tend to do after you've already seen everything once, but it just completely eliminated that part of the game. And the other part, too, is that, and we'll get into this when we talk about Dread Delusion on Best Game this year, but Elden Ring is one of those games where you see something, a landmark in the distance, and you're like, wow, how do I get there? And then you, find your way around the map. And there is still an element of that here, but this DLC really wants to put up a stop sign and say, nope, not that way. Nope, not that way.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, you spend so long just trying to find the way that they want you to actually traverse.
It seems
to
like
that
the
thing that you
antithesis
saw.
of Elden Ring.
Yes.
Dude, it did feel that way. It is disappointing for that reason because it feels that way. I am also in favor of cutting it from this list because it was still one of the best games.
Because the game is still too good.
Yeah, it's still amazing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
when you
better
make
than
it
all these
worse-
other games listed. Yeah.
Right, it's like when you make a worse version of one of the best games ever made, it's still going to be pretty good.
Yeah. I guess one of the things too,
that's going to come back up again.
I'm not just a
That's the
blind
Tetris.
like, oh, they did what they could with what they had, blah blah blah. But because there's a point. Mild spoilers. I'm not going to go into detail, but there is a point where you go to a fucking cliffside and there's 8 of them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And it just them just slamming so many on the ground did kind of feel like, okay, halfway point. Okay, halfway
but-
point, and now you're going to catch up, and then whatever is in front of you,
Right.
really don't have to
But
worry
that's
about
kind
it.
of like when a game has a kill yourself and respawn mechanic in the menu because they know their game's too buggy to function properly. You know what I mean?
No.
Where they're just like, we designed around these fragments, but what if somebody just never finds them? Here's a bunch of them at a main store.
I
Yeah,
see what
to
you're
be so
saying.
point,
Yeah.
I see what you're
It's
saying.
like
I don't know.
it's a way around what
I
if
feel like
somebody
if you're
doesn't
playing
know
that
about these
game,
things.
you
Yeah.
know what you're in for. And
I
then-
know. That's kind of Dark Souls' whole ideology.
Yeah, it gets cut though because it is.
It's still Elden Ring.
It is.
Yeah.
Even the worst, even maybe some of the worst decisions in the DLC are better than some
Yeah.
full-fledged ideas.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
As a statement too, it's like I've played all of the FromSoft games, including their DLCs. I will say I think every single Souls DLC never lived up to the base game, except I hear for the Bloodborne DLC, which is the only one I didn't play. And it's like apparently I did not
You gotta
play
go
the one
back.
that was worth, but it's like I can think of every single other DLC I've played for a Soulsborne game. I'm like, I did not have a great
Don't worry,
time
when they
with it.
when they do the remaster,
there's a
it'll be
modern
packaged up.
version coming for sure.
Yeah.
Miyazaki didn't explicitly say he's not letting anybody else touch it, and they got too much on their plate. He did not explicitly say that. Keep holding out.
Okay, so we are cutting Shadow of the Erd Tree.
That is
Right.
gone. I got 2. I think I can knock out.
Is one of them Dead Rising?
No.
Really?
Hmm.
I was gonna bring that up.
Well, I was gonna. Should we
You
trim?
can go. You can go with what you were going to go with.
Well, I know you played both of these. So Angerfoot
and Pluggy Squire.
and Plucky Squire.
Yeah, I was proposing that neither of those
Yeah.
Kangs.
Plucky Squire, I still feel tricked by those trailers. Apparently, I was the only one of you.
Yeah, I think
assuming
you were.
watching two characters walk and fight together meant co-op, and I was
I
wrong.
don't know where you got that from.
Yeah, me neither.
The trailers, there's two characters running
Wait,
together.
Is that why it's almost disappointing? Because you can't play co-op in the trailer lied
Yeah,
to
he
you?
wanted to co-op it.
No, I mean, I did, but that's half on them, half on me. But that aside, it's too cutesy and slow.
It's fine.
They came up with such a brilliant hook. It just didn't have I didn't have the patience to stick with it. And
Yeah.
platformer puzzler shouldn't be that talky unless the writing is real killer like Psychonauts.
Angerfoot is more disappointing.
It is, and because it's far. Here's the thing: there's a good game within Angerfoot. It's funny. Like I just think it's far too hard, and the structure sucks. Do not make people replay levels to continue forward.
Well,
just
so
to pad your shit.
it's interesting. Sean brought up.
Amen. By
Yeah.
the way, sorry.
Sean brought up in most surprising. We were talking about Mullet Mad Jack. How short the levels in Mullet Mad Jack
Yeah,
are. After
There's
a
no
certain
time to get
point,
annoyed
after a certain
or
point
bored.
in Angerfoot, they all felt too long.
they do. And,
For a
and,
game-
and if you die in the last room, then it's like, all right,
You got to restart.
back to the beginning.
You die in real life.
It felt like a game where they like at the beginning of the level I'm like okay, and then at the
Yeah,
end of the
like, this is
level I'm like
great.
this needs to
Yeah,
end.
I
So
got it. I'm
real
ready
quick,
for
because
it.
I didn't play it. Is it first person Hotline Miami?
Kind of.
That's what they're going for.
Yeah, that's what they're going for, but they failed.
But can I put different animal masks on to give me
No.
different
No,
perks?
and
Okay.
so
you could
Does
put
it have a
different. You could put different shoes
No,
on.
no,
Does it
but
have a killer soundtrack?
Yeah, it's
not-
pretty,
not
as
Hotline
no,
Miami.
no,
Killer
nowhere in the tier.
soundtrack.
No,
No,
not
very
even close.
few games in existence have
Yeah,
as good a
exactly.
soundtrack as Hotline Miami.
I was playing Mullet Mad
It's the
Jack,
fucking
and in
best.
my head was playing dum 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 dum.
Yeah.
No, here's the thing. It's actually the opposite in this. The extra rewards. Well, no. In each stage should be bonuses, not requirements. So instead, it's debuffs. So it's
Yeah.
like if but you're debuffing yourself. So like you beat a stage and move on, and then you're like, oh, you're gated. So all right, what do you do? And it's like, well, now play through this level without shooting your gun. And you're like, well, I don't really want to. Shooting your gun's fun. And you're like, well, then you're not going to get this star, and then you can't.
Yeah,
or,
what
go to the next
or
world.
the
Like,
other
it's
the
another-
other objectives are like beat the level in 4 seconds.
Yes.
And the only way to
Yeah.
do that is there's a window in front of you that's small, and the finish line is on the other side of
So
it.
you have to like.
But you
yeah.
have to get shoes later on that you cannot get in that first world that make
Uh-huh.
you smaller so that you can jump through that window.
Yep.
Listen, if
So
you
So
make
it's just it's
Yeah.
like it, and it's like so it's gating
Maybe
you
don't
by
even
these
wanna do a
stars, but
run.
half of the stars you can't get until you get past
Yes.
the gate.
So it either because at first I was just getting all 3 stars, but then they force you to do a run in a way maybe you don't want to. But then also, like Austin said, it's like I was like going crazy. I was like, why? How am I not able to do this? And I looked it up, and everyone's like, yeah, you got to get this. And I was like, where's that? And they're like,
How the hell was
2
I supposed to know that?
Exactly. Yeah. And it's and like. Why have a ranking system if you eventually need them all to be an A? Why do you have a 3-star thing when you have to?
Here's the thing. I hate when games grade me on a star system.
Yeah. Oh god.
I fucking hate
It
it.
is
Yep.
annoying.
Stop doing it because
It's
the
frustrating.
fucking chemicals in my brain get all frustrated when I see 2 out of 3 stars, and then
yeah.
I just stop playing your fucking video game.
Yep.
Whereas Hotline Miami uses the Devil May Cry letter grading system, and that I am okay with.
Also-
yeah, yeah.
also-
These get degrees.
Also, funny
Well,
enough,
somebody did well in school.
funny enough, I think Mullet Mad Jack has both stars and letters.
Yeah. But you know what? You know what that doesn't matter for? Anything.
Yeah,
'Cause
no.
Mullet Bad Jack does a lot of shit that doesn't matter.
I
All
just
you gotta do
I
is
got
kick people in
I
the
noticed I
fans.
got bronze timing on every
I don't-
sequence of 10,
Mm.
but
Hotline, it was funny. I actually, like, first run, I was getting C's, and then I went back, and I was getting some B's in some ways. I was all right.
Yeah, you get
sounds
better.
like me.
Practice makes
in high
perfect.
school.
All right, so yeah, no Angerfoot or Plucky Squire. I believe
Wait.
in the top 3.
We've got very few locks so far.
Yeah.
Very few that are sticking around.
Well, you want to
Very
talk
few-
How
about
angry-
some locks.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So is
Yeah.
this? Should we give Austin and Sean their aside for Star Wars Outlaws?
Dude,
Yeah.
this game fucking sucks.
yes, as a
It's
person who's
so
beaten it,
fucking bad.
I
Thi-
just
this was
I-
like my most anticipated game of the year.
Yes.
Mine
January.
too. It
Uh,
fails on fundamentally every single level.
unfortunately, Ubisoft being Ubisoft in the worst fashion possible.
Yeah,
Mm.
it fails as an open world game. It
couldn't break
fails
the
as a
spell.
stealth game.
Mhm.
It fails as what I thought was going to be a
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars game that
Is that
doesn't have lightsabers in it because Darth Vader comes in at the end. Spoilers.
Are you serious?
It
That's lame.
fails as it like it fails to look good. It fails to run well. Like all of the open world objectives are terrible.
Yep.
Both the ones that you stumble upon and the ones that you're told to go.
How's the gang system like?
Bad,
yeah.
exploitable and bad. Like you can just like, you'll just be like, it's a neat idea at the end of every mission to like somebody to come up to you and be like, I killed that guy. And they're like, okay, so you can tell the guys who gave you the job that you killed that guy and you'll get the regular reward, or you can tell this other crew that you did it and they'll give you a better reward, but you'll lose reputation with the other ones. But then if you reject that offer, you lose reputation with this ones. And eventually you just come out of you have to like do the math to exploit it in a way where you have good reputation with all of them. Otherwise the game gets more frustrating because every base, every room that is territory of this gang that now doesn't like you becomes a stealth mission that sucks ass and doesn't work.
There's a wanted system.
There's kind of a wanted system. Yes, you have. So if you're me, you don't pay attention to any of that shit. You pick one, you ride or die, and then everything fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Because
you just have 3 times the amount of stealth that you have to do to do regular missions.
And also, not to mention, I didn't have even that much in there, and then I just wanted to change my mind. So then whatever the outcome was, I was like, oh, I'm just going to go this way with it because I just liked it more. And then you get more favor, and then it pushes your favor down with the one you actually want to have favor with. All of this to just introduce a 4th faction later in the game. And then you kind of, like, I just shifted all the way to that. And it's like, I literally had zero care.
Not to mention the fact that Star Wars is a world full of very cool guns, and this game limits you to one gun.
Yep. I was afraid of that from the trailer as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
You could pick up the blaster and stuff.
Yeah, but
like that.
You can pick up other guns, but if you have to go up a ladder or jump down a ledge, you have to
does
drop
that
it.
as well. And
Right, but Indiana Jones populates you with enough shit where it's like the next room will have a frying pan. Like maybe you don't get to keep the sledgehammer, but the next room will have a frying pan.
Or a crutch.
Whereas
or an
this
umbrella.
game,
didn't they patch that in this game?
So much got patched.
So much got patched.
They changed the way the stealth works.
All of the 4 stealth missions are gone.
Like, okay, the best strategy is you fail stealth and all these stormtroopers start shooting at you. So you hide behind a barrel on top of a ladder and you just sit there and pop out and shoot them as they're climbing the ladder, right?
Sounds riveting.
But then they come from another direction and now there's a pile of assault rifles sitting at the bottom of a ladder that you can't use because if you pick them up and try to climb the ladder, you'll drop them. And now they're coming at you from the top. So now you have to drop down and get an assault rifle and hide behind a barrel and shoot them while they're climbing the ladder. And that's the only way to beat the fucking mission.
This sounds great.
And we should mention for stealth, excuse me, for stealth is if you get found, restart it.
Restart the mission.
Oh, yeah.
Not
as a checkpoint.
Damn it,
book
Fisher,
it for the fucking
Yeah.
book it for the fucking ending. Or I was in a mission towards the end of the game where like I stood up and walked into a vent and then there was a guy behind me I didn't know and I'm literally done with this sequence, walking to the next, restart.
Yep.
Man,
they point a gun at you and you go like this and drop your pistol.
Come on.
You hold your hands up and drop your surrender and then they take fucking money from you, which is a very valuable resource in that game. And then, so then you can't buy upgraded weapons if you get caught too much because they keep taking your fucking money.
What happens if you eventually just run out of money?
You got to do side mission. You got to go play fucking Pazak, which is the best part of the game, by the way.
Yes, it is actually.
So a video came up on my YouTube feed, and it's just like why Star Wars Outlaws is baddest in the title, and and the video is a cutscene of. It's just a cutscene, and you're like walking into like a jail, and you need to talk to the sheriff, and like I'm watching this, and I'm just like, towards the end of it, I'm like, I want to stop watching this video. It's agonizing. But then halfway through the video, it cuts to the exact same setup and scene from Red Dead 1. And it is like you are locked into this scene. You want to watch more of this Red Dead scene, and you're like, oh my God. I was like,
They just juxtapose them back and forth.
They juxtapose. I was like, I never realized how much you can write something, and it's like you are so invested, and then you can write something that is so stale and so bad that you're just like, please just put this away from me.
The more and more I learned about it, the more videos I saw and reviews I read, podcasts, let's do conversations with you guys. it just pushed me further and further away. Because
you would hate this.
That's what you said. Because I felt so starved. Like after getting my heart broken following the cancellation of both 1313 and that Project Ragtag thing, it was like I thought this was like they were going to be back. Like it's like finally it's a Star Wars story that takes place within their seedy underbelly. That's like my favorite shit in Star Wars, like bounty hunters and gangs and stuff of that universe.
To the audience, I just want to let everybody know, I did try to sit him down and tell him to brace for bad news, but he wouldn't have it.
Yeah, I know. I was a first rounder. But it's like, hey, there's none of that Jedi mysticism bullshit, just crooks and guns and chases. And yeah,
turns out the whole game.
How's the ship combat? That end-up trailer from E3 was awesome, and the visuals and the sound design.
The ship combat. We didn't even talk about that.
That stuff.
It's all right, except for the fact that you don't do it that often.
Right. Yeah.
And when you do it,
there were so many aspects of the game I was dreading and did not want to engage with, which is the fucking the mini game within the game. Not a fan of games within games. Put them on the outside.
Unless it's the Pokemon
or Blood or what Queen's Blood.
Queen's Blood.
Or again, and then the fucking flying. I notoriously in space games, for me, well, not notoriously, but I just get me from fucking point A to point B.
Yeah.
Like 9 out of 10 fucking space games have shit combat, or space combat. This one was actually good.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to do it.
And then the upgrade system is also you have to do side missions to get upgrades.
Right.
You like if you mainline the story, you're just never gonna upgrade your character, which makes it harder. And
so it's no sci-fi GTA.
No.
This game is
no Rogue Squadron.
This game is a menagerie of interesting, quarter-baked ideas that all fucking suck. It is so like this game. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but this game is the definition of this fucking category.
So this is.
Also, this is why women leads have bad reputations.
No, poor Kay. But is it a checklisty, like a map? It would be map game.
Yeah, but it's all like
it's worse than that.
I just know how samey the encounters
baseless and useless and not fun. Like taking like a little outpost to jack it for some fucking info. It's just boring and not fun. And again, if you line up with just one faction, you're driving through fucking like the open world. It becomes not so open because every time you pass a fucking different faction, they start popping off at you, and then you're locked in combat.
You cannot take a lot of shots before you
die.
No,
yeah.
All right, so obviously this stays, but I have two brief questions, real quick. Is the story the narrative? No,
sucks.
All right, what about the sexy robot that everybody wants to bang?
Sexy robot?
Yeah. Doesn't she have like a cool robot friend and wears like a cloak? He's on the cover of the box.
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
I've
seen sexier robots. You play Atomic Heart, yeah.
Look, the internet was all.
I'd rather fuck the fridge.
Honestly, same.
Yeah.
In a world where an open, well, I guess not so open world, but like Jedi is good. You know, I want more of that. But this, I want 10 times less.
This was supposed to be the antithesis, though.
Yes.
Jedi is the game where it's like, you want your lightsaber fantasy? Here you go. We made a Metroidvania Dark Souls, and it's like sick.
Yeah.
And this is like, oh, you want your GTA Uncharted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Star Wars game where there's no lightsabers and it's all guns?
In a world of
here's a shitty Splinter Cell that doesn't
in a
work.
world of GTA meets Saints Row reboot, it is so more Saints Row reboot than it is anything.
Saints Row
GTA.
reboot is better.
Oh, man.
I mean, I might even fucking agree.
Holy shit!
You take the bugs of both out of the equation. I think the Saints Row reboot has more going for it.
Holy crap!
It's
All right,
I cannot overstate.
With that, let me cut Dead Rising, and then me and Matt will fight about Astrobot.
Okay, do you have any words for Dead Rising?
I do. So I want to name this as like an honorary award for possibly the most useless remaster, and also the practices behind it, like the intention. Because me and Oz have talked about this. So Dead Rising is a 360 title that I adore. I bought it when it came out, along with its sequels. Then I bought it again when it was remastered on PC. That version launched for $20 before being revised permanently to $10, and it's often on sale for $5. Why the fuck is this so-called deluxe edition a full-priced release with less content, and along with alterations to that content in certain ways that I don't agree with? And here's the shittiest part. Frank is entirely revoiced the new performance I did not care for. And his face model was changed to look different and more busted. But don't worry, because if you want OG Frank, you can buy it or upgrade your purchase for $20 more. Like,
Yeah, the
Okay.
$80 version,
I-
you get the
I
old
hate
model
that.
of Frank. Yeah.
what the fuck? And also, like, I'm not falling for your... I love Capcom, but, like, to be
Also-
like, you have to buy this game for a third time just so you can internally, like, justify a sequel? Like, make a Dead Rising 5 and I'll buy that.
Or they're
Also-
sending out
convince a
those.
friend, too.
They're sending
Also-
out those surveys.
This is a
What
game.
would you like to see most?
Exactly, yeah.
This is a game where part of the charm and humor of it is like you're in a mall so you can change your outfit, and they
Yes.
sold like 20 outfits.
Yep.
So
I
you have
saw
to
that
pay
too.
another $20 to get
Get the
all
Mega
the
Man
new
helmet back,
Yeah,
yeah.
all the new that's what you're saying about cut content.
Yeah.
Like you
But it-
can't dress up like Mega Man or Servbot anymore unless you spend money.
But I don't get, like, if you have a Steam account and you type in Dead Rising and you see this, why would you not buy the one for $5 that is the exact same game?
I mean,
It still
not,
looks and runs great.
Not
like,
knowing anything about it, I am prone to be like, well, they remastered
I
it,
know.
so I might as
So
well play
they-
the
Also,
remaster.
it's Capcom.
They adjusted the levels in this, so it completely breaks the pacing of the rewards. And they also downplay the time mechanic, which...
Sean hits on exactly what I
It's
wanted to say, which
Mhm.
is that this is the first time I've been disappointed in a Capcom remaster
Yeah,
or
they
remake.
usually
With the
slay
exception
it.
of maybe RE3, which it depends
Even
on who you ask.
RE3
Oh,
is
that's
so
still-
much
yeah.
better
Yeah,
than
it
this.
is
Like,
because
almost remade.
I didn't know anything about this, but
just compared to 2.
this
it's
is
so
all
different.
just like
Mhm.
really predatory.
It's very
bullshit.
funny too, because in that it also like you beat the original fairly recently, Matt. In this, it's so funny. It's like Dead Rising 1 is like the manual saves and the stresses of the times missions are a big factor in what made that original game so like quirky and special and weird.
Yeah.
And in this, it's like you take one photo and then you just level up like 4 or 5 times. It's like you kind of overcorrected
Yeah,
this.
you
like,
overcorrected it.
yeah.
Yeah, there is a masochism to the first one.
there
that,
is. And you're meant to fail. You're meant
and
to
you're,
replay
and you're
it.
meant and you're meant to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just like that is, I think,
It's a roguelike.
I guess,
Kinda
yeah,
is,
it kind of is, yeah. I
Not
mean,
really.
not really. It's
It has
yeah.
some of that DNA in it, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you were meant to fail. You're meant to keep going. You're not meant to, like, if you fail and reload, it's like, no, keep going, and then next time you'll do better and better, and that's the idea.
Exactly.
And you already brought it up, but just to hammer the point home, I am so fucking sick of companies using remasters to
As
be
a
like,
way of, yeah.
well, you didn't buy the remaster, so we're not making a sequel. And it's like, go fuck yourself. I already played the original.
Yeah.
Make me
Played the
another
ori-
one.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
played the original.
And
yeah.
that's a really old practice too, and it's also probably why we'll never see another Darkstalkers. But
Yeah.
But this is also
yeah.
the same company that has a proof that if you make a great remaster, you'll sell fucking loads of this game, and people will want the next one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a huge bummer.
Yeah.
Can we talk about Harold Halibut? that
Do we
is,
want
like,
to do the Harold
sure.
Halibut conversation or the Astrobot conversation first?
All right.
I mean, there's no way Astrobot stays on this list.
No,
like,
no, I
Yeah.
It's
just
delightful. How could you?
I just wanted to kick Astrobot in the balls.
I
It's
know.
all right. I'm sorry. I did not.
I'm so shocked it didn't connect with you. Like
it
is.
did not.
I
no.
just-
It gets
I-
you and gets it out. It never does the same thing for more than a couple minutes.
So Matt,
Jump cut.
Matt doesn't.
Jump cut. Matt's in front of the TV just with a frown on his face the entire time.
It's so
me and,
cute.
Me and Matt talked about it. Like I don't agree with at all with it being on most disappointing, but like there was this kind of what's the sterility
Yeah.
to Astrobot where like
Mm-hmm.
it felt
Interpretation.
somehow felt a little bit more corporate and a little bit more sterile than Playroom did to me, and I like played through it, thoroughly enjoyed myself, loved it, put it down, forgot.
I think
Like
me-
it didn't hit.
Maybe it doesn't have the staying power, but
I
that's
know
bec-
it didn't hit me in the same way a lot of these other games.
But that's
did.
because like Astrobot is more tangible. Like it's not an emotional game. It's not. It's just kind of like all.
Well, I'm sorry, I have emotions.
I agree. I have emotions too. There's a reason why it's not my number
Doesn't sound
one. or
like it.
anything. But it's like it's less about that and just more about like here's what mechanically is so sound and how to move in a 3D space and like
It's more-
here's all these ideas implemented like super well.
The problem that I have
celebrating
with
PlayStation's
like
history.
I am not against Astrobot like winning Game of Year, Game Awards or whatever. It's that thing that we talk about where it's a game nobody can hate.
Yes.
And it's which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but
it's not. But
it's also not
safe.
It's safe.
You'd have
it's
to
not
be
taking any risks.
Yeah.
And like the other part of that too is just like, I don't know.
I also like seeing something use the PlayStation 5's fucking feature set.
Yeah, like a fucking microphone.
Anything like it's like a DS. But it's like now everything is so homogenized and games are designed to be on every platform, and it's like, well, this one at least feels like it's giving that stupid looking box some identity in my house.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like, which console are you playing on?
It's
like, you can barely distinguish.
Before we let Matt take the floor real quick,
Thank
the
you.
other thing I was gonna say is that there is just this.
Fervor.
I don't want to get into too political, but there is this
Astrobot, very
backlash.
political.
There is this backlash in the games industry to like people trying interesting things.
Yeah.
And when I say like, it's just fun to me is like I played Astrobot, I loved
it's a little
it,
shallow,
but it's a little shallow, yeah. Where it's just like nobody can hate it because they're just making a video game, and what are video games? They're just toys, and they're fun, and it's like as evidenced by narrative and character.
Astrobot, but a lot of the people that
are.
think that are like over celebrating it are also come at other games for trying risky stuff or focusing on storytelling and and
somebody who was like Astrobot's my game of the year might also be a person who's be like I played Indica and it was kind of like boring or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just because Indica's trying a lot of shit and it's throwing
Just in a
spaghetti at
different
the
way.
wall and a lot of it sticks, but not with those people,
So I would say, I think I talked to you about this, you, Austin. I would describe my experiences with that game as it felt like I was playing a Funko Pop game. That is really because it's
It
like
does
you're
look
just
like a Funko Pop guy.
Ooh.
Well, there
Yeah.
is a Funko Pop.
No.
I
game
know,
that just
but
came out this year.
wait, and two, I would say, as compared to the first one, there was a heart to the first one that I felt was missing. It felt like you said, just very. It's like it was just very. I don't know. Go out and collect the. It's like, okay, cool. They look like these characters, but I didn't really get much from that. And three, I would say, Randy, I disagree. I think that game is very repetitive. That is, I think, the biggest
Really?
problem I had with it.
But
I think the game is very.
I
repetitive.
I
literally
disagree with that.
I
Do you not
disagree with
like
that.
3D? Yeah,
It never
platform?
overstays its welcome.
Yeah,
Each
the level-
mechanic is varied. Every level is just as long as it has to
Yeah,
be.
they're like 2.5
At the
minutes
end,
long.
you
It's
literally
fun,
have a new mechanic in the form of like
too short, like 5
God of the
minutes.
War or God of War and whatever.
Ape Escape,
Ape Escape and all that.
Horizon, yeah.
I think the pacing of this game could not be better. I think out of all the things, if you want to complain about, there's no way the pacing is not good or stale or samey.
And I think there's also a
It's-
lot of heart in that, like that ending, like,
Yeah. But I do kind of agree that there is a certain charm to like the playroom is like focused on like PlayStation hardware,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
and this is focused on
the games,
the
themselves.
characters,
The characters.
and it is a diminishing returns thing.
It is.
I
Yes,
agree.
it's a diminishing returns. Yeah. But
Oh,
anyway,
man, that Uncharted
I think.
level
Listen.
was dope.
I
The
know,
fucking
I
God of
agree.
War level was dope.
Okay, yep. I think I just wanted to.
No, I know you said you're.
I just.
But we can cut it, right?
Let's cut it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted.
Okay,
Yeah, I wanted to make my
by-
statement.
By process of elimination, that means our last one must be Harold House.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so let me say I have been following this project for many years, and like the sheer craft work of this, like with that first trailer, I was like, whoa, and the vibes, it gives off the impression of like what would happen if Wes Anderson made a video game. The impression, but you know what he excels at though, writing characters, dialogue. I don't mind the pacing being slower in your narrative adventure game. If any of those things were good, like, then
Is he known for frame rate?
all his games are 24 frames.
Yeah, but because not only is this a boring, pretentious slog, it's not funny, it's not witty, it's not clever. In my opinion, it is.
Is
like,
it heartwarming?
No, nobody in it is
it look
likable
good?
or relatable.
It just
Instead,
seemed-
you get a mumblecore chore simulator
Yeah.
with gorgeous vehicles that result in terrible input delay and frame rate, and detailed environments that you can interact with, aside
Yeah.
from like 1 or 2 objects per room.
Yeah.
And then it's like the puzzles are non-existent. Like, really, if you could even call them puzzles, it's basically like click this item
Or
and
this,
move
do
it.
that.
Are they
Yeah.
dioramas?
Yes.
Oh.
And that
You know what else had dioramas? Like a Horizon.
So
no, these were real dioramas.
Yeah, those were fake.
Yeah.
No, but they built. I thought. Never mind.
But sorry,
Doesn't
which
fucking matter.
I
We'll wave past.
I could swallow but a lot of that negative shit, but if the story was more enticing from the beginning, because I still think the setting is great. The Earth is destroyed and the spaceship that's searching for galaxy new home, crash on water planet, and other remaining humans live in this ocean. Cool. Then it's nothing but you lurching around this facility. Like, I think they might have patched it to make the walk speed slightly
faster.
Yeah. But it's
all right.
Yeah, it made me supremely disappointed. Thank God for Game Pass, otherwise I'd be pissed. And I don't get it because there's so much.
Let me ask a question.
Also, last thing, you're the main protagonist is like a naive idiot.
Yeah,
like subpar voice acting all around. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. But
wait,
that's the key to gives what Wes Anderson movies such impact. Like
the early Life is Strange games,
performances.
that was also the case.
Of what?
The main character was a naive idiot.
You're gonna say Max is an idiot? I'm gonna punch you.
They're all kids, man.
So I have we still haven't talked about Tetris, and it's already our third.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna propose something. Uncross out multiverses.
Okay.
And then you pitch Tetris Forever, and we'll see if
I can fuck with that. I actually, looking at the stuff we crossed out, I thought similarly.
Yeah.
Where I was like, was I too quick?
Are we? Yeah,
because we saved Tetris Forever till the end, and we ended up cutting everything. And I kind of agree with all the cuts except for multiverses.
Okay, then let's pull multiverses back. So, because Tetris is a hard one. So, all right, everybody get comfortable.
Yeah,
this is something I've been wanting to get into since the recap. But we decided to save that rant for this.
You have 2 minutes.
All right.
I'm just kidding.
Clock starts now.
I also should have specified on there that this is Tetris's 40th anniversary. So happy birthday. Now, obviously, I was just over the moon excited when this was announced, and the interactive documentary stuff is fantastic. Like it's the actual in-game library that I have a fucking problem with.
It's part of what got Atari 50 in the top 10 last year.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah. But for starters, the bulk of many of the most influential and memorable versions of Tetris are downright missing. Presumably because of licenses. They've never actually stated that, but it has to be.
It's Nintendo's fault.
Yeah,
there's no other explanation.
This not only, includes or excludes
fault.
the NES and best-selling Game Boy Tetris.
Oh, wait, yeah, can I make a brief aside here?
Yeah.
A brief aside. Several weeks after this game came out, I think the NES version of Tetris went on Switch Online.
Yes. Yep.
Curious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep. And so those are not in here. But also anything and everything Nintendo or Sega, Atari, THQ, Ubisoft, EA, or Microsoft published. Any of their contributions to Tetris in the past.
Which leaves very little.
Very little. So, and instead of being able to even play like the original arcade version or Tengen or Grandmasters or Plus or the new Tetris, Tetrisphere, Tetris Deluxe, the DS Worlds, even Tetris 2, like you're given a collection that exclusively sticks to the works of Bulletproof Software, and I think a couple from Spectrum, nothing from Mirrorsoft, which is also a vital part of that story. But the rest of these, like on the timeline, though, like these games I just shot through, like they're discussed. So it's weird. Like it makes it all the more frustrating. If it's almost as if it's teasing you, but it also it's not telling the same story that they are. If that makes sense, like you can fire up a digital recreation of Go, in this Tetris, but like. And the reconstructed port of the Electronic 60 original is super cool in the academic sense, but the remainder of these offerings, however, are like, they're primarily from the focused releases that never made their way to the West, that are clones. Like, Tetris Battleground is clear, that's the shining star here, but like, despite them not even translating it.
And the original one.
And the original, yeah. I agree. But I'd happily trade the piece of shit Apple edition, the one that can't even make squares line up correctly for one of the several Hatrises
or one of
sorry Lexi, but
half of the fucking Bombless, like half of
there's
it's
like
Bombless.
6 Bombless games and and one of them even says I'm off my script here, but it's like in the description it's just like, oh, this is the same as the other one, but there's like more levels now, and you're like, wow, I'm glad you fought to get that in here. And it's
well, I mean, yeah, that's like, I understand. Once again, this is one of those things where it's like, as a consumer, you're disappointed with what you got in the package.
Yeah.
but like, yeah, the reality is they didn't fight super hard to get it. It was a package deal, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's what they could get.
It's a big issue. So I would trade the majority of this
Also,
stuff. It's like for
listen,
the Windows 95 version that they've included for a while, but it's like, I don't know.
If I was into Tetris like you were into Tetris, I would love that it came with the shitty Apple II version that can't make squares. That sounds great to include in this package.
It's like here's where it gets like really unusual though. Like, if you've only got bulletproof software stuff, like, then why not like Weldtris or Wordtris? Then those were official sequels to Tetris that Alexi made, and it's like, okay, here's Hank Rogers Go, but like you're not going to put Alexi's other games. Yeah. Like, I know you don't have Hexic because I guess that's Microsoft. I mean, this all stops in the 90s anyway. But like, all right, so I'm done. Like, you know, I'm done with that stuff. Or like, you know, ranting about all the what's missing. But there's also no. I don't think the emulation on a lot of these is very good. Or at least there's not like there's no sound mixing options. There's no control customization. And even on the forever mode they made, it doesn't play great, and the novelty wears off after you see the 3 total flashback modifiers.
Yeah.
And as I earlier, when a complete lack of saves. Like I told you guys, I beat Battle Guide to unlock the characters, and I couldn't reset it to play them since it erases the data. Which those old that's a glaring fucking oversight because that the OG cartridge didn't have. So it's like, have you ever beaten an NES or SNES game and you get to the credits, it's like, thanks for playing, and you're stuck on that screen until you reset.
Yeah.
But it's like, so in Battle Gaiden, if you beat it and then you reset it, a little battery would be like, you beat the game and here's the new characters.
Yeah.
I can't do that with this version.
Oh, wow.
So my game, I have a save state on the thanks for playing part where I beat the campaign, but if I start it over, then I don't have what I just did.
Oh man.
And did you mention the one mode they added? Because that mode is also very disappointing.
Yeah, that's the forever.
Is it Dicko mode?
No, it's a mode where you
I'm done.
Play Tetris, and then it like, if you, instead of getting trash, your opponents get sent to other timelines where they play like the original version of Tetris or the Game Boy version of Tetris or Bombless. But they're like, instead of just like playing Tetris against you and having it be harder, they're preset puzzles where it's like, get a certain amount of lines in this version of Tetris.
And there's only one for each era.
Yeah, so like, you play it once and you've seen all the content, which is crazy in a Tetris game to have preset challenges.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Everything sounds dumb as hell.
Creative. Yeah.
That is, you know what? That does sound very disappointing,
but it's
to be honest with
tragic
you.
because it's like, in a different world, this is all I would ever want and need. Like, it's just, imagine if you could consult. Like, it's just like Capcom lately has been killing it with these like fighting game collections, and it was just like, yo,
well, that's because they made all the games.
Well,
that's
Randy.
unfortunate.
Randy, don't worry. Breathe. In another 2 years, there's going to be another Tetris game that comes out. It's like it seems.
But that's the thing. Tetris is fucking slaying it right now with like Effect at 99 and Grandmaster Force coming out this year. Like, I got enough Tetris, and that's
what I'm saying. It's like, don't worry. It's like, yes, there's a lot of Tetris out there, Randy. I know. It's just like, I'm sorry, this one.
It would just be cool to not have to keep switching. Like, I own a lot of these games that I'm sad aren't here.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily the end of the world. But the problem is, like, I have to hook up, which I guess I like doing sometimes. But I have all these old consoles and old discs and old cartridges. And what if I just had this singular thing?
Yeah.
That'd be neat. That said, that's 50% of the game. The other 50% is phenomenally done. So it's just like, I'm mad about the compilation.
The game part sounds like it's not well done.
Yeah.
But wouldn't the documentary part be better if it was like Atari 50 where they talked about a game and then you could play it?
Yeah.
Right.
That sounds like a big
yeah.
That sounds like a big
I'm
misstep.
sure they were limited.
Because how do you even talk about it without including like?
I mean, you just talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You talk about it. Just stop talking about it.
They show you footage and very high res photographs of games that you can't play.
Yeah, this game fucking came out and it slammed. We were doing so much coke off of these blocks that we had made out of coke.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Blombliss.
Yeah. Anyway, here's this diarrhea game we made 9 years later.
Yeah. That's not even the funny thing about Bombless too is it makes up so much of this collection, and it was a fan game that then Bulletproof acquired and was just like
very Valve of them.
Yeah. So that isn't even like an official part of the Tetris's history anyway. But all right,
History.
Yeah, so it's I'm sorry. Thank you for giving me that. I'm finished.
No, it sounds like a
Yeah.
fucking shit show.
Yeah,
And a huge
it just
disappointment.
it bums me out.
So it sounds to me like it's down to which one is third place, Harold Halibut or Multiverses?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Harold Halibut. I
Harold
put
Halibut.
multiverses on here. Harold Halibut.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harold Halibut.
Cut, if you want, I was saying
okay.
Tetris Forever versus multiverses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys
Oh.
feel strongly enough about Randy's rant, cut multiverses again, and we'll just leave it down.
Here's the funny thing though about the
The man does
comparison.
have Tetris tattoos.
Yeah, I do. I'm equipped to speak on the matter, but they're both
Tattoos.
if it's one thing with Tetris and Forever and Multiverses, we're not really even talking about the like core gameplay. It's all the wrappings. Of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's all,
You both like a significant portion of each of those, huh?
Yeah.
So why don't we do a round? Take a vote. We got four on here. Pick three.
No, I say we just cut
no, we're
multiverses.
picking-
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna
Unless
say
anybody is opposed.
Yeah, no, two of them were locks for sure, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Star Wars, Star
Yeah.
Wars had to be there, and then
I think Star Wars probably.
I guess I misread
think-
the room
yeah.
one.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean, yeah, you want to vote for a winner, Outlaws.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say I think
Yeah,
listen,
okay.
Harold Halibut is just like I was disappointed, but it's
Yeah.
like for Outlaws, it's the scope of it. The scope of the failure is just like
I mean,
it's
this
just so
might
much-
be the like. There's a reason that Ubisoft now everything is hinging on that next Assassin's
Yeah.
Creed.
Oh,
Outlaws,
yeah.
And you know what sucks?
supposedly did not do well for them. And
Yeah.
What's
It's
good
precarious over
about
there right
gaming in the modern digital age, but also what's bad about it is a bad game can't stay bad. Like, so there could be somebody listening to this that was like, "Oh, I just played it last week, January 2nd week, 2025. It wasn't that bad." No, unfortunately, the game has been patched, updated, and I don't want to say fixed, but there have been some pretty core issues that have that have been rectified.
Yeah.
There are so many force stealth missions that are garbage. And like I said, when you hinge an entire force stealth mission on you getting from point A to point B without being seen or detected or whatever, and then you have to just restart, it's absolutely terrible.
yeah.
So, but yeah,
I think
my vote goes for
I know. I think it earns the gold.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart to even see Tetris in the top 3, but let it be known, it's like this isn't worst game. It's disappointing, and it's the most I've
well, I'm
disappointed
putting
this
it
year.
on worst game. Yeah.
I still have played a lot of
worst
it,
game,
and
Tetris.
probably will play more of it. But
All right.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
There you
that was
go.
that was pretty open and shut on which one
Yeah.
won most disappointing. Yep.
I think so. And Harold Halibut just
It's boring.
From all accounts, sounds like a catastrophic failure.
So with that, our sadness train is going to sail on with worst game. Can't discuss the best without first getting into the worst, right?
Right.
Thus, the jury has highlighted... and also, I should point out that it's worst game we've played. So, sorry to Concord and Funko Fusion or
I played
whatever.
Concord.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I played
That's not a real
Concord.
video game.
Yeah,
Had-
not anymore. It's
It's
been
nowhere near this list.
And
It's
well,
not that bad.
no,
No,
if
it's
it's a
really
real
not.
video game,
Sorry,
go play
it wasn't
huh?
that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It didn't come up in disappointing, so I figured...
Sorry, I respected that. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws and Multiverses 2.0 making a return. Silent Hill: A Short Message, Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, and Lego Horizon Adventures back again, and Princess Peach Showtime. I forgot about that.
Okay, let's start this the motherfucker off.
All right,
Randy, it's a Lego game, my friend.
I said my piece on it before. No pun intended. It's just
very good.
I'm still confused who the audience, like the target audience for this
It's
is, to be
for
honest.
like morons like me who like Horizon and then like, oh sure, fucking this is a good enough excuse to play like a watered down boiled just like skin usage of it. It's not that
No,
bad.
it's not. All right, it's
Yeah.
boring.
All right, I'm cutting it.
Okay,
It's not gonna survive.
no.
All right, so with
Um,
that we have 6. 2, 4, 6. Okay.
Princess Peach Showtime can also get cut. I
Yeah.
had to teach my nieces how to play that game, and it made me want to shoot myself in the head with a rifle.
Yeah, you know what the problem is? You don't know what it's like to be a girl boss.
It's true.
Because it's her time. I'm just kidding.
Listen.
It looks so uninteresting. I'm sorry.
Listen,
Yeah.
Nintendo ain't doing
You want to grab my attention? Make her
50%
turn
of
into
the
an
population
elephant.
any favors because they finally made a game where you play as Peach and a game where you play as Zelda, and both of them were suck.
Yeah, they
Oh,
really
yeah.
did drop the ball.
Should that have gotten mentioned on Disappointing?
Nah, it's not that bad.
No, yeah,
Okay.
it's the 2.5 old school.
It's
So.
just like the Nintendo thing where you're like hit the X button to attack, and you're like, I know I've played a video game in the past 20 years, and then they're like, do it
Treat
three.
every
Hit
game
the
like
A
it's your
button
first.
to jump.
Yeah, do it 3 times, and I'm just, and then my niece is like, I don't get it. I'm like, it tells you what to do. Just do it.
There's nothing to get. There's no deeper meaning.
Yeah.
Here, speaking of which, here, saddle up. We're gonna play Indica.
Yeah.
We've already talked. I have nothing more to say about Outlaws
Okay,
or
then
Multiverses.
tell me about Skull and Bones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, despite everything that I said about Outlaws and how heated I got, this is my pick for the winner of this category.
Over my dead body.
I have never played a game where you could just tell, oozing from every pixel, the disinterest the people who made it had in making it.
Yeah, the Singapore government needed that.
It is.
game
They
out.
took the idea of like, what if we took the ship parts from Black Flag and made a game out of it, and took 10 years to make it,
Turned our back on it.
and what they fucking spit out is the worst. Like, okay, let me explain how this game
What was that,
opens for
Atlas?
you.
That game
Okay.
Atlas that came out, that was a total shit show too. God.
Atlas Has Fallen.
No.
Uh,
I forget what it's called. God.
So you start the game out as a pirate, and you're on a ship, and the ship blows up, and you get shipwrecked. So then you
Nice.
find a rowboat,
Mhm.
and you start the game in a rowboat, and then you have to row to the settlement. And the
Can you build
settlement-
on it? Oh, that's a better game. It's called
No.
Raft.
Yeah, you row to the settlement, and the settlement is the hub world where you can see other players. And then they tutorialize you for about an hour and a half on how to build a new ship and how missions work and how to check your mail and how to get cosmetics and how to buy loot boxes and how to craft ammo. You do all this, and then they send you on your first mission. And your
Sea of
first
Thieves.
mission...
That's what you're describing.
No, this is
Oh,
so
okay.
much worse. Your first mission is to collect coconuts, and you go, well, how do I collect coconuts? A thing that grows on land in a game where I can only be in a ship. I'll tell you how. You drive, you saunter up to the shore, bump into it a couple times because the controls aren't that good,
Run down
and then you hit,
patch the holes.
and then there's a little mini game where there's a spinning circle, and you hit A when it goes through the green part of it, and that gets you a coconut.
Dead by Daylight.
And then you go back, and then you sell your coconuts, and then you use that to build a cannon on your ship.
Okay, wait a second. You know, they told me the pirate life wasn't glamorous in real life, but collecting coconuts is like, I could go to the Caribbean and do that right now, and I'm not even a pirate.
You
So-
think pirates are cool? Let's show you what they're doing.
By the way, you're wearing a sack, right? So you go.
Sack, how many coconuts can fit in the sack?
I mean, like 10 coconuts fit in the rowboat, but we built a
see where this is going.
boat with a sail using half our coconut money, and the other half of the coconut money they say, okay, we want to show you how to build a cannon for your ship, but also we want to show you how the cosmetics work.
Right.
And I said, I'm a goddamn pirate. I ain't gonna be running around in a sack. So we go to this cosmetic
why
store.
you working?
And the only thing I can get is wooden sandals that look like shit, and everything else is super expensive.
Yeah.
So I do all of the missions.
Are there
It takes-
multiple types of currencies?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
It takes me about 3 hours to do all these missions. I save up enough money. I buy myself a nice long coat, pirate coat with the gold buttons. And
We
I
don't
get
we don't accept gold doubloons
I
around
get,
here.
I
We
get
need
myself some rings.
We need baboon ass
and
hairs.
some necklaces and a pretty sick tri-corner hat.
Okay.
Right.
And it's got a skull on it,
Ew.
and I'm like, I kind of
Ew.
look like Jack Sparrow now. This is pretty. All right, now let's play the game. Uh-oh. You used all of your money to buy cosmetics to look like a pirate. Now you can't upgrade your ship, and there's no more missions left. Time to go get more coconuts so you can sell them so that you can actually build the cannons the game was trying to tell you to build so that you can do the next mission. So then you spend another hour grinding out coconuts with this little mini game.
This is
You go
insane.
back, you build a second cannon, you go out, you go to do this mission. You drive through a level fucking 20 player with a giant ship with 8 sails and 20 cannons, rolls up to you and just pummels you, and then you respawn in the hub area, and you have to go Dark Souls style. You got to go back to your body to get your goddamn coconuts so that you can sell them, so that you can buy more ship parts.
Wait.
But
When you do your corpse run, are you in a sack or do you have your Jack Sparrow outfit?
I have my Jack Sparrow outfit, and I have
okay.
my ship, but all
Do you
of
get to
my...
walk on the water like in
I have
World of
my
Warcraft?
ship, but all of my cannonballs are in my cargo from the other ship. So I don't have any cannonballs to fire because you have to craft cannonballs individually. And every time you fire one, you're spending currency.
Nice.
So when you
And
when
then
you,
you
Dark
and then,
Souls style.
and then what you do next is you quit the game with Alt F4 and then you uninstall it.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That
that's
sounds
all
pretty
I
good.
played of it.
so when you talk about this ship that you're upgrading, I'm actually imagining like a rowboat with just like a tiny sail and a tiny cannon, and you're just like hunched over this tiny
The
cannon.
single oar.
The single oar just like rowing, yeah.
How
You're not wrong.
Oh,
It's
man.
a little ship with it's a sailboat
Oh my
Yeah.
God, really?
with a cannon hanging off.
You
the
sure
end.
it's not just
a
a
Mario
flat
Party?
group of planks and
then
like
you know
a single
you know
sail?
that other thing where you go into a game and they're like, we have a progression system, and you see
It's attached to a battle
you
pass.
see the numbers,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you do a couple missions and you see how much you get out of that, and you go, oh, you want me to do this for like 200 hours? You can go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
That's Skull and Bones.
How quadruple A is it?
Like. It is criminal
It's so
that
many-
any money was spent developing
It's
that
so
game.
many A's that it just turns into a scream of
Uh,
No,
Now,
that's what all the shareholders
I
are
think
saying.
Yeah.
I think that as much as I yelled about Outlaws in the last category, Outlaws was the perfect pick for disappointing. This
Over
game
bad.
sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks so much to the point where the people who made it don't like it, and you can tell when you play it.
They were held at gunpoint.
You pretty much.
Didn't walk the plank.
much like a pirate. It sounds like I'd rather get scurvy than play this game.
Yeah.
Dude, the coconuts is so funny to me.
So
the coke, you gotta
you
take
guys-
your coconut
That's
money.
him.
So I'll just say you guys have you can also star Outlaws. We've already said it, but it
Yeah.
sucks too.
Yeah.
But you guys are gonna have an uphill battle trying to convince me that Skull and Bones isn't the worst game.
No.
ever.
Well,
really,
allow me
yeah.
to try.
Yeah.
I played Silent Hill: A Short Message.
Oh man,
it's-
I'm
You're
with
on my
Randy.
side, Matt?
I'm on
Thank you.
Randy. It's
So,
bad.
Here's my other tirade following Tetris. And I think I might fight harder for this than any other category because I am passionate about how much I hate this piece
You
of
love
shit.
hating shit,
Walking,
dude.
walking sim. It looks
I'm
and
gonna
runs.
fight for this
Yeah.
over everything else on how much I hate it.
Kinda. That's how much this angered me. So this looks and runs terribly. The gameplay is bad. Forced health we've gotten into. Just never a good time. The endless mazes are
It's
definitely
not
there for
forced
padding.
stealth though; it's forced running,
Yeah.
which is worse, I think.
More like worse is the handling of the subject matter in its story.
yeah.
It's fucking awful
Oh,
and downright
I-
disrespectful.
I would
I
say-
think they nailed it.
Yeah. That's why you compared it to 13 Reasons Why.
Thank you. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, dude, this is the game version of that. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say it's
Or
like
Unfriended.
the gameplay is mediocre at
Unfriended
best.
handles it better.
The gameplay is mediocre at best. The story is mediocre. The message itself is like offensively bad.
Yeah,
It's
they're-
like
they're-
this game is offensive.
Their portrayals of bullying and suicide
It's not. It's so mishandled.
And they had the gall to do that lengthy warning screen.
Mhm.
But this game is dumb.
I
and
also
it is-
don't-
it is blunt. It is obvious. It is shallow.
It's shallow.
It is poorly written and acted. The main character sucks. And it is such a pathetic attempt at Gen Z horror. It's clearly made by adults who don't understand today's teenagers or whatever, like how they talk.
That is true, and also it's just like their depiction of high school. It's like this is a depiction of high school from like the '90s. It feels like or 2000s.
Yes.
It's like high school is not like this anymore.
No phones in sight. Just everybody living.
No, they have phones. They're just like
Oh,
the
well,
way
that's
that
not
people
90s at
talk-
all.
Yeah,
The way that it's like the bullying in it is like 80s overt. Like
it's
just straight
like
up
leaving
like,
a note on your locker shit.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
I'll
that type of
say-
shit. Yeah.
The part I laughed so hard. There's a fake Twitter or
Yes.
Instagram, I guess. It's
I think
kind
it's
of both.
Instagram stand-in.
And she looks at the followers that the one girl has and then her own followers. She's like, I'll never be that good.
Yeah,
And I was just like, I mean, we're past the cusp of like when social media really mattered at that age, but it's just like, bro, don't jump off a building because you don't have 26,000 Twitter followers.
Yeah, is
that's-
that
that's-
good, by the way? Why is your
I don't know.
worth?
that's
Measured
also
that
the
way.
problem too. Is that it was like, well, what does that really mean and why? Like am I meant to really care about this person's pursuit of internet fame
Fame?
and clout?
Yeah,
Because
basically,
like that's so
the
nebulous.
one step up from nobody.
Yeah, she doesn't care about not having like actual close friends. She's like upset that
No, she cares
Oh,
about
so-
having close friends.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's
To the
meta.
point where she bullied a girl into suicide because she was stealing her friend.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think.
this sounds great.
Who knows? But she's also getting bullied by other people. But then
Yes.
her friend,
When
who
the
is
bullies
being,
become bullies.
there's like
And it's
it's
all a
just like
metaphor.
it's just like an Ouroboros of bullying, and
Yeah.
everybody's bullying everybody else, and they all want to jump off a building.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's-
the only way.
Yeah.
And somehow that ties
So
into
it's
Silent Hill,
Lemmings.
and I like it. Yeah.
It's yeah.
Is she being haunted by a ghost
Yeah.
of somebody who killed themselves?
It is foggy,
It is a little foggy.
I'm being dead serious.
which is
Did
exact.
you have like the frame rate shit too? Like it was maybe they patched it since you played it, but it was
No,
itchy
it-
as all fuck.
It was not that bad. They might have patched it, but
Okay.
I played it like 2 weeks ago. But
How is Silent Hill here? How does it work? What like nurse
yeah.
with no arms is like?
No, there's
grossly
none of
wo-
that.
Of
There's
course
like
not.
there's only one real enemy. Like
And it's yourself.
well, that's probably about as clever as it gets. But yeah, thank God it was free.
also the weird live action things were all poorly
yes, yeah.
Is
Yeah.
this the thing they're gonna spin off into like a
done. God, I
weekly
hope not.
thing?
Not after the response.
No, I think I'm half joking when I say that because I think there is a thing that they're. It's like a live
There's, like,
service
yes,
game where they update
it's
the
made
story
by
every
Bad.
week.
It's Bad Robot. Oh no, Sean's talking about that other thing.
Oh yeah, no, I forget what that's
Is that
called.
still running?
No.
That's the one people like hacked and were like
Yeah.
putting
Yeah.
Nazi shit.
So-
in.
Oh, cool. Yep.
I
I
got
love that.
I got a proposal here. Why
Yeah.
don't we split the difference and just give it to multiverses? 'Cause that is like it's just like
I played Skull and Bones and Silent Hill Short Message,
really
and I still think Skull and Bones is worse.
okay.
Really? Is
So-
it just because? Is it just because short message is free? Because even if it was like 50 cents, that would have been too much. I would have demanded $1 back.
I'm not really considering money.
They
I'm more
gotta
just
pay you to
considering
play that
like
game.
exactly. That's why
We
I
still
was
have-
so scared for Silent Hill 2 and not in the not scared in the good way. I meant like
Yeah, they
was-
really didn't do themselves any.
I was afraid that
service.
game was also gonna suck. Yeah.
Oh, we
That
still
live
haven't
service
talked
one
about
was
Suicide Squad.
that's
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no shot that's winning.
Well, we got to give
shot
we
is
got to give
winning,
Andrew
but-
his. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I picked this up, or rather, I got it for free from Twitch Prime or whatever, right? Like I got it included in that. So it was a game that I did not go out of my way to get because I didn't have high expectations for it until Austin said, "Hey, this is like Arkham Combat." I basically have my PhD in Arkham Combat, and
What was your
I'm
minor?
very familiar with it. Went through.
Not
it
killing
was
dudes.
Metal Gear Solid.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I love Batman Arkham Combat, went through all the challenge rooms, and there is something about it that no imitator has ever really gotten right. I mean, like, maybe Rise Son of Rome was, like, almost there, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, Spider-Man's combat is good, but it is not as good as Arkham for the same reason that Suicide Squad completely misses the mark for me, which is that Arkham Combat is almost like a rhythm game. It is specifically designed to stop you from mashing, right? Like, it is like,
Yeah.
Okay, instead
They've
of
said that as
hammering
much,
on the
that's
X
right,
button, yeah, you are going to point at the guy you want to hit, you are going to hit X exactly one time, and then you are going to input your next action at the right time for it, right? And the whole point of it, as I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, but the whole point of it is to make it feel like one guy really can take on that many people simultaneously, and you live that fantasy in that combat system so well. Now, the thing that Spider-Man gets wrong, I'm going to put wrong in parentheses, they could have, or in quotes, because they could have different priorities, I guess, but the thing that Spider-Man does that makes it not feel as good to me, that they and others all miss this, is that you can miss. You can mash the button too many times. It lets you be sloppy. And that's really where Arkham Combat needs to land. And there's a lot of leniency in the combo system in Suicide Squad. And hey, maybe they are just in there to stack that DPS and everything. They still allow it to be sloppy. Okay, that aside, right? Okay, so maybe the combat isn't as good as what came before. Here's my first experience with this game. There's that awful tutorial when you first turn it on that several of us mentioned. This tutorial is so bad. It feels like the kind of stuff where it's like, if for my first thing in Unreal, and I went onto YouTube and I was like, Unreal, how to make my first tutorial. That's what this feels like, dude. It's like they have like such this bare bones like text UI pop-up come up that's like tutorial complete before they move on to the next character. And as they have like some of the worst dialogue I've heard in years in a video game, right, between these characters, it doesn't even sound like the people who do the rest of the game. And maybe it wasn't. I didn't really do a lot of research to see if they actually got these people back in the booth or if they just got some sound-alikes. Either they got some really bad sound-alikes or the original actors really phoned it in because it sounds horrendous. Okay, so you get through that awful tutorial and I was like, dude, we know how to do tutorials better than that these days. What happened? By the time you get into the actual game, you see like a modern-ass tutorial and it's like, why did you have this second tutorial? What was the point of this? Like, why are you tutorializing me on this stuff again in a more natural way than I would expect when you already did that awkward one before? Like, what the hell? Okay. In between the world's worst tutorial, in modern years anyway, and the rest of the game that you would expect, after I finished that tutorial, it goes 7 days earlier, right? And then it immediately cuts, just completely like throwing me off, like I have no idea what's happening. It cuts to this motion comic cutscene because it is advertising to me the season of Deathstroke live service content. And I'm like, dude, I didn't even get the setup for the story yet. What are you doing selling me on your live service content? And then after it tries to transition
video
from
games
that
right there.
cutscene, after it tries to transition from that cutscene, it can't figure out how to make it back to the regular game and then crashes. Oh, wait. All of that was actually after my actual first experience with the game, which was going through their EULA and then finding that there's a spot that allows you to opt out of selling your data. And I was like, okay, great, I'm going to opt out. And I click on that and their server throws a 500 error. And I was like, are you kidding me? Why didn't you 500 error when you... Why didn't you 500 error when you were going to start selling my data? What are you talking about?
The only thing that would have been better is if you click the box and the other one like checked.
Yeah.
Oh my
it
God.
won't let you click no.
I finally get into the game, and the most bizarre part is, right, I played like the first 2 hours and change of what is supposed to be an 11-hour video game according to how long to beat. And in 2 hours, I never even got to the loot mechanics, right? It was like they hadn't yet gotten me there. What I did see, though, was if, and I think everyone on this call counts as this person, is like, if you are keeping up with Sony State of Plays and the Game Awards and E3 conferences, RIP, if you were watching all that stuff, and every time they marketed this video game, they showed you every single cutscene, except for one, from the time you like get to the start of the game to the time I put it down. I was like, I have seen all of this, and you showed it to me in chunks, and they're very long cutscenes that make for bad trailers. And I was like, I have seen all of this before. In between is really boring combat. I'm sorry, the enemies are like boilerplate, like no personality to them whatsoever. And not only that, then like the combat is mercifully short, thankfully, between each of those cutscenes, but there was nothing to write home about, right? Like they just have you doing some pretty bog standard traversal through an uninteresting city on rooftops, You don't really go into anything except for the Hall of Justice. Okay, all of that. I'm through all of that. And basically just all right. I'm playing Borderlands 1 right now. That game gets to the fun in the first couple of minutes. By the time you're done listening to Ain't No Rest for the Wicked, you're already like, wow, this is fun. I'm shooting all of these guys they feel like an afterthought. What this game feels like is we have this loose idea for what the story should be, but we don't know what the gameplay is yet. So they seemingly, I don't know this for a fact, they seemingly blocked out all of these cutscenes years ago and knew that whatever they did had to fit into these pieces, and then they decided to make it a loot game at some point, is what it felt like. Because they didn't really address what the enemies they were looking at were. They knew that Brainiac was a part of it somehow, and then everything was so vague that they could slot whatever they wanted around it, and they opted for this live service thing. Anyway, this game is on this list because it is the only game I would say I've played that I would call bad in several years, and this was all offensively bad to me as I was playing.
Where's
through it,
this
and I'm really sorry, Austin.
Where's this in your top 5?
Real quick, I think
Oh my god.
most likely what happened was that they were making a 4-player, Arkham game. Or not Arkham, but Suicide
They saw
Squad.
the response to Marvel's
And then,
Avengers.
that.
It could have
Or
been so like
the president comes down and goes, okay, introduce live service, and then they have to pivot. You know what I mean?
right.
Which is
So
most likely the
they could
scenario.
have pivoted. They could have pivoted several times. I think when you're doing something
probably did
like
after the 2 years.
Suicide Squad. Right. Well, no. This probably the game barely changed in
yeah,
that 2-year delay.
it was too far along.
They
That was
probably
just
added
polished,
that. Yeah, they probably added that awful first tutorial in that extra delay for some reason. But in any case, it's like, yeah, if you're making a game where you want to have these 4 characters work together like that, you wanted to make a good version of that, you would probably make something closer to Trine. And if you wanted to make a game that was like Arkham Combat with guns, it would probably be closer to Super Hot than it is to what they built, right? Because again, it is that you want it to be believable that you're taking on that many enemies as one guy in Batman, or in this case, 4 people with guns. Okay, sure, like it would probably be like a little bit more like, okay, aim at that guy and then slow-mo aim at something else or whatever. I don't think they succeeded at any of this. And yeah, I know, Austin, I'm sorry. I know you
Austin,
you were
your
at least
retort.
hotter on this game than most. I'm really not and folks at home, this is the last time Austin and I will ever speak to each other, so you got to hear this live, I guess. But
Well, no. What
Yeah, because
Try
I'll be
some of
honest
it.
with you.
There's one kid. I wish I played
I'll be
it.
honest with you. Like
Like, you have an
2/3 of
opinion
your
on this.
issue with the game were like,
uh,
it's like signing out of EULA stuff and the game crashing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't disagree with much of what you said except for the combat part, because we already had a conversation about this, and I'm not saying that it's exactly like the Arkham combat. What I was saying was that it captures like the combo system of the Arkham combat to me.
From what?
Like, I think like the idea of making it into super hot is like you're trying to get exactly what you get out of Arkham combat. And I think part of like
this is a shooter, right?
yeah,
Like,
it's a shooter.
I
And
think-
I think that it does a decent job of like in Arkham Combat, they want to stop you from mashing. And in Suicide Squad, they want to stop you from pointing and clicking and just holding down the button on an enemy. And in the beginning, I'll agree with you, in the beginning, before all the loot stuff, the combat you don't hit the flow part of it until later, and that is an indictment of the game, I'm sure. But it does a really good job of like, you have a melee weapon, you have a shield, you have a grenade, you have 2 guns, and it's like you want to switch to one gun to do this, and you want to switch to another gun to do this. So the ideal I'm not saying that the game is amazing, but what I'm saying is that the ideal scenario is like your combo goes when you kill something, and the enemies are basically fodder until they add in the biggest ones. But it's like you take out this gun, you shoot this guy, switch to this gun, shoot this guy, throw a grenade at a group of them, shoot this guy, and then you later get powers that you can activate that it's like, okay, so this power then will kill all enemies in a certain area, and it's like, oh no, I've been shot at. my shields are down. Now you have to kneecap one of the enemies and go up and melee them because that's how you get the shield power-ups to pop up. It is just like, it's more a thing of like doing what other games have tried to do, in my opinion, better in like like I said, like the Doom Eternal, killing things in certain ways to get certain resources that you need, and the Far Cry and Wolfenstein Youngblood thing of like, this gun is needed to kill these certain enemies. There's also like a weird counter system that, like, having a counter system in a shooter is weird, but basically like if you hit a button at the right time, when like a Spidey sense thing pops up above an enemy's head, you will duck their bullet and shoot them and kill them.
They do introduce that mechanic and getting your shield back and stuff. Like, yeah, they introduced that stuff early on. I did not get to the synergy stuff.
You guys haven't talked about it a lot yet, but like, how is the traversal or like the mission design and stuff like that?
I think that the traversal is fun.
Okay.
But
I did not like 3 of the 4 characters' traversals. The one that I did like was sort of like, it was Harley, and she played almost like Batman.
Really?
And you got to try them all. Okay.
That's interesting because I did not like Harley's traversal. I liked Captain Boomerangs and Deadshots.
Oh, I like
they make you play all of them in that awful first tutorial. They make you play all of them first.
So real quick,
Sean, you played this too?
I played the very beginning.
Okay, because I wanted to at least stood on it. I don't have an opinion.
Listen, I got in and got out before my name was associated with it. But I will say this: as far as scope goes, I think this is more of a failure to meet expectations, while also having the plan of what you were actually making kind of hampered. Well, not kind of hampered by live service. I think instead of having this stiff, realistic Arkham, your Batman thing, Suicide Squad is bombastic. So my perspective on things is that they pivoted. They went from that while also trying to implement the combo system and take some things from the combat from the Arkham games, which I love. I found Arkham Knight and Arkham City and whatever. I loved them. I love those games. But I just think like overall the scope of this game is just trying to do something different. And then over the top is a live service thing, which then bleeds into the game. And then I like I said, it feels like at a certain point, based on what Andrew was saying, with like the original first look and the trailers being released, they had to do this hard pivot thing. And from what Austin's saying, because I didn't play up until this point, this gear system and this synergy system kind of opens up. And then I think that was their response to like.
Yeah, I will say the Andrew's criticisms are not wrong. It does have a slow start. And I think that's definitely everything you're complaining about, I think, is a function of it being a live service game with an end game.
Yeah. 11 hours like campaign.
Your 11 hour, similar to Avengers, your 11-hour campaign is an introduction to what they actually want you to play, which is the end game stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not interesting enough to hook you.
I mean, I enjoyed the campaign
enough to go back and like grind gear and stuff like that is what I'm saying.
I went back and unlocked all the characters.
Okay.
That they put in.
Wait, there's other characters?
Yeah, Joker,
right.
Mrs. Freeze, Deadshot's daughter, and Deathstroke.
Things all here.
We don't have to litigate this too much more. I'll say that in 2 hours I should be enjoying the game, right? And I was pretty repulsed by it. However,
I mean that was an impassioned speech, so it could still technically live here unless it.
No. As I've said on this podcast before, right? I don't go out of my way to play a lot of bad games, right? It's pretty rare that a bad game will make it through, like a game that I really dislike will ever make it through my vetting process for it, right?
Hey, can I ask you a question?
But you're gonna miss out on like the Quiet Man.
What? What's up?
Did you play Gotham Knights?
No.
You should play that and then come back to me.
Are you saying this is better than Gotham Knights?
This is better than Gotham Knights. Yeah. Gotham Knights is atrocious.
So
as a
Austin's. Yeah.
I was just gonna say as a direct follow up to Arkham, like that is Arkham combat. them trying to evolve actual Arkham combat, and that game was, I think, worse, way worse at it.
So
I was going to say Austin's pitch for Skull and Bones was compelling enough to me, having only played one game on this list, that I was not going to fight for first place no matter what. I would also say it would be a tough hill for me to climb to try to get it on the short list of 3, given that we do have Austin in this game's court, right, as having actually enjoyed it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was it. Yeah.
Unless Multiverses and Silent Hill folks are saying no, what you said about Suicide Squad sounds way worse than what we thought about Multiverses or Silent Hill. Unless that's the case, then we could probably cut it and get down to one of those 2.
It's up to you guys. I like Suicide Squad. He didn't.
and
it's,
I've already
it's not
said
up to me or Matt.
I've kind of tapped in on this too,
yeah.
but I'm sure, and not all multiplayer or co-op multiplayer games need to be should be good as a single player game, or should be like pitched as, hey, multiplayer, play this with 4 of your friends, yada yada.
That's the thing.
It shouldn't take away from the core experience of you playing by
design
yourself.
around it.
However, with that argument, I feel like this game benefits from having like a multiplayer.
Last thing I'll say in Andrew's favor,
it was great?
I guess.
That Guardians of the Galaxy game.
It was.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
In Andrew's favor is that
That's single
I
player
bought this
only.
game on PS5,
Yeah.
then later got the same free version he got from Twitch Prime or whatever.
Mhm.
And the PC performance in this game is awful.
Yeah.
It performed just fine for me. It just crashed. Like,
Well, that's what I mean. It was way
Yeah.
more stable on the PS5.
So, okay. So listen, there's already
I would play Suicide Squad with a group of friends.
okay.
I would love
I can't
to do
say
that.
that I'm interested in playing Skull and Bones alone or with people. I can't say that I'm interested.
With a fox on a train.
I've played Star Wars Outlaws. It eats dookie diarrhea dog shit. So
So we already have a short list ready. There's only 5 games on this.
We have a
on
short
the-
message ready.
Yeah, and it's
Oh, yeah.
so it's like, how do you want to do this? Do you want to do cut, or do you want to go around, do a top 3? What are you like? What are your guys' thoughts?
I think
I
Skull
know-
and Bones stays. I think Silent Hill stays because of how bad of an experience you guys had with it.
Yeah.
I think it's all about finding number 3
Yeah,
and then
And
crowning the
okay,
first.
so do you want to vote from Suicide Squad, Multiverses, and Outlaws? What's
Yeah.
number 3 to
yeah.
Skull and
Let's
Bones
vote.
and,
Yeah,
and
let's vote
Short
it.
Message?
I mean, I of those 3, I only played Multiverses.
Okay, my vote is for Multiverses.
I think.
Well, yeah, but you heard the arguments.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm. It's interesting because Multiverses is also. It's about the.
It's about
the business model,
It's
not the
purely
game.
about the monetization, which is
Integral.
This is the reason I put it in disappointing and not worst game.
Right.
Because I think the things that are bad about Skull and Bones, and to a certain extent, the things that are bad about Suicide Squad do extend beyond gameplay.
Yeah.
Or sorry, they do extend beyond the live service trappings into the gameplay.
Right.
And I think like I said, if Suicide Squad, like Andrew said, had gotten into the fun that I had
Yeah.
after 10 hours, an hour in,
Yeah.
I think he'd be singing a different tune, maybe,
Right.
maybe not. But it had to be that way because the campaign is actually a setup for the end game where you're fighting Brainiacs from different universes, because it's a live service game and we need seasons. And similarly,
You can make content forever if you involve the multiverse.
and so my reasoning for putting Skull and Bones number 1 is that the live service shit is atrocious and the game is atrocious.
Sucks, yeah.
And Multiverses is a good game in a world where they just relaunched it and went the other way and said pay us $30 and get the entire roster.
Yes.
And then you can get season passes like every other fighting game.
Costumes, yeah.
But
I might still be playing it.
I
It's a
argue,
fun game.
Yeah.
right?
I would.
Version 3.0.
I argue that if your business model cannibalizes your fan base and either A, pushes people away, or B, people lose interest because of having to invest in these characters or
Yeah.
time investment, which I value more than money, does that not ultimately take away from the fact that the game is good because it is a fighting game that kind of flourishes when there's a good fan base, player base.
It's also a fighting game that you literally can't play offline, though, which, like, look,
there you go.
Another problem.
Like, you know, yeah, like off of this podcast, I will beat that drum all the time, and to the point where I'm really trying hard to not make people sick of it. And I'm sorry if you have become sick of hearing me talk about it.
I'm confused. It's like, what was their plan for the esports then? If it has to be online.
Well, so that's exactly what I was getting to. Okay, I go to fighting game.
Yeah.
I go to fighting game majors, and when I was at Evo back in 2022, I think that was right. It was promoted, right? So it had a lot of floor space, just like any convention like PAX or whatever, and they had like a tournament that wasn't one of the main game tournaments, but it was promoted enough, right? They got like 200 people in it or something like that. And yeah, everyone was digging it, and it was, you know, they were having a good time, but of course everything was like, yo, this game isn't actually like out yet, right? Like this is like a, you know, like I don't even know that they had launched into early access yet, like officially. I'm trying to remember the timeline. Okay, a lot of fervor around it. Everyone was like, yo, this game's pretty sick. Combo Breaker the following May, right? So like less than a year later, the beta had already come and was very clearly not sustaining the initial high population by that point, right? So they had the smallest tournament at Combo Breaker, and basically, yeah, what is supposed to be a 2v2 game, they struggled to fill it with enough people for a 1v1. Like that's the difference in like under a year.
This game's days are numbered.
They're not numbered.
Like they
it's
had
zero.
to have the the company was officially handling that tournament even at Combo Breaker because they kind of had to, because you needed to ensure that the internet stayed connected for it. Like it's just such a garbage fire in that regard. And yeah, it's not going to go well if you require your fighting game to have an internet connection. What are you talking about? Sorry.
That's crazy to me.
Wait, Andrew, check for us real quick. How many people on Steam playing this currently?
Okay. All right. Let's see.
This is just
this is real time searching.
So
real time.
How dead is dead?
838.
That's way more than
I
I
thought
thought.
too. Yeah.
Well, so yeah, it was sustaining itself generally, if memory serves, around 1,000. Yeah. Its daily peak is around 1,000. Which it's possible that's okay for them, but I doubt it, just given the way these, like, because they got acquired by WB since they launched.
Yeah, I was just saying, this is Warner Brothers.
And
the sunk cost fallacy is a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Well, no, the reason why you acquire a game like that is so that way you can still retain the intellectual property of the game itself, and then fire everyone, and then just have that property in your back pocket.
And turn it into a racing
that's not
game.
that's not inside baseball, because that did not happen in my experience in game development. However, I can read the news, and that seems to be what's happened in the past. So, I don't know.
All right. What do we hate the most, guys?
Silent Hill.
What's the worst?
So it's Silent Hill and Skull and Bones, and then we're picking from the other three.
I don't think it's Outlaws.
I don't think it's Outlaws
Really?
either.
Okay.
No, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I was gonna say it's like the games that we have left on here. It's just like this is not just like it's not just unfun or like, you know, poorly received. It's like it's the bottom of the barrel, the worst of the worst. It's like it is like no person should purchase this game, sort of thing.
All right, we'll go by Metacritic reception. Silent Hill wins. No,
Skull and Bones really got higher?
I think so, yeah.
Oh.
But all right, for third, let's do that first.
All right, I'm unhighlighting Star Wars Outlaws since I thought that was
No,
I thought that one was more locked in.
Not in my opinion, but
No, I mean, is it your number one?
Skull and
worst
Bones
game?
is my number one.
Okay,
but
yeah.
out of those three, yes, it's Outlaws.
Because you
I like Suicide Squad.
No. I meant multiverses.
And well,
does Austin liking Suicide Squad cancel out Andrew's distaste of it? Or
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I would pick up Suicide Squad and play it with people.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I cannot
Andrew
say
made his case, and I'm not.
Yes,
I against that.
Yeah.
Listen, I agree.
I believe
I agree with exactly what Randy says. Like the fact that
because we went on three different rants here.
Yeah,
and it's like
the fact that Austin, it's like it sounds like it's like there is a way to enjoy that game. Same thing with Outlaws. It seems like there is some way to enjoy that game.
And I don't want to discredit Andrew's opinion. I just think that like good on you for that being the worst game you've played in recent memory.
Yeah,
because I got some bangers that you need to try. I am thoroughly surprised with how much I enjoyed Suicide Squad, and I had a really good time with it. And I think part of that was that like I got it on a discount and played it at a time where I kind of had nothing else to play, and I kind of got hooked into the loop of it. But like, I think that like words, I tried to write multiple times notes to bring to talk about how bad Skull and Bones is, and I like couldn't do it. Like you can't put,
dude, you just said the word coconuts enough times. I believe you.
You can't put into words how fucking bad Skull and Bones is.
The mercy of a short message is that it's only an hour and a half.
How do you compare a game that wants you to spend real money after spending $70? And wants you to spend also 200 hours of your time versus like you said, a free game that's 3 hours long or whatever.
All
Like,
right.
That doesn't.
Okay.
I'm not
All
disqualifying.
right, how about we go by
which
one has the lower frame rate?
Harold Telephone.
on which platform?
All right.
Yeah,
I
truly
truly don't
That's not
think
that bad.
Outlaws lasts here. For as much as I hated it,
And if I'm the only one that thinks Outlaws needs to stay, then we cut Outlaws. Like
I think
that's how I feel.
democracy rules at a certain point. Like
so.
I
thought Outlaws sounded like it needed to be here.
Outlaws sounded like it needed to be here, but the thing is, it already won disappointing, and I am
Right.
and I am like as angry as I got with it. A lot of that anger came from disappointment, not
Yes.
necessarily.
Okay.
Like I think Skull and Bones is a worse game. I think Silent Hill is a worse game.
And I think
Sure.
Multiverses is the worst game because what they're doing to the game to actively push away their fan
Your,
base.
your argument of like the game would be good if is like, but it's not. That's not the
Right.
reality we live in.
It's the most suicidal game. Like
Suicide Squad.
Well, like you said, the Ouroboros, it's literally a game that's eating its own tail because it's like you can't get in for $40 with everything, which that's not a bad fucking sell.
Calculate the time or money spent and expect people to react to that well.
The craziest part. Okay, if we're gonna do
Smash Ultimate is 83 fucking characters.
we'll cut Outlaws. The thing about multiverses is like when you have these live service trappings and stuff. It's like I am not as opposed to live service to get sucked into a live service game as you. I just completed the battle pass for Black Ops 6. Like I don't hate this stuff as much as everybody else does. I know.
Sorry.
But the thing is, like, at the very least, me completing the battle pass for Black Ops 6 was just me playing zombies in multiplayer and getting experience.
Right.
The thing,
But the base game is fun.
That like the
And
thing
it
you were
pushes
kind of
you.
saying about Angerfoot is like, oh, I need to log into multiverses to do my dailies so that I can get experience or so that I can get this currency so that I can
poor
unlock
800
so
souls
that
are
I can
doing it,
unlock
right?
fighters. And when your missions for the day there's 3 missions that you need to do for your dailies, and 2 of them are win matches as X Fighter, and you don't have X Fighter unlocked.
Yo.
They give you goals like that?
Yes.
What?
I'll
It's
put it to you
just
this
like-
way. I'd rather
That's
log into
asinine.
WoW and do dailies on that,
Uh-huh.
and I'll probably never log into
The
World of
only
Warcraft
other
again.
way, the only other way to get currency was to do the single player mode, which just sucks in a genre where Smash has that shit figured out like 3 times.
Yeah.
Like there are 3 separate single player versions of Smash Brothers that are infinitely better than the single player
What?
they came up
They
with.
just want the
However-
towel sweat droplets of their fan
Here's-
base to come over.
Here's what
Wait,
I
real
like.
quick, guys. I'm gonna say of these 3 games, I don't want to play any of them. But if you put a gun in my head and said choose one, I
Probably
don't
the
care
multiverses.
how much.
Yeah, it would be
I don't care
multiverse,
how much grinding it would be or how much they would try to rip out my wallet. I would probably still have more fun with the free version of Multiverses that doesn't let me unlock the character I want than I would with either of those other 2 games.
Oh yeah.
It
I'm
doesn't
totally,
win.
I'm totally okay with multiverses. Multiverses is 3rd. Now we have to figure
What
out
happens-
who wins between Silent Hill and Skull and Bones.
What happens if you
Yes.
you bought the physical version of Multiverses on like console?
I don't fucking know, dude.
There
Who
was a
cares?
physical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the first version.
I think it just gave you a code for the characters, so you just download the free one and you have the character.
Okay. Well, yeah. That's so weird though. Imagine if you had a disc and it was like, "Hey, we're going offline for 9 months."
Yeah.
Oh, like the people who bought Concord?
No, they're going offline permanently.
But yeah, I don't think it had. I don't know. I can't find a record of it, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
So between these 3 or 2,
Two.
Skull and Bones
Yeah.
or Silent
Well,
Hill.
everybody knows where me and Austin stands. Where do you guys stand?
Well, Matt, probably Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Yeah, if you know what, I'm gonna stick with my Silent Hill answer and let's see where we go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's like, to be honest with you, it's just like we've ranted a lot about these games already, and it's just like if it's just gonna lead to circular arguments, and it's like, but we'll see. Whatever.
It was a race to delete that off the hard drive. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I'm it's between the
Skull and Bones and Silent Hill.
Oh, for number one, Skull and Bones.
Okay, Andrew.
You can beat
Yeah, you
short
sold me
message
on
in
the
one sitting.
coconuts, dude.
Okay.
All right.
All right. No problem. Okay. You know what? I'm okay. I'm happy. And to be honest with you,
$70.
To be honest with you, you were having me convinced with my
bought-
God, it was $70.
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
God.
Well, I bought
Quadruple A.
I bought 2 copies of it for $10.
Yeah.
Oh
Did you play it on Uplay Plus or whatever?
No, you want to hear the story of what happened?
It's pretty funny.
So I bought it from Best Buy online because they had it for $10.
Oh.
And then I noticed on the cover of the game, when I zoomed in on the picture, it said PlayStation Plus required. I don't have PlayStation Plus. I haven't had PlayStation Plus since they raised the price. But I do have Game Pass Ultimate, right?
Mhm.
So then I canceled that order and then ordered the Xbox Series X version. And then they sent me both anyway.
Oh, okay.
and then you gave them away in a white elephant.
Yeah, and then for our White Elephant this year, I gave them both away.
Damn.
Yeah. So I don't have it. If you guys want to borrow it, I'm sorry. You got to buy your own copy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Darn
Yeah, I'm really rushing to the store. All right.
So congratulations to those turkeys. Let's now. Yeah. Okay. So
wait, did you announce what those winners were?
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I should not read and type at the same time.
I would like to point out, if we had a worst moment or sequence, that would go to Silent Hill Short Message.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
And
Yeah.
multiple, they would win all top 3
All
awards.
top 3, yeah.
Because
There are many bad.
There's some shit in that
I'm
game.
gonna push
Oh,
that
yeah.
girl off the roof myself.
I have to admit, to be honest with you, it's like you know what? I see Skull and Bones for the same reason that I was like, okay, Star Wars Outlaws. The scope of the failure is like, it seems like gargantuan.
You know what's the
Yeah.
best part about Skull and Bones though? We don't have to hear about it anymore.
That is the best part.
Did they shut it down already?
No, it's finally out. Like
It's
this game was
out.
just
We don't
floating.
have to see trailers for it
there
anymore.
for,
It's just out, and it's
for like 10 years.
it is free to die a slow death, is what you're
Yeah.
saying, and
Yep.
we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Yep.
The next headline we're going to see about that game is that the servers are shutting down. That's
that
what
is
you're saying.
1,000% it.
Yeah,
That will
yeah.
come soon.
Yep.
So we can close the book on it. Skull and Bones is Top Button's 2024 worst game of the year, followed by Silent Hill: A Short Message and Multiverses. Specifically, it's 2.0 like relaunch.
Yeah, Multiverse 2.0.
Yeah.
We could just
Grand
No,
reopening.
1.0, because the original launch was a
It was a
beta.
beta. Yeah.
Oh,
Multiverse is 1.0. Okay, cool. All right.
It was, well, the original version was 1.0, but then they silently made it not 1.0, and then
Yeah.
this is 1.0. So
I'm really looking forward to 2. It just
Yeah.
you know.
you can go download it for free right now.
Oh,
You get Wonder Woman for free.
I bought it. I have the OG version.
Yo, I was a
Yeah.
sick Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I played a mean Shaggy.
Iron Giant, baby.
Yeah.
Iron Giant.
All right. Well, now it is time for the best of the best. For those unfamiliar, we're going to all build a top 10 list together, ranked 10 to 1. Everyone got the spreadsheet in front of them.
Yes.
Yeah. So who's gonna walk the line with Hot Buttons winners of the past? Hades, Psychonauts 2, Elden Ring, and Hi-Fi Rush. Anyway, Sean, you ever beat that?
Hi-Fi Rush.
I plead the fifth.
Oh, damn you.
There's so
by
much
the way,
shit to
that
play.
reminds me, the
Yeah.
the prize for first place is that your studio gets shut down by Microsoft and 75% of it gets saved by Crafton.
Wait, that happened to FromSoft?
It's a new tradition. It started last year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
You
sorry.
better be wary. Rumor is Sony's coming after
All
him.
right, so I nominate Skull and Bones.
We were discussing this off air. Hades 2 is still in early access, so come back next year on our thoughts on that. But this is going to be interesting because I think all of us probably have a different number 1, which
yeah.
hasn't happened before. Anyway, here's what's currently in the hopper that we're pulling from. Balatro, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Persona 3 Reload, Helldivers 2, Metaphor ReFantazio, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Mullet Mad Jack, Astrobot, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Buckshot Roulette, Indica, UFO 50, Silent Hill 2, Children of the Sun, The Rise of the Golden Idol, Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, Dread Delusion, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, the Thaumaturge.
Oh my God.
sorry.
You got it, you got it.
Thronefall, Marvel Rivals, Animal Well, Mouthwashing, and Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
I just like that you trip over the word every time.
I can't. I don't know. I can't. It was when me and Austin went to the theater to see
Megalopolis.
I can't say it.
Yeah.
And then the person on the other side was like, "It's okay. Like this is you're not the only one, and
Yeah.
it's been happening." And I was like, "Yeah, really smart to make the name of your movie like have that bad of mouthfeel."
Well, there's a lot about that movie that's not smart.
We knew where you were getting in.
Yeah.
Too.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I forgot to mention that OXTO game that went 1.0 this year, the black and white like noir Hotline Miami. liked it.
I was relatively disappointed
It's still a bit
in its roguelike upgrade
Okay,
system.
Yeah, it's a bit of a knockoff, but it's the best knockoff out of all the
Sure.
knockoffs. I think I liked it more than Hong Kong Massacre, 8-Bound, or Mr. Shifty. So
Did it make your top 10 though?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I didn't even stick it in here. All right, so where to start? Where to start?
I think there's a couple that we can like lock in
Yeah.
as being somewhere.
Yeah.
on the list.
Don't we usually go through and like
Pick-
nominate some that need to be?
Or elimination? Okay.
Well, no, it's I don't.
Wait, what?
didn't
How do we
usually
do
go
it? I
around,
really
round
like how we
robin
did
and
it
then
last
say-
year.
Last year
I think we picked
we
two.
each picked 3, and that made it a list of
Okay.
15.
Oh,
and then we went through
okay.
what
Let's do
was
that.
left and said, is there anything that people feel strongly about that's on here that
Yeah.
isn't? And
I
then,
like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
But we
that's
did it
some
one
time.
at a time. So
Yeah.
we go around
One-
once,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah,
go
yeah,
around
yeah.
again. Yeah.
All right.
So Andrew, you're
take
after
this.
Matt, and we're starting with.
Who do we want to start with?
I can start.
Okay.
I know what my number 1 is.
All right.
Balatro.
Okay.
Good man.
Can you like make a separate list to the side, Andrew?
Yeah.
Or
sure.
you could just
Actually, that's-
or you could just star them. Either one.
Yeah,
you
I'm-
can star
I'm-
them
yep,
when
I'm
we
highlighting
when we
as we
start
go.
ordering. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
And then me.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mullet Mad Jack.
All right. We're doing it 3 times?
3
Mhm.
times. Yeah.
Okay. Mouthwashing.
Okay.
Maddie.
Animal Well.
Well.
Okay, and now it's me, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going with The Rise of the Golden Idol.
Okay.
Very nice.
Eyes. Oh.
Back to me.
Yep.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Ooh. I'm not even trying to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of like
Yeah.
nominating
I'm
stuff
not
that you
picking
feel
this
like
because
other.
you will.
Yeah. Because it's like the funny thing about my top 10 list is I have a lot of stuff that moves around.
Mhm.
Stuff like Indica and UFO 50. But I'm actually going to say Helldivers 2.
Okay.
Good.
Good memories in that one this year.
John.
Yes. I was looking. Astrobot.
Okay.
Dread Delusion.
Okay.
And I'm going with Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age.
Here's a legacy.
It would not win best titles of the
Legacy.
year, I'll tell you that.
No, yeah. The title tells me absolutely nothing about what it's about at all.
They just don't need the second part.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Andrew, Diesel Legacy sounds like a train sim game.
I think they wanted the same, like, they wanted something that they could say, like, that's Marvel Baby for, like, Marvel versus Capcom, so they can say that's Diesel Baby. I think that's what they
That's
were going
Marvel,
for, but the
baby.
Brazen Age is, yeah.
Yeah, it's too much, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, man. Fucking. I'll say Life is Strange.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't miss one after Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, right?
No.
Now
Okay.
it's Sean's turn.
Like a Dragon.
All
This
right.
is your last pick, by the way,
Yeah.
of the 3.
Thronefall.
Interesting.
We have not had a chance to talk about that game.
No, we will.
And it is very good.
Mm-hmm.
And Andrew.
And for this is the last one, right? I'm going for
Yep.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Good stuff. Did nobody pick Indica?
No.
No.
Wow.
Well, it's funny because it's a game we all liked quite a bit, but I don't know if it's a game that any of us has in our top. Like, you know,
yeah,
like,
no,
Oh,
I
it's
got-
like
It's
yeah. Well, like we said, we're gonna do
exactly.
another.
It's like slightly further down.
yeah, same here for me. And the Great Circle.
Okay.
How should I have done UFO 50?
Well, okay. So what we have left.
So, but we have to discuss the ones that are not highlighted first.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything that we need to move.
So, Andrew,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about Metaphor's chances now that you've beaten it?
I picked my top 3 games of the year, and Metaphor is number 4.
Okay. So Metaphor
Okay.
is my number 5. My top 3 are the ones I picked, which is Balatro, Call of Duty, and Final Fantasy. Number 4 is Indica, and number 5 is Metaphor. So
I think this
So
usually
you'd have,
happens
like-
where there's one game that falls out of the top
Yeah.
10,
Yeah.
and then that's like the honorary 10th.
That's what this is. This is what this thing is for, because it doesn't necessarily need to be built of a collection of our top 3s.
Right.
Mhm.
But more what I'm asking is, like, if we put Metaphor on as the 16th game, does it have a shot of making it into the top 10 with the rest of the stuff that's on here? Because me and you are the only ones that have played it. And I guess the similar question to you with Persona 3.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a little unknowable, right? Because it kind of depends on if anybody's wishy-washy on their third game, you know?
Sure. I say we put Metaphor.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
Can I,
I put it to you this way: out of Metaphor and Persona 3, since Persona 3 is like, you know,
A remake?
a remake,
Yeah.
I just didn't get around to play Metaphor, but I intend on like playing it through.
Yeah.
So,
hmm.
especially based on what you guys have talked about, and I want to get more of Andrew's thoughts.
I kind of want to make a case for UFO 50. Even though I didn't pick it, just because I haven't gotten enough time to like play through all these games, but like I love this initiative. I love what it's doing so much. Like,
Let me add my 2 cents to UFO 50 just for the sake of this conversation, okay?
Okay.
I do really like that package. There's a lot of great stuff in there. You don't have to jive with all 50 games because you'll probably find a couple that you really like, okay?
Of course.
However, there are a few things I think they could have done that would have made it like an all-timer, okay? One of them is that some of those games are esoteric and like very very obtuse, and
The one they
games
start
of that
with
era
is-
may have games from that era, like esoteric ones, like super obtuse ones. They would often have like a
yeah,
manual
it starts
that
with
came with it
Barbuda.
that would
That first game.
explain- right, and it's like if you're trying to play the original Legend of Zelda with the manual versus without the manual, it's like it's a solvable
fucked.
game with
Yeah.
one of those things, and without it, it is almost unsolvable, right? And I think that's the difference in some of those like harder games. The other thing too is that there's a lot of multiplayer games on there. That's great. And I know that local multiplayer is all that existed in the era that they're trying to simulate.
Yeah.
Or more or less anyway. However, I don't live in a dorm room or with an older brother or anything anymore, right? So I'm not in the
That's your
environment where I
fault.
could really get to try out a tactics in multiplayer. Well,
I knew
that's
that
what I
was
mean. Is
coming.
like, okay, so it's like it would have been really nice, and all of these things that I wish the game did are way harder. Like
That would have broke the immersion.
This already ambitious thing that they made,
Yeah.
but
Randy's
it would have been
take,
nice
get
if I had
some
the option
friends close
to
to
have
you.
those things
That's
too.
my take
you
all
know?
the time.
It's a great game. It's a great package. I highly recommend it. It does not make my top 10. Well, yeah.
Listen, I only
it doesn't
got
make
halfway
my,
through
my
it.
top
Top 10,
3
huh?
anyway for this list.
I only got
Okay.
halfway
Maybe if
through
you
it.
played more.
I put
of
like
them.
2 hours in the party house,
Yeah.
and other games I put maybe 2 minutes in. I was like, okay,
Actually,
I don't
take
get
that
it.
back.
No, I'm giving up.
That is the best.
It does make it into my top 10, but it doesn't make it
All
high
right.
enough that I would argue for this list.
Have you messed with any of the like the Game Shark thing? there's still rumors that there's like hidden games in there and this other like.
I'll bet there are,
stuff.
but no, I don't have much patience for that kind of thing.
I don't either, but
Yeah,
I think it's
I need to
it's
break
cool
out a
that
walkthrough to solve a thing. I'm yeah.
It's neat that it's there for people.
Yeah,
I
it
just
is.
like
But
it
no,
tells the story. Maybe they could have
yes,
done more with the fake
it is.
company rather than just like a sentence of flavor text for each game, but it's still. It's
I
still
agree.
pretty dope.
That also would have been nice. Like, and again, all of that would have been way harder, but it does
this
feel
took long
lacking
enough.
without, a lot of that stuff.
I just appreciate it so much. If it doesn't get in, on ours,
Me too.
It is what it is. But
I think we should put Indigo.
Yes.
yeah, I was gonna suggest that also.
Good.
That's 17. And I guess we can maybe if unless there's an argument anybody wants to make for anything else, and we can say our goodbyes.
I'm good with everything else.
Let me run through, just to take a look. So that getting cut would be Persona 3 Reload.
Mm-hmm.
Great game. Thank you for my introduction to the Persona franchise and
same.
that whole development team / that whole company. But
It's an honor to
mean,
be,
yeah.
considered here.
I of the few 100+ hour games I played this year, it is a rehashing, a good one, and again my intro. But
but the other 300, the other 300-hour games are already on the list,
right.
And I'm gonna fight for them.
Then Buckshot Roulette, which I know that I was the big one campaigning for that, so that's okay.
$3 wonder, baby.
Yeah, UFO 50 as we discussed. Silent Hill 2. Children of the Sun, I want to stop up for just a very brief moment because this honestly would have ranked in my top 5 if it wasn't for that level near the end that I got stuck on. Because what I loved so much about the previous stages was that there are like multiple solutions to kill everyone and pass. And then they started adding more and more factors that kind of halted the halted
When you told me you looked up a video and did exactly what the guy did and still didn't beat it, I was like, ugh.
It turns out I wasn't doing anything wrong. I wasn't able to perform the shot fast enough.
You weren't doing anything right.
Yeah, well, because if I haven't seen, you get one bullet if I haven't specified.
Yeah,
that
you did.
And it's like the trajectory I had was correct, and then but there suddenly weren't multiple paths you could take anymore.
Yeah,
and it's a shame because I was like super digging it, and maybe I'll go back one day, but it kind of put a damper, and I wasn't good enough. But then Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree. I know you guys have.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, it was whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Like I said, it stayed pretty high. Matter of fact, I have it on my own personal list. I have it higher than Dread Delusion, but even though Dread Delusion is, we'll get to it, but Dread Delusion is good at the things that Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree kind of abandoned.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, but yeah, I'm not gonna fight too hard for it when there's bigger fish to fry.
Okay. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
Game too hard.
Yeah,
See
I
you
know.
later.
I'm too dumb.
No, listen,
too dumb. See ya.
I fucking love Sayonara Wild Arts. I know you said this is, this follows more or less.
Hey, listen, it was a great puzzle game. I don't think it's not on my top 10.
It wasn't for me. It's
Yeah.
extremely
it's
well
on
made.
Andrew's top
Great
10.
puzzle game.
Yeah. I'm not anti-notebook or anything, but the amount of math.
Yeah.
A lot of math. Yeah.
I said it feels like less like a video game and more like a puzzle book you check out from the library.
Essentially, it kind of is. Yeah.
I respect the hell out
I
of
was
it.
compelled to finish
It kind of
Outlaws,
is, but like,
but I gave up on this. Kind of saying something.
Yeah.
this was a great challenge. Basically, an enormous escape room, which went over very well with the wife and I. But there were a couple of times where they sort of pigeonholed you into, oh, you didn't find this one obscure thing, and it's like, and that did kind of sour me on it a little bit. Not so much that it knocked it out of my top 10, but yeah, that's where we are.
Okay.
Do all escape rooms come with that button where you can let management know you want out? Because that was my version.
Yeah.
I was like, listen, I've been racking my brain on this for like an hour and a half. I'm done.
This was also the game at the beginning. You're like, why is there like a coffee meter and a pee meter? Like, what is all this? The temperature. But and I know. So you and your wife finished it, and Matt and you and Alfred finished it. Right, so
that was the problem. I needed another person.
Yeah, y'all passed your test again in Mensa. So
need
congrats
two brains.
to you guys. It was funny because I associate this more with like missed than maybe like a Baba Is You, A Return from the Obra did.
It is
Oh,
kind of,
yeah.
yeah. It is a, I think Alfred said it perfectly. Some of the puzzles are bang your head against the wall hard. And
Yeah.
it's like, they're, some of them are very tough.
I'm dumb.
Yeah, also me.
Yeah, get this smart boy game out of here.
Yeah.
Smarty pants. Bullshit.
Did I say you could dive backwards at Call of Duty?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You did.
I
Still
got your
thinking about it.
Having a second.
It does help
set
when
of-
you have a second.
Yeah.
It does help when you have a second person to bounce ideas and perspectives off of. But
Right.
that's a way to enjoy the game. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not the one they intended, but definitely how we enjoyed it.
What if you
here.
have two stupid people?
Austin, you want to try playing?
No.
Probably get through it eventually.
Yeah, the monkey typewriters.
All right, and
Shakespeare
also
eventually.
And also,
next,
The
Thaumaturge.
yeah.
Thaumaturge. Yeah, this
Thaumaturge.
one sneaks. This one sneaks in at number 10 on my list. I
Alright.
definitely recommend it if everything I said about it in narrative or whatever has caught your attention. It is a very unique setting. It's just, it's a first outing from this new company. So hopefully their next one, they can iterate on some of the shortfalls and impress me again. I will definitely keep an eye on what they do next.
Okay.
But yeah, once again, just not gonna make it onto this list, I think.
And Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, we already said it. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, cool.
Fine.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you put it on here. I didn't know if there was
No, I liked it.
No, I liked it too. Yeah.
It's the second best. It's the second most fun I had with a competitive multiplayer this year, I think.
The first was Call of Duty.
Skull and Bones. Oh.
Nowhere near this list.
He really liked getting wrecked by that level 20 shit.
Yeah.
So that way he could go back and do a corpse run and get more coconuts.
Yeah.
All right, so now what do we do?
yeah.
Congratulations to these 17 best games of the year.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my
In
God.
no particular order.
Yeah.
Now what?
All right. Well, let's go down.
Running down the list alphabetically. Congrats to
Let me go down real quick
Elastra,
and say,
Astro-
what have we not really discussed all that much?
Thronefall.
Thronefall we haven't discussed at all.
At all.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Right.
guys have
Dread Delusion we could stand to talk about more.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say Dread Delusion could be talked about more. I feel like Animal Well could probably be talked about more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Golden Idol only had
and
one.
Wait,
Wait,
Diesel-
those are the three I nominated.
Diesel Legacy. We kind of just talked about aesthetics. So if you guys want to talk about
Mhm.
like the actual mechanics of it, so
Yeah? Do you want to go first, Randy, or you want me to go first?
You go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm the fighting game guy around here.
Yeah, I think it
but
should be you
This
that
game
take
is
this
just like...
one.
Yeah, like, ordinarily, right, like, you can usually see at a high level what makes a fighting game good when, especially when you're, like, in it and you know, like, some of the shorthand, like, oh, this has this mechanic from this game or that mechanic from that game. And this game is made by fighting game people, so it totally is that. Like, you could totally observe it that way.
You can tell.
However, I think this game is just so immediate. It's so immediately fun, like, regardless of whether or not you even know how it works. Because the only thing that the tutorial teaches you is how the lane system works, which is also taken from an old fighting game, but people haven't really used it in like 30 years.
Wait,
So
it is?
It's basically like new again.
I thought that was like
Yeah, it's from the first Fatal Fury. No, there's a new
shit.
Fatal Fury game coming out in April, and this mechanic is from the first Fatal Fury.
does it,
Terry Bogard,
and it has
way back
three.
in the
It
day.
has three lanes,
Um,
like a middle, a foreground, and a background.
I think it has two, but
Okay.
this mechanic was definitely borrowed from
I didn't
from
know
them.
that. Yeah.
But it works really well in this. Yeah, it works really well in this 2v2 setting, and people have been trying to crack this nut on how to get like teams into fighting games, like how to have at least a 2v2 game.
Mhm.
And 2XKO has their take on it. Smash Brothers, of course, we know how that works.
Yeah.
But
Multiverses.
platform fighters are different for a handful of reasons.
Yeah.
Multiverses is a platform.
Should
fighter,
be
but
called
Yeah.
It's
single
okay, So we know how the
versus.
platform.
yeah.
we know how platform fighters handle it. We know how like arena fighters like Sparking Zero handle it. We understand how those handle 4 players. So this is a very different take on that. But also all of the characters have like different ways that they interact with the lane systems. Like different attacks will go on different lanes,
Yeah.
and of course there are ways that you can create these like really cool like synergies between the characters really easily. It's all intuitive. The inputs aren't that complicated. The characters are all really unique, and I do have to say, from a lot of time playing in different fighting games, the absolute minimum that you need for your roster to not feel too small is 10. And they have 10 characters, and it's like, okay, great. They made great decisions with making sure that they had 10 unique feeling characters. And yeah, it's just fun right away. There's a character, she's a lady who chews bubblegum and skates around on roller
That's who
skates.
I played.
Yeah.
And it's like if she stops moving, she loses her power up, basically, right? So you get powered up by continually moving, which is a thing that you can kind of only do with this lane system. So they got really creative. This game just worked immediately. Like I said, you just get to the fun so fast.
Yeah. No, well said. I concur.
Okay.
Who wants to talk about Dread Delusion?
Red Delusion.
Ooh.
Sean, you just got into this, right?
Yeah.
You said
What
you're digging it
started
quite a
out
bit.
as like a 1 to 2 hour, just hey, how you doing? Ended up being my whole morning before I came here.
Yeah.
It's I get it what you guys are talking about, but I want to pass it off to you guys because you have more time in, and I'll bring something up if anything.
Yeah, you want to take it first, Matt?
I mean, yeah, sure. I think we've talked a lot about this. We actually have talked a lot about this game so far, but I've described it to you folks as it feels kind of like it's almost like a Fisher Price My First RPG, and it's very, so the scope is smaller. The map is like, there's plenty of nooks and crannies in the map to explore, but there aren't 500 of them. The combat system is very, it's very simple. The story is well written. I would say the story is very well written, but is not lore heavy. There's a little bit of lore, and it's just a
that's nice.
it's just a video game story. It's not like like a universe where you got to read like the Bible of this universe. It's like, it's a good backstory, good story.
Speaking of which, did you read all of those Bibles or books? On the pedestals?
I read a few of them.
Okay.
I read a few of them. It's like, they're not really, you don't have to read them to understand what's going on. But in any case, it's just like, I keep describing the game as just, it feels cozy because it's so nice and small in scope, and it doesn't feel.
They have that really chill soundtrack too.
Yes.
Baby.
The soundtrack too, and it's like,
It's incredibly immersive.
I just keep telling people, I'm like, I enjoyed this game more than I ever expected, and every time I booted it up, I loved playing it. I really did love playing it. And it was just one of those things where it's like, I still think about how much I enjoyed it. It's good.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
When we played this game at PAX years back, right? Like the very first introduction, like they're obviously like through their UI, they're trying to evoke Bethesda games and maybe a little bit of like old PS1 like Kingsfield, right? In the way the combat works and stuff. However, it's really not like either of those.
Yeah.
It's like what I thought it was going to be I thought it was going to be that Bethesda RPG, and that's kind of what I was playing it for. What I found that I like, what the game actually was and what I actually liked about it was completely different.
Yep.
Which was that it was like, yeah, it is in a realm for me with like Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring, in the sense of, wow, that thing over there looks really distinct and cool, and I want to go see what it is. And I almost never get that feeling in video games. It's kind of just those two, really.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, wow, like I'm so intrigued by what I see, I want to go check it out. And it's like, yeah, there's no other place on this entire game map where that thing looks like that thing. Like there's only one of them, you know?
It's a very unique game world, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing that's really neat about it too is that this is not my fight, but there's like a lot of quote unquote discourse lately about yellow paint or white paint in video games, and it's like, they made the world too complicated, and now there's this artistic shorthand for this is the thing you're actually supposed to interact with because kind of the scene is a little busy now, right? And it's like, that's a valid complaint. I don't think it's worth losing that much sleep over. However, what I do think this game does really well is in channeling exactly what was so effective about the visual design of games during like 5th gen consoles, right? Like PS1 and 64 is like, everything that you need to interact with is floating and spinning, and it sparkles, right? It's like, okay, great. And there's always like a clear like there's always like a clearing around it, so it's like it's never ambiguous. And I do think that there's a lot to be said about how nice it is to just not be confused about anything and always know exactly what you're going to get when you get there. I don't know. It had that going for it too. But like, I do think the thing it excels at most is the exploration and like actually wanting to see what you find when you get there, you know?
Yeah, I agree. The systems are very they're simple
that
but
bit
effective.
about the hat that you said we were on a break was pretty funny.
Oh yeah, no, I do. That's my whole thing too, because like I set out to play this game the way that I would like a combat heavy, like got to make sure I have like strength or whatever. But then I was like, oh, I really like lockpicking, so I'll take plus 20 lockpicking, and then I forget the last thing I picked. It was like probably like vagabond or something or mercenary or for my whatever, and then I started leveling up, and I was like, all right, cool, 2 points into strength. And then as you start to kind of explore the world more, you're like, oh, I don't care about combat because that's not really like the highlight.
Mm-hmm.
It's more, I want my lockpicking to be high so I can get into more places. Or I want my lure to be high so I can discover more secrets or unlock more secrets. Oh, and then also I want my charm to be high so I can convince people to do
Swoon
things.
everybody.
Right. So I had like my plus 30 lockpicking hat on, and then there was a charm option for one of the guys. So then I left. I like walked out of the room, put my other hat on, walked back in, which had plus 20 charm, and talked to him. And then I was able to win that, that charm thing. So, and again, not the first game to do this, but again, these are simple but effective systems in like in a genre where systems get hampered down and too involved. This is not too involved. I mean, honestly, the coolest thing for me is you make your own damn map. That I don't know if I've ever seen that in a game, or maybe I just haven't played it. But like your job is you get like a blank piece of paper, and then as you go through landmarks in the world, you write them down, and then you're compiling your own map by exploring, which is a very cool concept. And again, forgive me, I don't know of many games that have done that, but yeah, you go to this area and you unveil the map, but in this, like you actually, in order to get a section of the map, you have to go to it, find the landmark, and then jot down. So, cool game. Nice. Definitely excited to finish it. So,
okay.
Matt, tell me about Thronefall.
Yeah. Okay. We did not get to talk about this much at all, but I told Austin because
I put it on here because like it is such a good game that does not fit into any of the rest of the categories.
That can happen.
Yeah.
Which can happen.
It is just like it. Okay. It is a. I mean, it is an RTS. RTS tower defense game.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I don't want to get too much into the mechanics, but
I'm looking up footage.
During the day, you build buildings with coins that you collect at night, either from killing monsters or economic buildings.
Yeah.
And then at night, monsters attack, and so you have a base, and they attack from many directions, and it's like different enemies in different waves from on different nights. There's different levels, so your base is always laid out differently, and so there's a different kind of strategy for each one. You can have units, you can have towers, you can have economic buildings. There's a lot of different buildings that you can build to help you with this, and I just find it. I started playing it because I saw someone streaming it, like a streamer streaming it, and I was like, "This seems like a shit ton of fun," and it is. I've been playing it. I've been playing it a lot, and it is like the easiest. I pick up and play and it goes in rounds. So usually each level is like 12, 13, 14, 15 waves or whatever, and I have been I could pick it up to play one level of it because there's challenges. I'll wind up playing like 3 or 4 different levels because that is how much fun, how addicting I find it to be.
Yeah,
and
it's you know how like clicker games are like the absolute distillation of like what an RPG is, where it's just like you click and the number goes up.
Yeah,
this is kind of like a distillation, not in the same level, but like a distillation of what an RTS is. Where it's like you think about the resources you have to manage in an RTS and the units that you have to build, and this game instead is just like, what if we start you with 1 unit and a base?
Yeah.
And then you just kill stuff. That gives you 1 resource. You use that 1 resource to build whatever you want. Whether it's a barracks to have units to attack with you, a tower that will shoot stuff that gets too close, or a farm that will give you more gold to spend on later nights when it matters more.
Yep.
and then it also like the levels are distinct, but also like the amount of shit that you can build. They do a good job of like introducing more mechanics.
Yes.
Where it's like you start and it's like, okay, you can build an archer's tower that shoots shit. You can build a barracks and you can build a farm that gives you gold. And then the next level, they're like, oh, here's a windmill. It gives you more gold.
Yep.
And then the next level, they're like, oh, well, here's more units that you can build in your barracks and a separate barracks for ranged units. Also, here's another economic building. And then like, you can build fences with doors and you can, reinforce them and like funnel the enemies into a choke point that you then build a barracks next to and then put your guys in the doorway. And
yes,
it's like, yeah.
And you're right, it escalates because there is the final wave at first is just a super wave, but then in later levels it's actual like monsters, and you're like, oh, there's there's a big monster in this game. It's like I did not realize that was gonna happen, and it's like one of the level bosses is literally a gigantic castle on tank treads that just slowly moves towards your base, and I'm like that. I was like, that's funny. That. It's a very charming. The graphics are fantastic. They're very well done.
Very stylized.
It's very stylized.
Yeah,
and
it
it's
looks
like
striking when I saw
it
it.
is. God, and it's like, dude, like I want this to stay on here so badly, but I know there's a lot of good stuff on here right now, and I really.
I mean, it can stand for now.
We're not cutting anything yet.
This
we're
looks
just talking about
really
stuff.
sick.
Yeah,
it is really.
If you're into games where you like, I have 20 minutes and I want to play something, Thronefall is perfect.
Right.
It's like.
Sorry, and I shouldn't have said for now.
Yeah,
we don't know.
What the hell, dude? What'd you say for now?
What mobile games used to be before they got infected with the worst business practices this industry has ever seen? Where it's just like, I got 20 minutes. Let me run a day-night thing, couple rounds of this, and I'm done.
I was going to say, unfortunately, it's automatically disqualified for Game of the Year because it's actually fun. So,
I was gonna ask, was it early access and then 1.0 came?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Because I remember looking it up, and I think it was like 2021 or 2022. But then before I added it, I looked it up, and it did release.
October this year. It's at initial release last year in October.
Yeah. So it was early access, and then it 1.0'd.
I thought it was something else. Isn't there a Witcher offshoot game called Thronefall?
I don't know.
It's at least in the ballpark.
Yeah.
You all should check it out, or ask me if you want.
Oh no,
I'm
100% checking it out.
Randy,
awesome.
I'll show it to you when you're over my house at one point. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, there it is, Thronebreaker. But yeah, no, it looks awesome. So.
So I think have we? I mean,
do you guys want to talk more about Animal Well?
Right.
I think that's it.
Animal Well has come up.
It has a decent amount. I don't know
if there was any last.
I know. I brought it up because you guys have talked about it a decent amount, but I know it's like very much near the top of your list. So if you want to say anything else,
I'm very passionate. I'll basically say this. Even though it has come up and maybe has some marks against it, while this, and I've said this, I think in a previous category, while this is very much a Metroidvania, there is something about it that is unlike anything else I've played, if that makes sense.
I think if you can take a genre that is primarily based around combat and take the combat out of it and make the game more interesting that way, that's a feat.
Yeah. There is not a huge combat aspect. In fact, you're probably more you have items or weapons that you're more incentivized to just like throw a frisbee at a dog that's trying to attack you. Right. There's like no setup,
or run.
No storyline really. Yeah. Everything is told through exploration and environmental storytelling. So
also,
it's very weird.
Beautiful game.
It is
glorious.
Matt even said off air he regrets not putting it in
aesthetic.
I know it should have gone on
and
there.
even Thronefall too, because I think it's got a little.
Thronefall's got style, and I regret not bringing up this game earlier.
And I also forgot to put it on aesthetic because this thing hit on all cylinders for me. I legitimately walked away from this game going, I don't think I'll play a better game this year. I personally,
you still
I think
feel that way.
I struggle to think of another number one.
Okay,
so that's like if it's not number one, it's tied.
That was going to be my next thing because I have no idea how in the world we're gonna do cuts. Is an easier.
Oh, I do want to talk about Indiana Jones real quick because in the other categories it was always we'll get to this later.
Yeah, I also have a lot of thoughts on Indiana
Is this spoiler
Jones.
free?
This is spoiler free.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I got to
So,
this shit in
spoiler free,
between, so I just wanted to make sure I got past that.
I'll
So-
let you say your spiel first
Yeah.
because I also have some feelings in Indiana Jones that are complicated. But
Okay. So yeah. Indiana Jones, the movie, is the progenitor of the likes of Tomb Raider and Uncharted.
yes,
And I definitely spent more time with the newer crop of Tomb Raiders than I did the older ones.
As you
but they
should
are
have.
still
Yeah.
all going for that. And yeah, and I do think what always kind of got in the way of trying to replicate the Indiana Jones fantasy, and they could, I'm sure the designers would argue that they were trying to do their own thing, but they always felt too combat heavy. And so maybe Austin, I know Austin's a dissenter. I shouldn't speak for you, but maybe you felt they dialed it too far in the other direction.
I think they did as well. Yeah.
But I do think, there are some weird pacing choices for sure. Like I do think Giza probably should have been the first level, and then
The
they probably
Vatican.
should have made the Vatican the second level. I think that would have been a better introduction because that first one is kind of a maze. But I think it's so nice to have this game where combat is dialed back, because then I can feel like I'm an explorer and not some weird psychopathic mass murderer. And then
You didn't say ludonarrative
in,
dissonance.
I didn't, but I was thinking it loudly. And then, what do you call it? Uncharted 4 in particular really started
The best
to
one.
get on my nerves because they're doing, well, not for me.
Me and
but
Austin just shaking
with
our
that one,
heads
they
so
started-
hard right now.
No, with that one, they started to get away from some of the things that I really liked about 2 and 3. Which is like, okay, in Uncharted 2, this building is collapsing and you are jumping. You are controlling Nathan Drake. You are going to run and jump to the next building. And it is that cool set piece and everything. And in Uncharted 4, they took a lot of that interactivity away to make it look cool, but then I wasn't playing as much of the video game.
Right, but
And
the
what I really appreciate
plane and
about
ship sequence is
Well,
pretty.
hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
it's pretty close, but
It's
it's
linear.
also it's not indicative of what the rest of the game is. Like that moment stands out and it is exciting, but they also do let you do the platforming. They there's a what do you call it? There's a sequence in Uncharted 4 where you're like on a motorcycle and you shoot the gun at the car behind you, but it really doesn't matter how much you shoot the gun. Like the same thing happens every time. Indiana Jones does allow you to keep playing the video game there. And more than that is that the regular core loop of the game is that like immersive sim light, which it is not as beholden to it as something like Thief or Deus Ex is. But the fact is that they give me agency to do a level how I want to do it. And I think that's the most important part that they could have retained from that kind of design. Like there was a point where you are basically sneaking into a Nazi camp, and I could see from the perspective of where I was entering it that there were several other viable ways to get there. And because the game is so loosey-goosey with what they'll let you climb on, there were probably plenty more that I couldn't see. And I appreciated that they went to all that trouble to make a thing that I really am only going to experience from one side, but I could have done it my way. And it's not like linear is a bad word. It's not like it's okay. It's not like it's a bad thing if there's only one way to solve the game. But I appreciated that they actually just allowed me the agency that I craved when I'm in, an Uncharted 4 situation, because that did really let me down. And that combined with the fact that they let you get into the lack of a lot of those, big set piece moments, I think is because the way that they design the game is they intend for you to try something, have it fail, a Nazi notices you, and then you punch him, just like Indiana Jones would. And I think they get those diegetic moments to really work. And yeah, that's it just
Right.
worked
He's
for me
just
way
like
better
me
than-
for real.
So you put a corner in me because I was going to meet you halfway, and then you started besmirching Uncharted 4, which I think is the best action adventure game of all time.
I don't want to have to tear down another game in order to do it, but I think if the designers felt the way I did, it could have been that they wanted this game to exist because they also maybe had those same criticisms, right?
So the problem
I did hear from behind the scenes that they had a no whips in cutscenes rule because they wanted you to always be in control of the whip, and that's exactly the kind of thing that it felt like the game was.
I beat the game and was never even conscious of that, but I mean, it's
You know what? I also heard that behind the scenes there was a no bringing up Nathan Drake or Uncharted 4.
Is that an Anthem situation?
Yeah. So the funny thing is, like, as much as all the things this game does right, my biggest issue is definitely pacing. It is Indiana Jones should be exciting, and this game, in my opinion, is not exciting enough. And I understand that there's not a ton of action, and the action that's there, it's like, I don't think the AI is great, and I don't think the combat. I think the combat and stealth are a bit below average. The boss battles are atrocious. And it's a shame because I like Tony Todd's character, but I think that like, I just don't think that stuff works well. And by the way, if you feature stealth in your game, then you need a stealth takedown mechanic. Like, the game does not.
Oh no,
the game does not have a prompt.
Does Indiana Jones do that in the movies?
Well, what? I mean, it's like it's still a video game. Like, you know, it's like you're gonna be upset that they maybe gamified Uncharted a little too much. It's like, it's not very cinematic either. If I slam someone in the back of the head with a hammer or a shovel, and then they just turn around and start punching, and you wail on each other until the ragdoll sets in. Like, it's like,
if you had an improvised weapon, it is a knockout.
That knockout is not dependent. I mean, and Sean ran into a similar problem as well, so I don't feel crazy.
I can attest to this. At the beginning, I felt like the combat was like, I don't recall being caught, or the person who I was behind, like, alerting other guards or whatever. But, like, I come over here, we talk about it. I go back to that game. I swear to God, I cannot do an improvised takedown without being seen or alerting the enemy beforehand.
And you go down fast. The game is not designed for you to fight multiple people at once. And I understand that they want you to de-emphasize the use of firearms, but the punishment of alerting everybody in the area and being stingy on ammo is enough. You don't need, like, big armor wearing guys too. That have helmets, so then you can't do that takedown, or they have body armor, so you can't shoot. You have to shoot, like, multiple shots. Like, you
could have played the game like me, like, you on the ship mission, you run into the room where the enemies aren't, and then you run out, hit the guy a couple times, run back in. That's very Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Because that's the other thing. It takes too long for the soldiers to lose trace of exactly where you are, and which is kind of irritating, because it's like, if you alert people in the camp, you're, like, done. Like, it's just like, here's
Gina's
20
a great
people
bullet
shooting
sponge. That's all I'm saying.
But it's like, I don't know. I had there are certain tricks, like, I know you can use the whip to, like, take a weapon out of someone's hand, but, like, I never
remember that.
No, I'm just saying, like, it didn't always work for me as well as it is.
You got to upgrade it. There's different tiers of enemies, so you have to find. So you have to find the book that lets you take weapons from the heavies.
You know what Uncharted doesn't have? Leveling up.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. They're being true to the character.
I never once took a weapon from a heavy.
They're being true to the character of Indiana Jones, which means, like, you're not going to have the traversal options of, like, a Dishonored, right? Like if Dishonored, if you fuck up your stealth, you're not going to, like, fucking run up a building and, like,
or Deathloop.
Or Deathloop. You don't have as many options.
I found that, exactly. I think that's why it's an immersive sim light, and I think that's exactly why they don't give you certain mechanics.
I got to eat all the stale bread as quickly as I can. Because I also, I
did hate that mechanic. Why am I eating oranges and bread? Why is there oranges and bread, or, like, fruits and bread everywhere?
And luckily for them, the story is great, and the writing is fire, and the
performance,
puzzles, the performance, it looks fantastic. The environments are slick. It's like, to its credit, the back half really does pick up. I just wish there were more set pieces, because, as we said, it's like the fucking boat and plane sequence is killer, and a little unrelated. I personally found the controls to be a tad cumbersome, especially when things get hectic, where you're, like, fumbling to, it's interesting that and it's really well animated, but it's like
when you get gassed, like, and you're just like a drunk guy just standing there as you're getting hit.
Yeah. But it's like the game interrupts you if you get shot or punched while you're in the middle of something. It stops you from doing it.
Just like in real life.
So it's like so it's like you're reloading your, like, revolver or something, and it's like you get hit, it, like, freezes up, and then
there's
you have
your problem.
to undo, and, like,
Indiana Jones is just like Batman. He doesn't use guns.
He does use guns, but I'm not playing it. And mind you, I'm not playing it like a shooter. I know I sound like I'm being more reckless than I am, but the best stealth games, in my opinion, things like Phantom Pain, is that you start stealthy, and then when if things go, if shit hits the fan, then it turns into a different type of game. Indiana Jones can't be that second game. Like, it's like, if you get spotted by 100 people,
that experience, though.
Then you're just like, all right, well, then I'll wait for them to kill me so I can restart this stealth thing and do it right. Because,
no, but I had exactly that experience. So it could be, and this can be, like, this is totally a fair criticism of the game if you didn't have that experience. But I do feel like the parts where I screwed up were not me ending up in the middle of 100 guys. It was me screwing up in front of 1, 2, or 3. And then I could handle that because I didn't put myself into the situation where there was the 100, right? Like, and listen, if that still soured your opinion, I get it. That's fair enough.
And I like the game a lot, but it is just, yeah.
No, I feel like I got the intended experience with exactly that clumsy moment in Indiana Jones where he's like, oh no, there's a Nazi behind me, isn't there? Right? Like that kind of thing, you know? And that it super worked for me. As far as the pacing goes, I do think that the one thing that they could have done is like, because there were a couple of these sequences in Sukhothai where they would like do a chase or a shootout or whatever.
Yeah.
It probably could have used at least one of those in the Vatican if they weren't going to change anything else about the game.
But shootout at the Vatican.
A little car chase in the Vatican or something. Yeah.
The
enemies have too much.
I have to commend the game for, though, is that, all the side missions feel like they are things that Indiana Jones should be taking time out of his like important main quest to do, right?
Yeah.
So it's like whether you interact with them or not, it never feels like, would he really be doing this right now? Like they always feel like they're tied to the main plot, even though you can clearly skip all.
Yeah.
You know? And they did a great job with that.
He's a benevolent guy, and the people and they have a level of importance to them. They're not always just kind of like fetch,
So wait, is this game of the year? Or is this most disappointing, Randy? Because you're airing out a lot of grievances.
It's not either, because I like this game a lot, but I want it to be better. And obviously, I wasn't putting it in disappointing or anything. But also, it's like to me, it's I also very much disagree with the Uncharted thing. I think as that series has progressed, they've given you like more freedom in set pieces, and they even kind of started like doing semi-open world stuff, and but it's like with this, and also I think their stories got better too, and I mean they were always good, but it's like Indiana Jones is very compelling, but it does speed up and slow down occasionally for me, and it's just like, I don't know, maybe you're better at it than me, but it's like I eventually set the difficulty down, and it's like you've done now, I don't know how many of the boss fights, Sean, with Tony Todd's character.
No, I'm in what the Andrew just referenced it. Sukhothai, yeah. I just got into Sukhothai, and then I was like, all right, I got past the part, and then I wanted to play Dread Delusion, so I put it down. Okay. But I do plan on going back and finishing.
Sure. No, yeah. And I recommend that you do. And I do think like the story finishes in a way that's cool, but they could have done a little bit more with the final confrontation. Yeah. The final show.
It did feel like mechanically they wanted to do something a little more with the final showdown, but then maybe had to back out due to time. What we got was a cool story moment, but could have been better mechanically. I agree. Like, I've got
maybe one more
for that game.
Like,
but
all right, well that settles it. It's cut.
Yeah, just a handful. Yeah.
that wasn't even what I was trying to do. But
we want to get all of it out.
Andrew just rustled my jimmies.
Listen, okay.
This isn't about Indiana Jones.
It wasn't the subtitle of Uncharted 4, Thieves' End.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's fucking stop talking about
it. Okay, so what are we?
We gotta do something?
What was the next?
We're still at 17.
All right.
I was going to say, as a suggestion here for maybe a handful of these, is that there are games like Indica and Dread Delusion and Life is Strange and Balatro that have multiple people signing them. Balatro will probably be high regardless, but as for those that are like lower on the list, let's see. Indiana Jones, we've got 3 co-signers, but maybe you don't feel as strongly about it as I do, Randy. I mean, almost certainly you don't feel as strongly about it as I do, but
it's high highs for me still.
But yeah,
low lows, but
given that, I mean, do we want to say, is there something to be said about the fact that we've got multiple people who have a similar opinion of it? Does that maybe lift it up over something that only has one cosigner? I don't know.
Let me ask this. Is there any game on here that you feel like you will die on the hill for?
I was going to propose
Idol.
this. I was like, do all 5 of us have a different number 1? Because if so, should all of our number 1s be in here, and that's half the top 10?
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Because mine's Balatro,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
Yeah.
locking it.
Yeah.
Balatra, it sounds
Turn
like
that to green.
Randy, what's your number 1?
Mullet Magic.
Oh, green, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Your number 1's Mullet Magic?
It's-
I was like moments away from suggesting how is this top 10? I played it. It's good, but it's like
it's raw, unbridled, in your face action, and I love it. It's just like,
All right. Sean, what's your number 1?
that's kind of the issue. Yeah, I'm kind of torn between that and Balatro, but I mean, if Animal Well,
if Balatra's already
All right, but
locked,
Matt's number 1 is Animal Well.
Then I will pick a different number 1.
Okay, so
Does that
then
work?
we've got everybody's number 1 covered.
No,
in
that's
these
not
4.
how this works.
no, right.
We're not,
All right.
we're not
no?
playing that game. I'm saying like,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
if
yeah.
your top 2, like Matt's is Animal Well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And if
So-
if yours is Animal Well, that means now there are 4 guaranteed.
That's fine.
If your top is Animal Well or Balatro, then that's just another vote to get it higher on the list.
Right. So I need to pick another number 1.
No,
That's the
No,
exact-
We're not playing that game.
Yeah, I know.
Me
You
and
just
Ready,
have to-
me and Sean. Yeah, it's
Okay.
like both of ours is probably Animal Well, so that's fine. Then there's 4 then.
All right.
Well,
Andrew, what is your number 1? Is it Rise of the Golden Idol?
Rise of the Golden Idol, yeah.
Okay.
very
Okay.
nice.
All right.
All right. What's your number
So I'm just going to...
2-1?
Are we just doing another round?
Yeah,
no.
it's very hard to cut these. These are all
I
very good
know
games.
it is.
So I will say that my like unordered.
Because we need to find 6.
What I was saying is like, yes, we can do our number 1s, right? But like, are there any games after that round of, these 4 being here? Are there any other games that you're like, that has to be on the list? Because personally, I feel that way about Call of Duty. Not that it has to be 1, just
Right.
that I want it on there.
How about I take you by the hand and I walk you out the other way to the exit? Where is Like a Dragon on your top 10? Because for all intents and
It's like
purposes,
7 or 8.
right?
Yeah.
It's probably about that for me too.
So, like,
Boom
it's-
goes the
All right.
dynamite.
So are we
One
gonna
gone.
have to actually? Are we gonna do some cuts now that we did that
Yeah.
top 4? Okay.
I think, unfortunately,
I was going to say Diesel Legacy is the only other game that I feel not as strongly as Rise of the Golden Idol, but really strongly about. Like Indiana
about
Jones,
it being somewhere in the 10.
That was the best.
Is that-
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
okay.
Diesel Legacy's got to be in the 10.
All right. So
Yeah, I could live without Like a Dragon in our collective top 10 list.
I'm gonna say that
I'd feel that way about Life is Strange if it stuck the landing a bit better.
All right, take it off.
No, I didn't say that.
We got to start cutting, man.
But also, well,
You have Mullet Magic as 1. I have tons of issues with that. But keep going.
Really? You said you liked it.
Yeah, it's good. It's fucking 3 hours of like.
So what? Just because it's not a 100-hour long JRPG doesn't mean
no
it can't
substance, my friend.
I should say
Don't.
I should
If it's
say
not double
that-
digits, I don't want to hear it.
I should say that Like a Dragon got pushed down my list because of Life is Strange.
Oh well, that was him going. If it stuck the landing,
What? So
I even if without sticking the landing,
I think
love that
I
game.
feel like Indica is something we can all agree on, but
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily mean
Mhm.
it's
I think it's in there.
100% there. No, it's in the short hop lists right now before the line. But I mean, I feel it feels weird not having Astrobot on there, but I know it's not.
I mean,
mean,
it's like that's to say, it's like, listen, it doesn't, as much as I kind of just I kick dirt in its face, it's fine, and it's like it would not make it on my top 10.
okay.
I mean, genuinely, because it's like I can see 10 games I've played this year that I think I probably enjoyed more. But what about everybody else? What about everybody else?
I will say this. Go
Real
ahead.
quick, because Austin Austin mentioned it, and then we quickly moved on. But Black Ops 6 needs to be here, right?
Yeah, it stays.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, we all played it.
I don't want to do
Yeah,
any,
let's-
I only want to
Most
do
of
the
us.
4 hard locks of our number ones.
Yeah.
And I'm
yeah.
saying this to somebody with Call of Duty is in my top 10.
I'm saying it's like, yeah, okay, so if we're asking, does Call of Duty Black Ops 6, does it belong in the top 10? That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
I think that seems
I'm
perfectly
not
reasonable.
saying it's unreasonable.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying
that-
we're going to run out of spots very quickly.
I don't know about that. I'll basically say this. As somebody who was like calling Matt's judgment into question of Astrobot, I'm glad it exists. But out of all my experiences this year, I think it gets kind of pushed back. You know what I mean? It was an absolute joy to play. Thank God that, games like this are still being made. It's not just in Nintendo's court to be making joyous celebration. Well,
Yeah.
with that aside, but like just, heartwarming platformers. But it's also like a nod to their history and their library and stuff like that. From what I understand, a majority of the people here liked Playroom more.
I did.
Yeah,
Which again, as I
yeah.
said before, was like a proof of concept for this game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
That
you already,
felt special.
you
yeah.
kind of, there was only a couple of additions in this game that kind of, made it a different game. But it's low on my list. So
It's also low on my list.
if it doesn't
It's in the
go,
middle of mine, and Andrew didn't play it, and Matt didn't love it, so
No.
maybe it doesn't.
I don't think it hangs.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
I will also say
Astrobot will not be closed by Microsoft.
hell yeah.
I
Team
kind of
Sony.
want Helldivers 2 there, but
I agree with that.
because the thing is we're far removed from it. If you would have asked us in like June,
True.
it's like
I had a
it's like
fucking
the hottest game
knee
of the-
slapping good time.
Yeah.
And they released some more recent content. But how many of us are clamoring
Can
to
I
get back to it?
propose? Can I propose a cut?
Go for it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think Thronefall.
You think it needs to go?
I think it needs to go.
All right. I mean,
It's fun. Everybody should try it out.
A tip of the
but-
fedora on your way out.
it's you know what I
Little one note.
and it's like, you know what, it's like as a final note to it, and it's like I didn't think it was going to make the cut. Also, I think I should have campaigned for this earlier in the year just to tell people to play it, because it's like
Yeah.
I kind of sat on it and I was like, I was having so much fun playing this, but I didn't really tell anybody about it because it was kind of just like, this is kind of just like it just kind of felt kind of like almost like a
Your unwind game a
like
little bit.
unwind game. But then I
Yeah.
like when I thought back about it, I'm like, what game did I have the most fun over the year? And I'm like, I fucking loved Thronefall.
Mhm.
I loved playing it. And so it's just like, but it's like, I don't think I campaigned for it well enough. We didn't talk about it a lot. I basically just told you all about it, in this category. So it's fine. I think it can go.
It gets its
And s-
due.
Now, similarly, mouthwashing. Does anybody feel super strongly about mouthwashing? Because I feel like we gave it best narrative, and I think that, and it was high up on best aesthetic. I feel like as a game, those are the two things it does best. And from a gameplay perspective, you mad at me? I'm asking. I'm not saying we cut it.
It's tough because I think that game is kind of like the whole package for what it's doing. I think, not obviously not mechanically, but there's nothing outrageous or whatever. But again, it's doing creepy and unsettling wonderfully on every fucking level. You know what I mean? So
Right, but this guy loves creepy and unsettling.
yeah, and he gave up because he has no spine.
No, because he didn't like the gameplay.
Oh, he has the attention span of an ant.
That's not true. He played through Indiana Jones,
Yeah, if it doesn't have,
and
Never
he hated
mind,
the
never
mechanics of
mind.
that.
So wait, yeah, I know what you're about to say. You fucking, but it also
doesn't have
you were
teenage romance
No,
or
that was you're making fun of fucking Mullet Mad Jack for being too short.
yeah. What was the substance there? You're fucking trying to kill Bullet Man or Billionaires or whatever.
You're killing billionaires.
Robo-billionaires.
Robo-billionaires.
I don't know. It's like it. I think it land. I think it lend.
It's
Was leaning too hard on its humor. While mechanically, I don't think it's a bad game. It's like an appetizer where the rest of these games are like entrees. That's the best comparison I can give
Fuck
it.
you. Cheetos is better than steak.
Yeah, if you put mouthwashing in front of me and be like,
Weird. That's a
here's your
weird
meal,
argument.
sir, I would be like,
You said
okay,
junk
this is
food,
good.
so I was-
Also, you're vegetarian.
I know, honestly, it's easier for me to make that decision, but
Well, so wait, what are we doing with mouthwashing?
we don't know. We're duking
well,
it out.
you're speaking of Duke.
We
You're
were just
duking on my
trying to
game. I'll Duke on mouthwashing and it'd make a better.
Yeah,
book.
we were just trying to tear down Mullet Mad Jack, even though it's basically a lock. It's the number one game.
Again, somebody needs to relook at this guy's prescriptions because whatever it is, it needs to be adjusted.
Randy, what was your lock-in?
Mullet Mad Jack.
Okay, got you.
I will sacrifice.
Final Fantasy.
See, here's the thing.
I think it.
Andrew.
No, I think it has to say.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
I'm the only one that played it.
No, you're not.
Oh, you played it?
Yeah, and I had a lot of fucking issues with it. I still think it's a phenomenal game.
Did you beat it?
No,
Shut
you
up.
didn't.
Then I think
It's not 3 hours long. Sorry. And my only argument here is mouthwashing is 3.5 hours long. I mean, I don't think. Does anybody else feel strongly that mouthwashing should be top 10? Okay, it's gone. The end.
That's the. That wasn't even what I was saying.
No. I mean, we need to start cutting.
Okay,
shit.
okay, fine.
So
I think,
all right.
yeah,
I think that's fine.
I'm gonna say goodbye to mouthwashing.
Yeah.
Then is all right. What up with metaphor?
Yeah, that's Andrew and Austin.
I mean, we can get rid of it.
It's up to you.
I
I like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth way more.
Okay.
Andrew.
Okay, that's interesting. Because I think remake is a good analog for Rebirth, right? As far as probably how I'd feel about it, I'm guessing.
Remake is a good
yeah.
concept. Proof of concept. Rebirth is the real game.
Yeah.
That's
Interesting.
It's weird because
The prologue for-
technically Crisis Core is or not Crisis Core.
Crisis Core, yeah.
Yeah, Crisis Core is the proof of concept, and then Rebirth is the real game. But they're between 1 and 2. There's just the world opens up, and then the amount of shit you can do, and then the amount of storytelling that's taking place. It's not on rails. You can go here, you can go there, you can go everywhere. I think I can for all of the things I have issues with Rebirth, it's still really damn good.
Yes.
Okay.
So what's the?
I love it.
And I can see a path to how that game is very good, having not played it yet, but I'll get to it at some point.
This month.
As for metaphor, Austin and I were talking about this the other day as I was finishing this game up finally. This game does, like, its loop does go a little too long. I would say, and for most of the game they have this like major dungeon mechanic, and like each one of those is probably like, I don't know, like 10% longer than would have felt right, I guess. And that's all well and good. Like I still do have a very high opinion of this game. However, there is an entire Indiana Jones and the Great Circle length of fat that could be trimmed off of the final part of the game.
Okay.
Like, there's like at least, there is like, because I spent about 20 hours in Indiana Jones, and there's at least 20 hours that probably, if it weren't in the game and metaphor, would have made me feel better about it. But they just introduce a lot of tedium at the end.
What did you, do you remember your hours played?
On metaphor, it was like 85.
Okay.
I think it was like 70.
I was gonna say.
I think you're setting him up for a joke.
No, kind of. They have to hit their quota of a 70+ hour game.
Yeah.
Good. You can bust on somebody else besides me. You messaged me that you like
And that's the
Mullet
thing, is
Mad
like it would have been a better game if they had let it just be the length that made the most sense.
Right.
But then it just kept going. It just did not want to end. So I would definitely fight harder for Indiana Jones, Dread Delusion, and Indica harder than I would fight. No, I do like Metaphor better than Indica and Dread Delusion, but I think given that there are co-signers for those more than just Austin, I think we'd probably have an easier time.
Okay, so no metaphor?
I mean, like, Dread Delusion and Indica players, we're all pretty high on it, right? Like,
yeah, I'm only halfway through Dread Delusion. I have not played Metaphor, so it's hard for me to go.
Okay.
Which
I don't know. Maybe
I think Indica should.
I
be
jumped
on
the gun
here.
a little
I
bit.
think
Maybe this
Indica-
isn't as easy a cut as I thought.
Yeah, I think I was actually going to
Yeah,
bring that
Indica.
up.
I feel like
Yeah.
even though nobody picked it, it's
So,
kind of like
should we it represents us as a collective.
Yeah.
I think the problem is
We need
that,
at least one game that we all agree on.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I think it was.
Mm.
I think it's not on my top 3, but it is in my top 10 overall. And I think
Yeah,
that's
that's-
I think that's
Mhm.
why it kind of got missed out, because we all wanted to get our top 3s, but it's like, no, I think it's in my top 10.
All
I
right,
feel
so
like.
let's. All right, so it's Balatro, Mullet Mad Jack, Animal Well, Rise of the Golden Idol, and Indica as locks, and then in discussion for moving.
Whoa. We've got Diesel Legacy and Call of Duty were games that Austin and I felt needed to be here because we would fight very
Okay,
directly,
so if we
right?
put
But
Diesel
they're not
Legacy and
as-
Call of Duty and Helldivers, how many spots is that?
3.
That's 3 left.
No,
Yeah, so then there would be 3 left.
2 left because Indica.
Yeah, because of Indica.
No, that's still
Oh, okay.
no.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, so,
Balatro, Mullet Mad Jack, Rise of the Golden Idol, Animal Well, Diesel Legacy, Call of Duty, Helldivers, Indica. There's 2 spots left.
Okay.
Yeah,
That would be 8 games.
and that leaves Life is Strange, Final Fantasy, Indiana Jones, and Dread
Indiana
Delusion.
Jones
and what about Like a Dragon?
and Metaphor.
No,
and
Like a
Astrobot.
Dragon's gone.
But
Like
I
a
guess,
Dragon's gone. Okay, my bad.
all right, are we? Wait, are we cutting Astrobot? Did that already happen?
Yeah.
Astrobot and Metaphor you can delete.
Okay. So yeah, we feel pretty strongly about Helldivers 2 and Indica. And then so yeah, between Final Fantasy, Life is Strange, Indiana Jones, and Dread Delusion, there are 2 spots.
Yeah, there are 2 spots. We got to eliminate 2 of these.
Are the criticisms and detractions on Indiana Jones enough to cut it?
That's up to you. I mean, I'm kind of the Matt of this situation.
Yeah, whereas
With Astrobot, where it's just like,
All right.
I just like
Randy,
bounced off that
yeah.
game so hard. I just did not enjoy anything that it was doing.
Wait,
Indiana Jones.
I've got a guess
okay.
here, but Randy, would you fight harder for Life is Strange or Indiana Jones?
Life is Strange, but also that game
That's
isn't
what I thought.
perfect either. So it's like
it is not. No,
No,
it has,
hardly
it has
anything
its
is.
flaws.
yeah.
But I would fight for Life is Strange. Like, wait, I didn't play Indiana Jones.
All right, then so what about Dread Life is Strange versus Dread Delusion? You played both,
Yeah. Okay. That's.
and Andrew's a fan of Dread Delusion. Sean is enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
That could very well squeak in.
I think that.
so
Yeah.
go
Sorry.
ahead.
I don't really know what I was gonna say.
Oh, I have a question.
Mm,
I'm gonna stir the pot a bit with this.
yeah.
Diesel Legacy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
I have no fucking. I have nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing to go off with that. I'm trusting your.
and I'm
two
not. And I'm
opinions.
not saying that it doesn't belong
Please
here
do.
or whatever. But like, I mean, like, I know that there's a lot of character storytelling through like their personalities and their outfits and all that stuff.
I mean, this is all going to be very apples and oranges when it comes down to like this is a game is prioritizing this and this game is prioritizing this. It's like, you know,
Yeah, listen, I think the key to what makes Diesel Legacy so good is 2 things. One, when you pick it up, it's fun right away, right? Like, it's just like, it is kind of a game that is not afraid to be like just exciting and just a good time, like whether you're taking it seriously or not. The second level is that if and when you decide to take it seriously, it's ready for that. Like, and I just think it nails both of those so well that's why Golden Idol and Diesel Legacy are on a cut above everything else for me this year.
So you have
it
Diesel
is
Legacy
important to me.
Ahead of Indiana Jones and Dread Delusion.
I do.
And Randy, do you have Diesel Legacy in front of Life is Strange and Indiana Jones?
I do not.
Mm.
I asked more questions, or we got more questions instead of answers with that one. Yeah, it's just tough for me because like obviously out of everything that's left, I've played everything. With the exception of Life is Strange.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's basically.
How do you
like-
feel between Dread Delusion and Indy?
Oh God. I would honestly, I'm halfway through both. I would say Indy. I mean,
Okay.
I rode for Indy super hard.
Okay.
Dread Delusion's awesome,
Huh.
but
Indiana Jones got cut already, though, didn't it?
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
it did.
okay.
no.
It,
Andrew deleted
I
it.
cut it from the list I'm
Okay.
with. Yeah. I can
but we
put it back on.
You can put it back on.
That's because I like I said, I'm only like halfway through both. So as far as like finishing and what's going to carry through and be the most enjoyable, I can't really attest to. I would say I would put Indy over it just because of like I feel like how well they're nailing Indiana. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
I mean
You
that's
don't
been my
typically
big
see
thing.
games based off properties that are
Good.
handle it like that, but it is so. All right, so Austin, you mentioned all right. So you're both pretty hot on Rebirth, also.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
So
I am very hot on Rebirth, but I was about to cut it.
Oh, were you?
I was about to sacrifice it
For?
because I thought it was only me because you didn't beat it.
No, but just because I didn't finish it, like it's
I mean, no, but it's like it's number 11 or 12
for you.
for the year. No, like in the list. I mean, like it. It's number 3 for me. My top 3 are Balatro, Call of Duty, and Rebirth.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, yeah. That
It's probably my top 5 too,
then maybe it should
if not my
say,
top 3.
Well,
if
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
if you feel that strongly about it.
Matt, what is your second game of the after Animal Wow? Is it Dread Delusion?
I mean, that's the second one. That's the one I picked. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was only suggesting because we could technically put. It's funny because I would prefer to see Life is Strange and Indiana Jones just because I haven't played the other two, but it sounds
Right.
like there's more passion for Final Fantasy VII and Dread Delusion, and Indy and Life is Strange can.
It sounds to me like Final Fantasy Rebirth is like. It sounds like there is a lot of pull for that.
Yeah, it's-
and it's like
Austin was
way
willing
ahead.
to. Austin was willing to sacrifice it, and I was going to be happy then maybe Life is Strange could make it, but Life is Strange is not in my top 3.
yeah, that
And
is.
Final Fantasy is for Austin, so I'm trying to be diplomatic.
You know what? If I had to, I've played both.
Right, but
Life
Life is Strange is like my number 6.
Sure, and that's kind of where it's floating around for me too.
I
Yeah.
mean, if Final Fantasy for me is 3, and then right behind that is Indiana Jones.
If Life is Strange is floating around the midpoint for a lot of different people, it is a good game. I liked it a lot. I think I agree with Andy. I think it's flawed, but it's just like Andrew. It's like, well, Andrew, you played both Indiana Jones and Dread Delusion, correct?
I did.
Okay, if you had to pick one of them to be on the top 10 list, which would it be?
It would be Indiana Jones,
I
but
think
Dread
that-
Delusion has,
All right.
has more.
Well, then
Well,
unanimity
Sean,
behind it, I think,
Indiana,
right? It's like-
Indy, or Dread Delusion? Which one did you put higher?
he said Indy.
Indy's
between the two.
Indy.
4th or 5th for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Damn.
yeah.
So-
I would take Indiana Jones over Dread Delusion.
Do you want to do Final Fantasy VII and
Indy?
Indiana Jones as the last 2, and cut Dread
It
Delusion and
seems
Life
like-
is Strange?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so
Does that
I
sound?
guess-
that's that's
Yeah.
what the room seems like to me.
Yeah, it seems
That
the
might,
consensus.
that might be
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anybody opposed to
Okay.
that? Like strongly opposed to that?
No, I think that's fine. I think it's fine.
I'm gonna I'm opposed to Diesel Legacy, like almost entirely.
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
But
It's like I
that's
don't
just
know
me.
anything about it, and so that's what makes me opposed to it. But Andrew, you seem like you are very. It seems like you are very sure of this decision.
Right, and Randy
he cares about
Randy
it a
cosigns.
lot.
Randy
cosigns. I also cosign. I played the demo. I didn't play the full game
Yeah.
because I didn't have money to buy the full game. But it is I think indie fighting games are weird because I always download them and they're always very disappointing
Mhm.
to me.
But in this case, it wasn't.
And I always thought like fighting games were like, I mean, other than,
Left to the big
other
dogs?
than Skullgirls,
Yeah.
like it's like, oh, the AAA space kind of has fighting games
Right.
on lock. And then it's like, I don't know. This game it's different enough, but also similar enough, like Andrew said.
All right, let's lock it.
Yeah.
You know what?
Okay.
That's fine. I think. Listen, I think we've reached a decent consensus.
All right.
I'll also add real quick, there were 2 other fighting games that I played this year, Tekken 8 and Rivals of Aether 2, and neither of them cracked the top 10 for me. So
Yeah.
Okay.
this is doing something different in that regard.
All right, and with that, number 10, Diesel Legacy.
So,
No, I'm just kidding. I'm
So,
kidding. I'm
well,
kidding.
let- I want to say goodbye to.
Like, I mean, I do have... Yeah.
Sorry, I want to say goodbye to Life is Strange. But we so I mean there is a certain I think it hangs it hat a little too hard on coincidences. So there's things we won't fully know until a sequel.
That's kind of the reason why I'm okay cutting it.
And who knows when that'll happen, or even if the developer survives long enough.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So, yeah, kind of what you mentioned about, like, at least with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you know that third game is coming. It's gonna happen.
Well, Square could collapse. Who knows?
I guess technically anything's possible. We're gonna do a quick recap. So now we have
particular order.
in no particular order. There is we've got Balatro, Mullet Mad Jack, Animal Well, Rise of the Golden Idol, Indica, Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Yeah.
All right, so these 10, and also Inside Baseball, we may or may not have taken another breather. Within this, I know, Austin, you continued on with Indiana Jones and tried out Thank Goodness You're Here. Matt, you played some of Rise of the Golden Idol.
I beat it.
Oh, you beat it. You beat that and Mad Jack.
And Mad Jack.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And did you finish COD as well?
I
You did. Right. Awesome.
Also, I was going to play Animal Well, but Steam officially changed their rules, so I can't borrow your copy anymore.
Oh.
Did that happen
It's
officially?
official, yeah. As of
Fuck.
like a week or so ago.
I played Slitterhead the other night.
You played the demo.
I did, and
so did I.
That
It's not
studio
good.
better count its Lucky Stars that we already did the negative categories.
Yeah.
Woof.
It's not as bad as Skull and Bones.
Well, I haven't played Skull and Bones. I can't say.
Mm.
It's unfortunate for him though. 'Cause I think that's his
I've
first.
already started tackling the games that I want to beat in 2025. I just figured 2024 is a lost cause.
This is
Maybe
a lot.
someday I'll get to mouthwashing and whatnot, but
Same.
I also almost bought the Dread Delusion.
Oh, I
yeah.
finished that.
Did you finish that? I
Mhm.
saw you on it as well.
Yeah.
After last week.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Cool.
It makes me want to play boomer shooters because it's not quite, but it's like all the FPS and
Mm.
you're killing. If you shoot spells in that game, it's basically a boomer
All right.
shooter.
Let's hop back in.
Okay.
Let's
What
start where we always start, which is that like
Let's go top down. Balatro.
I was gonna
Number
say
one.
like are there I feel like Balatro is like easily top 3. Right?
Well, I mean, we should begin with like number 10.
You think so?
Yeah.
We usually, I mean, like the last couple of years, we began with the first couple, but that was like Hi-Fi Rush and God of War and Elden Ring or Locks and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean,
There's usually always a
New
debate
territory.
between 1 and 2.
there is always usually a debate between 1 and 2. You're right. All right, so
Not this time.
What do you think appropriately fits?
I don't
Or
know.
the big difference this year is that we all had very different top 3s,
Yes.
and yeah, we didn't have like a consensus on 1 or 2 games like we have in the past. So maybe one there's mostly a consensus on this year. Is that Balatro?
I would say there's that's what I was getting at, and we don't have to put this as
Okay,
1, 2, and
okay.
3. But I'm just saying, I feel
Yeah.
like there is a consensus on Balatro, and there is a consensus
Uh-huh.
on Indica. Not that they have to be 1 and 2
Yeah,
at
yeah.
all, but I'm just saying.
Just
like,
to recap, what's everyone's number 1 again individually?
Balatro.
Okay.
Animal.
Animal Well. Sean?
I'm still like between Balatro and Animal Well.
Okay.
It is a close tie. I have to admit, it's close.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? No, after this past week, no, it's Balatro
All right.
with like very close.
And Andrew, your Rise?
Yep.
Okay. I've already accepted that my number
You're a
1.
Mullet Mad Jack.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it is. I, like I said, I've already like it's mine isn't making game of the year.
Well, so I like. Okay,
Remember, this
so,
is the guy who was simping hard for Roller Drum and Midnight Fight Express. Like I like action shit with cool premises.
So, Rise of the Golden
I
Idol.
got Hi-Fi Rush
We're-
last year,
we're
so
putting-
I'm happy.
We're putting off a conversation between me, Matt, and Andrew about Rise of the Golden
Have
Idol.
you played it?
I played half of it. I didn't beat it.
Okay, I'm glad I am not. Okay, I'm curious because I think you need to be an outside opinion on this because
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
So that's a little nebulous, but I do feel like I think Indiana Jones is a bottom 5 game, probably.
Yeah.
Does anybody disagree with that?
I think it's reasonable.
Sure. Yeah.
like a vaguely it'll
So
move. It's
because
nebulous,
you've
but
since played it and said you had
I
a
get
good
it.
time,
I get
it.
and you
Coming
get
around.
it,
yeah.
and you're proposing
I'm happy with it being on here, but I don't think it is above
I understand.
things like
It's
the
ve-
reasons
it's,
Rowan
it's very
said.
polished in some areas and yet kind of unpolished in others.
yes, yeah.
But
But I'm also saying, like, I'm super glad Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is on here. That is my personal number 3 of the year.
Okay.
But I'm fine with that being towards the end of the list because I'm going to fight to the death for Balatro to be at the top. And also,
There's
I'm
no
going
making
to
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
fight,
you're going to face a ton of resistance.
and I'm going to fight for Call of Duty to be higher.
I got your back on
I know.
COD, so.
But, like, I'm happy. I would be perfectly fine if Final Fantasy VII was number 10.
7.
Final Fantasy VII was number 10. Thank you. There was a lot of numbers in that sentence.
No. I want it to be number. You said 10. I want 7.
Final
want it to be
Fantasy 10
7?
is number
Yeah.
7.
Well, that's what I was saying is like,
Completely arbitrarily.
I'm going to say
Was
bottom.
it last year where every rank was a game with a number that didn't match the rank? Was that last year?
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
gosh, that is.
I'm
Anyway.
going to say bottom 2.
Yeah.
Like I said, Balatro and Indica are like
Top 2.
the consensus picks.
It should at least be in
bottom
the middle.
2 would be probably, I mean, again, Rise of the Golden Idol's in flux, but Diesel Legacy and Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Just because those are like me and Andrew's, like, we got them on here picks, you know what I
Okay.
mean?
All right. Yeah.
All right. Fine.
You okay with
All
that,
right,
Andrew?
so this list is nowhere near ordered yet, but I'm going to temporarily replace Diesel Legacy in this ranking with Indica,
That's fair, yeah.
and then we're looking closer to probably what we'll end up with.
Perfect, we nailed it.
Wait, hold on. Let me.
Yeah,
I don't
hold on,
know.
let me take
I'm
a
not
look.
just kidding, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
Why don't we get into the Rise of the Golden Idol thing?
All right, I'm gonna cut us off at the pass here and assume that Animal Well is gonna rank higher than it before we have this conversation. But
Yeah.
Who wants to speak to it first?
I mean, you've already spoken to it, so I guess it's Matt. And I will supplement where I can.
Okay. Real quick, where's this temporary ranking? Just so
the
the
right.
visual
It's
reference.
to the
not
right.
10.
Oh, it's to the right.
Oh, it's to the right on the thing. Yeah, it's
Gotcha.
I'll
Back
highlight it in
and to the
green.
left.
Column H.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Okay. So, you guys want my take on Golden Idol?
Yeah.
So, first, I would say this: it's the gameplay is
Identical.
identical to Golden Idol. It's like, and there's a lot of quality of life improvements
Mhm.
to it, which I think do help. And so it's like it comes, it's like the quality of life improvements kind of make it Golden Idol plus, and I think it does make it flow, a little bit better. The problem that I had with it is the story, and I feel like I thought it started off very strong. I liked I liked the prologue, I liked chapter 1, but then after that, I feel like the rest of the game meandered from a lot of very kind of uninteresting scenes, or at least uninteresting because it had nothing to do with the main plot, and there was only one detail that was marginally related to the main plot that pushed it forward. And then even then, most of the main plot through the middle of the game was just kind of, there was really nothing interesting going on. It was first of all, it was just tracking where the Golden Idol was going, and then they spent so much time testing it. They tested so much, and I feel like it's like I didn't need that much detail. It's just like, and it's like this couldn't have just been like, a lot of the scenes were just like, I'll give you an example.
Could have been condensed.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
up?
I
It
said
could have been
condensed.
condensed. I'll give a
Yeah.
perfect example of this. Besides just the entire chapter dedicated to just testing the abilities, it's like, do I really need to see every single experiment that led to the discovery? Especially when it's like, yeah, it was detective. It was puzzle solving, but it's like when it's over and over and over, I'm like, well, I kind of want to get back to the main story. I want to get back to the intrigue and the the bloodlust over this thing, and the what's the word I'm looking for? Like the evil plans and whatnot. I think a perfect example is this. Like I'll pull this out. There were 2 scenes in chapter 2.
Keeping it vague.
Yeah, I'm gonna try
Yeah.
to. There was chapter 2 is dedicated to let's just say reassembling
Mhm.
the Golden Idol.
Mm-hmm.
There were two scenes in there. There was one scene in particular where it was like I spent a long time figuring out like what everything was going on, but there was only one detail in that scene actually related to the Golden Idol. The rest of it was figuring out extraneous details about this scene that were not important to the plot later on at all. There was so much detail. I would say it's like most of the detail in all of these scenes had nothing to do with the overall plot. It was just only marginally related. It's like versus Golden Idol 1, it was probably half the length, but each scene was very critical. It did a very good job of recontextualizing previous scenes sometimes because you only get one scene, so you have to fill in the gaps. And I really feel like I spent like I think my total time was like 16 hours. And so it's just like, yeah. And I was like, I spent probably like more than 10 of those hours are spent going through trying to figure out a story that is really, it's all unrelated scenes. Superfluous, yes.
Yeah.
And it should have been condensed.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see it that way because, what do you call it? A lot of the stuff where they're trying to reassemble it and come up with what it does, there's a lot of comedy to it, especially when you know the premise from the first game, and how they get it wrong, which I think is a lot of what they were going for with the different experiments. There's some foreshadowing and some callbacks, like the tutorial level. If you get to, some later scenes where, trying not to spoil, sorry, it's very hard. But when you start to track where some characters went, and then you realize how that wraps back around, I thought that was also part of the intrigue and part of the main plot. And it's not like... And I do think that the first game did a lot of the same stuff. And yeah, the first game was shorter, but did the secret society of masks really come into much, in the first game, other than to be a single clue for the final puzzle, right? Like, essentially that game's version of a final boss fight. Well, and some of the stuff early on where they're getting it wrong as well feeds back into the story as far as what the wrench thrown in the works is in later on in the story. This is hard to talk about without spoiling anything. Like, it's a very difficult game to discuss that way. But
I think maybe that's the big difference is like this game pivoted far more. You're right, towards comedy. And more like pathos rather than like the first game was like it took the Golden Idol. It was a thriller really, and it got dark. Like the game gets like I wouldn't say like super dark, but the game gets like fairly grim towards the end before it ends. It ends in a comic twist, I would say. Mm-hmm. But this game, it was just like, I don't know. I did not find it like it. I was waiting for it to get back to the suspense, and there was really nothing suspenseful about any part of the game. There was no suspense whatsoever. It was just them going through. It was just scenes. There was no suspense building whatsoever, and especially, it's like when you restarted each chapter, it reset the suspense from the prior chapter. Like at the end of chapter 2, I was like, all right, kind of meandered a little bit, but here we go. It's just like we're getting back into things. Like I get it. They're doing a what do you call it in storytelling when you cut back? They're doing the flashback of and showing like, okay, how did we get to this point? They're going to build it up, but it just kept resetting the suspense. And I was like, I found the last chapter. I would say the last chapter I think was very good, but I wanted the last chapter to be the entire game, where it was just like it was just like this, shocking reveals, and it felt like that's what the first game was more like, just a bunch of shocking reveals.
First game, I think the first game was surprising that it had a through line, and so I appreciated that this time they leaned into it, knowing that the audience was expecting it, and then also making sure that you followed it every step of the way. But then also there are like, as opposed to the one guy with the master plan in the first game, this one is like several competing factions that all have their idea of what they want to do with the idol, right? Like you've got the initial failed company plan, and then the pivot that they went to, and those two factions are at odds. And then there's the docks, right? And all of those things are kind of going at the same time. Plus you have the people who don't even know about it, like the consultant for the second, plan for the company, like that kind of stuff. So yeah, I thought it was one of those stories where it's like a Guy Ritchie movie. You know how it's like at the end of a Guy Ritchie movie, there's like all these different factions where sometimes it's coincidence and sometimes it's like revenge or whatever, and it all ends up like coalescing into this mess that's still like really entertaining. You know, that's how I saw it personally.
Well, I think it's just like I think there was a lot of missed opportunities there. I think the end of the game should have been the middle of the game. There was a lot of missed opportunities.
I like
there.
Matt's role of being a rebel this year against the grain on Astrobot.
I kind of am on Matt's side a little bit. Obviously, I didn't beat it, but part of the reason I guess where I stopped, chapter 2.
Yeah, it resets the suspense.
Yeah, I didn't love the mechanics in the first game. I beat it for the story. And I feel like this time, like I went, like Andrew said, like the first one, you like doing these separated stories and then it all kind of coalesces. And in this one, you know, I knew they were going to do that again. And I don't think they did a horrible job of knowing that I knew that and like subverting it a little bit. But I still think that the pacing of the story was not as good as the first one.
Yeah, no. And I think the funny thing is like we're talking about, okay, you know, the audience knows what to expect now. They know that the Golden Idol is like a real thing. And it's like, well, they should have used that to their advantage instead of spending all this time doing this, like where it's like the characters in the story have to discover. By the way, it's a different Golden Idol too. It's not the same one. It has different abilities, I will say.
Mm-hmm. There are different. It's either that or the way they assembled it led to it having different properties.
Yes,
but
what is it? Is it the statue from the beginning of Raiders?
Kind of,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Almost exactly. Yeah,
That's all I could think about.
Yeah, and it's
like,
you know,
Randy, the gist of the story of these games is that there's this idol that it's never explained where it really comes from. They keep on showing you people trying to figure it out, and they never fully get there. But it has some kind of magical powers, and there are rules to it as far as how it works, so people can definitely operate it like a machine. And yeah, like a lot of the puzzles are to inform you how, like, what the rules of the thing are.
Okay.
In reality, we got 2 Indiana Jones movies or games this year.
And I'll just say, okay.
Speaking of indie, I want it higher than 10.
And it's like
That's fine.
And the scene that the scene that broke me in this game, Andrew, was after chapter 4. It's a lot of the trials. And then the very next scene, and it was like, okay, chapter 5, we got to, you know, this is it. We're going to start seeing some like really suspenseful stuff. And there's an entire puzzle, the beach puzzle, where it's just like nothing is happening in that scene. There is nothing interesting happening in that scene. It's just a scene.
That was the one. No, that was the one where they tell you exactly what their plan is. And I left out a bit of, because I brought it up in moment or sequence. I left out the other half of it that makes it even funnier. But yeah, that's another comedic thing.
I didn't like the comedy. I thought it was. I think that's the problem. Is just like I get what you're saying. I was like, I was expecting suspenseful thriller, and it's like I feel like they leaned far more into comedy and pathos in this, and I'm like, I found that so boring. The most interesting storyline in that, the Novak storyline, which is chapter 1. And then the very end of the story, I wanted to get back to that so badly because I'm just like, this is nefarious. This is fucked up. It's just like, I wanted that suspense. The rest of it is a comedy. It's a comedy of errors. And I was like, I found it completely boring. That was
it extremely worked for me.
Okay. Go on
video games.
I think I said my piece, and it's like that. And see, this is the problem. This is like Golden Idol is a perfect example of just like,
I had a spiritual awakening with Animal Well.
Well, wait.
I wanted to bring up. Oh, let me finish.
Finish points.
I bring up Animal
I think
Well.
it's like this is the thing. It's like me and Andrew had 2 completely different experiences about this game because the game heavily relies upon it's a storytelling game, and so if you don't like the story, then it's like you're not going to like the game.
Well, so I like to use Animal Well as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like obviously. Just because Matt didn't like it doesn't mean that it has to go further down the list necessarily if it's Andrew's favorite. But the thing I will say is that like
you weren't as hot on Animal Well.
I wasn't as hot on either of these. Okay. But the thing about Animal Well was like it's all exploration, which doesn't usually work for me. But I was intrigued. And the problem that I had with Animal Well was I never bought it. I borrowed it from Matt, and then like Matt was playing something, so I got frustrated. I took like a 2-day break from it, went back to go again, and Matt was in the middle of playing something, so I played something else, and then I fell off of it.
Yeah.
And it's like I was just talking before recording about wanting to get back into it.
Oh, yeah.
How far in are you?
I got to the part where you get the Frisbee.
Okay.
Not very far.
Not
you,
very
you
far.
have a
Yeah.
PS5?
Yeah.
It's free on PlayStation Plus.
I don't have PlayStation.
Oh, good point.
But like Rise of the Golden Idol, I played it, and granted, I played it in anticipation of it being on this list and having that break and knowing, but like of the games that I want to get back to, it's not at the top of the list. It was just kind of, I played it and I was just kind of like, oh, this is more of the same. And
You think they released them too close together?
no, not necessarily,
Right.
but for me, yes.
Two-
I like, this is a game that I will get back to later,
Just
much
because
later.
they had DLCs that people were pretty positive.
I never
on.
played the
Okay.
DLCs.
It was
What, for
last
Golden
year
Idol?
and this year, right? Or 2 years?
Yeah, no, the first Golden Idol was 2 years ago. The DLC released over the course of the following year, and then this came out this year, and we'll have, now 2024, and we'll have DLC coming out over the course of 2025.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
So,
Okay. It felt like close.
Yeah, that's what I
yeah.
thought. I didn't know if one was like a companion piece to the other.
All right.
no, I mean, it's like, this is a very iterative sequel, right? Like,
Yeah.
gameplay
That's not.
wise.
I
like
didn't even mean that in a
like,
pejorative sense. Like, it's,
I mean, like, yeah, I don't think
Okay.
identical is too far off of how I would assess it either, but
Right.
I also think,
I mean,
it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah,
you know?
identical works in a game. Identical works in like mechanically in a game where it's all scenario based and like
Mhm.
you don't change the mechanics, you change the scenario that you
Right.
use them in, which I think that they did a decent job with. But again, like I am not. A lot of what was said earlier on in this podcast, whether it was day one or day two, I don't remember, about Lorelei and the Laser Eyes kind of applies to me with the Golden Idol games, where it's like I get frustrated and I like sometimes I just start putting words in to see if the game will be like ding. So like
Yeah,
I sometimes I feel too stupid for these games, but the first one I played through it because I really wanted to see the end of that story.
Did you like
and
it?
I didn't. Yeah, I
yeah,
did.
no, I thought that. I thought
and
the
I,
ending
and
was
I
great.
didn't get very. And I was excited for Rise of the Golden Idol because it didn't take place in the American Revolution, like Andrew said. It takes place in the 70s, and I thought
Yes.
that would be cooler.
Yeah.
And granted, I didn't get very far, so I'm sure the story could hook me later. But I didn't. I didn't have the same desire to keep playing that I did with the first one.
I mean, worst case scenario, because I would love, you know what, I think, and I think some of the other of our friends are likely to get to it, and so it's like I'll have more of a sample set to see. It's like I could be wrong with this, maybe I just, it was just not for me. But yeah, if you get around to it, or worst case scenario, mostly I just want to tell you, it's like, just look up a guide, just tell me what you think, because I need like a second opinion to tell me I'm not going crazy. But
Okay.
yeah, and yes, it is. I think it's just like, I don't think my vote holds enough weight to drag it down, so to speak. It's just like, I think it's one of those things. Like,
I mean,
it's
I
like,
think drag it down maybe, but not necessarily like make it number 10.
okay, no, yeah, I think that's really, that'd be a little.
But
bit harsh.
that's for discussion. Do we want to have a conversation about Mullet Mad Jack? Because when we ended last time, I don't remember if it was on air or off air, but Sean was just like, it's just a roguelike, and we were going back and forth about that. And now that Matt's played it, do we want to have a discussion?
This guy's gonna be talking the whole damn episode. I feel bad because it's like he's
he got caught up in a lot of games.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, and I'll do it here live. This is on air, Saturday Night Live. Yeah, I was a little harsh, I was a little over the top. I just didn't get it.
That's your role on this.
Yeah.
To be very neutral until someone attacks one of your games, and then you get very harsh.
Yeah. I'm still standing on Returnal.
I got to kind of.
It's been 3 years, Sean. Let it go.
I will
I'm
not.
so sorry. Yo. Oh, in Returnal's defense, my brother loved it, and in Golden
No,
Idol's
it's a great game.
And in Golden Idol's defense, the soundtrack magnificent. The soundtrack is. I was like, I did not expect to have a good soundtrack, so I will say the plus for that.
I know, Matt. It was fun getting to re-experience Mullet Mad Jack when you started playing it, because like I love that you pointed out to me the meta layer of it, like how this world is like chronically online,
Yeah,
and just how like disposable all content is.
Yes,
I think it is
very telling.
a good potential view into the future, even though the slant on it is that it's very retro.
Yeah,
Kind
Yes,
of. I think that's
aesthetically,
funny.
yeah.
That juxtaposition
That
of like,
dichotomy.
yeah,
It reminds this is gonna be such a weird comparison, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of that movie In Time. You know that movie where they pay
Yeah,
for
I
everything with the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah,
not
it
good.
sucks. It's a stupid premise. It's a premise that you read on paper and you're like, oh, intriguing.
Yeah.
And like if a sci-fi author wrote a book like that, it might
Some
be
lost
interesting.
Black Mirror episode.
But it
That's-
takes
that's-
itself
that's
so.
the author of the Truman Show and Gattaca.
I know, but it takes itself so
Damn.
melodramatically
Those are so good.
seriously.
Yeah.
And it's just like if you take that the premise of what Mullet Magic is
Yeah.
taken with as much sincerity as Mullet Magic takes it works so perfectly. Because if it took itself any more or less seriously, it wouldn't.
It
would
is-
be
Kind
lame.
of like
It
the
is
Super Mario
definitely-
Brothers movie, the live action.
Yeah.
It is definitely like it takes it over the top to the degree of parody.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah,
And
but
I
it leans on that and not. It does
Yeah.
well.
what it-
Yeah.
I think it's shit stinks and it knows it.
what were we joking about? It was like Matt was saying, like, everybody watching your stream of that game is like dual boxing at their goon
Yeah.
station. or
Yeah,
whatever.
yes,
Like,
yes.
it's just,
I
like half paying attention.
It also reminds me. There's another movie with Dave Franco in it and Emma Roberts. I forget the name of it,
The
but it's the
Neighbors.
exact same premise.
Wait, what?
Where Dave Franco is like there's like a streamer following him with cameras and he has to like murder people and the people watching decide whether he lives or dies.
Really?
And
Game.
again,
Sounds great.
that movie sucks ass.
Oh, they just didn't get the tone right.
Yeah.
no, you're
Yeah,
right.
he didn't have a mullet.
because
They should have made it like Guns Akimbo. Then
Yeah.
because for stuff like that, it's just like the theme is very dystopian. Like, how could we get here? But the
Yeah.
thing is, it's like you get drawn into that as a character in Mullet Magic, and the character is just like, fuck yeah, let's go, let's do this. Like, he's all into it. Like, he's completely down. Also, I love he spews one-liners
yes.
throughout the
Yeah.
game, but they're all like healthy life advice. He says
Yeah.
like girls like nice hygiene. And he says stay off social media.
What?
Yeah, and it's just
What's the Duke Nukem line he ripped?
oh god.
I came here to shoot robots and chew gum. Or
and chew gum.
Yeah.
Is it literally
that's
that?
from
Well,
that's
They
from
Live.
They Live.
They live, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like I think it's so funny that it's just like this guy is like it's like he's very into this, but he's very self-aware of like that.
Yeah.
It's just like
It's like he knows he's a character.
he
in the
knows he's a
movie.
character,
I-
and but the meta layer that you were talking about is like they say in the very beginning, it's like humans require dopamine every 10 seconds to live or they die.
Right.
Amen,
And then-
brother.
But then,
Amen,
How many
brother.
windows do you have open on your browser? Right?
but it's funny because like as I was playing the game, like the game is very fast paced, so fast.
Oh, it's
And then
nauseating.
anytime the game paused, like in between levels, I was basically slapping the space bar because I'm like, I want to get back to it. I'm like, oh my god, they proved me. They
Yeah,
proved
you gotta get
themselves
back to it.
right.
You're gonna
Same.
die.
Are you
man.
gonna
Same.
die? And it's like, dude, I got so addicted to that. I'm like, dude, whenever it's slowed down for a second, I'm just
Yeah.
like, come on, like, let me get back to this. I was like, oh god, they
when I
proved their point.
when I first
Popping
played
a
when I
soda at the
played the
same
first room, I was like turning around to get kills, and I'm like,
Oh,
in,
yeah.
in an instant, I went, you get a second or two
Yeah.
for each kill, and I was like, what am I doing? Just turning around,
Yeah.
even on mouse and keyboard, too long.
Yeah,
Takes too long. So
I've never
when I
turned
got
around.
when I got slowed down by
Always
like
forward.
Yeah.
when I got slowed down by like the environment, that bummed me out because it's like it captures that like adrenaline pumping, always be moving.
I also like
Yeah.
that the difficulty in that game is just the time you in between kills.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy is
Otherwise, it's
15,
exactly the
normal
same.
is 10, and then hard is like 7. That's
Yeah.
all they do. The enemy AI doesn't change.
Nope. The damage
the
shit.
damage doesn't
Yeah.
change. It's just how long you have to have in between each kills before you die.
and oh god, what was I about to say? I could, I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Let the-
Spoiler alert!
Yeah.
Spoiler
Oh.
alert! When
Oh.
he gets shot in the fucking head, awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I did pre-emphasize. Spoiler alert!
Actually, so as I was playing it, you consistently beat my time every single time. I could never beat you.
Oh really?
Yeah, it
I
showed
was-
Sean
me at
or me?
times. No,
I-
Sean.
Really?
I couldn't. I didn't get to change. It wasn't showing yours on my thing. I don't know why. Maybe because
What?
did they add that feature later on? I only saw
maybe.
Sean's.
What
I only-
did you play
Oh,
on?
it was the difficulty. I played it on the not like the
Medium, right?
not
I
like
played it on normal. Yeah.
I played it on like the slightly easy mode, not normal mode.
No.
I did not play it on the dev mode. It's like it's
Pussy?
normal mode. Yeah.
Yeah, I put it on normal.
Yeah, that's
10
what I did, too.
seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably have some privacy bullshit.
I don't
'cause
think
you
so.
like to
Well,
be
this was
sneaky.
months ago. So I
Yeah.
don't,
So ready? There's
Maybe it didn't save because you played my copy.
no, it's still my
Oh.
account though.
That's true.
You know what? No. I
It's a
played it. I
metadata
played it
thing.
on difficulty 3 of
Yeah.
6. So not
Did
in
you try
the
any
easy
of the new
mode.
game plus?
There might be new difficulties that
Oh, maybe.
since the game came out,
And
'cause
then
we played it at launch.
slid it.
Yeah.
It like slotted you in a
yes,
different one.
because now
Yeah.
there's 6 difficulties.
Yeah, we're 3.
Wait, what? Yeah, there were 3 when
there
Yeah.
was yes,
Yeah.
no, I played 3 out of 6, so it's still in the normal range, but it was the easy normal.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah,
All right, that is
Gotcha.
new.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm bummed because every time I ended a floor, I got bronze, and I was pushing to not get bronze. So I just every single time I was like right in the middle between bronze and silver.
That's crazy. Wait, I got an A on all the runs I got. That's
I
weird
got an
as
S.
hell. Oh, you got
You
an
get
S,
an S,
okay.
but that's I think it's
Yeah.
a separate component than just time.
But yeah, no, that is a delightful game,
Okay.
and it's like it was just very accessible.
You know
I would
what?
say.
This is a good. Tell me if you agree.
Yeah.
It's the junk food of video games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good. No,
And Randy likes junk food, which
Yeah.
is why this is game of the year.
Yeah.
I eat Doritos over steak.
He's like put it right.
I mean, I'm also
in
vegetarian,
my
but you know what?
veins.
My point remains valid.
He eats
Yeah.
Doritos over tofu.
What about a Dorito crumble on a steak, like a breaded steak, but breaded with Doritos?
A Dorito reduction.
You
Yeah.
like Dorito casserole?
Dorito demi-glace.
Dorito three ways.
Oh my God, Trace Doritos.
All right,
God,
let
anyway.
the record show I chose the most anti-capitalist game.
That's
It
great.
is very
dude.
anti-capitalist, yeah.
So to
Let the
shift
record
over
show
to-
I showed you the most anti-capitalist
did.
game.
To shift over to Animal Well, then what's everyone? Because all 4 of you have played that. I have not.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much said my piece on it. I just in this era of exploration games, I love the uninfluenced just the uninfluenced figuring shit the fuck out. I love
Yeah.
being just cut loose and then kind of the world being my oyster.
Were you a Fez guy?
No.
Okay.
No. But like
That's the comparison I heard the most.
so like Elden Ring, I know it's a little different, but Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild didn't get me, but Tears of the Kingdom did. This just and for me it was special because like the lack of narration, it's all environmental storytelling plus like obviously you know,
Gorgeous game.
oh yeah, and the art style is,
Mhm.
is fucking phenomenal, and the vibe. I mean, everything about this is a certain vibe and
Yeah, for certain.
lit. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I pretty much said everything. This
Okay.
just struck a chord with me. So much like Andrew, we have different opinions, and just like their case with
Yeah.
Rise of the Golden Idol, it just did everything I wanted it to, and I walked away satisfied.
That's right. I mean, I want to play it. Like I made a comparison to Outer Wilds. With
Right.
Tuna can go to hell, but
It was good until the.
but like I don't.
So can Outer Wilds. Come at me.
Yeah. But I don't feel like I said, I stopped at a point where I wasn't completely out. Like I've started Outer Wilds like 4 times, and every time I've been like, you know what, fuck this, and then never beat it.
Yep.
This one, I gave it one shot. I got to a point where I wasn't even like out. I just like got a little frustrated, and then something else got in the way. So, like I said, I get where people are coming from with Animal Well. I just didn't play enough of it.
No, yeah.
And I thought it was fine.
There.
Yeah.
I think it's that is the type of game. Animal Well, it's like I will say.
Also, Andrew said this in Moment or Sequence, but like the way
Yeah,
that
that's-
they try to diegetically get you to figure out what the items are gets frustrating when it doesn't exactly work.
I think, and that's where it
Yep.
comes in, where it's like that's when like the gamer kind of comes into the picture, where it's just like, do you like this type of gameplay? If not, you're not going to enjoy it as
Right.
much. If you do, you're going to
That's
love
what
it. Yeah,
that's what was frustrating me when I stopped.
Yeah.
What
Like
Andrew said.
I do like that kind of gameplay. I do like when you can have those discoveries, but when you make them mandatory, it can create a very frustrating experience when you weren't fortunate enough to have found the thing they wanted you to find.
yeah.
There are tricks they can use to make sure that you find out something that is mandatory, and then they can leave the other stuff to be, bonuses or whatever. I think that's the way that you get around that. And I can imagine an argument that the developer might make to me to say why he didn't design it that way, right? But yeah, I think it did suck a lot of the enjoyment out of the game when I didn't find those things the way they were intended. The one that I didn't find in particular made that game take a lot longer to traverse in a tedious way.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Which
and
item did it involve? I'm trying
The
to
bubble.
think. The bubble. Okay.
The bubble.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to. Yeah.
So I was in the sewer area, right? And I'm sitting there. I'm like, Chris, this game, Kristen is my wife. I was like, this game is so cool. I was like, look, instead of a double jump, you have a bubble that you have to like time.
She's
And then
like,
I
"That's
blew the
nice,
bubble.
sweetie. Can you take out the trash?
Yeah. I blew
Yeah.
the bubble and it went into like the owl's mouth. And I looked at her and I was stunned and I was like, that's fucking sick. I was like, I didn't know how to get in there. And I was like, oh my God, this is so good. And I can understand if it wasn't so intuitive for me and if I never hit a roadblock. Like that game was almost like on rails for me.
Okay.
Obviously with the exception of figuring out how to do the last part, but I could understand that taking away from the experience if I had hit like a roadblock like that. So.
Right. Like I said, it just started to take away from the experience for me. I just didn't get back to it to get over the hurdle.
The other question I have for you two guys is how much, if any, or how much, if at all, of your high opinion of the game has to do with all the bonus stuff that comes after credits?
It depends because there's two sets of bonus things that kind of come after credits. One, there's the eggs thing, and then two, there's the rabbits thing. I did engage with I found the rabbits just organically by playing it because I was looking for the eggs, and ultimately when I found it, I was like, oh fuck, it's just a rabbit. And I didn't find all of them. I found like 6 or 7 of them or something like that. So I did not engage in that. I would call the eggs is like the eggs is like, I don't know what we would call it. It's like, it is kind of a post-game thing. And then the rabbits are like the post-game is almost like the way it works. Because it's like, you got to hunt down for them hard. Like the puzzles for those are obtuse.
I don't know if I found a single rabbit, but when they started to tease, after you beat the game, they start to tease what maybe is left. I wasn't, I guess I wasn't compelled at all to see what it was,
Yeah.
Because they have that clock at the end.
Yeah, that is actually the speedrun clock. Is what it is. So you need to,
got it.
if you beat the game before, it's like it's actually a very tight timeline, but it's like I think the tightest one is like 30 minutes, and then rabbits show up there. I think.
And just to answer your question, Andrew, none. I think I beat the game. There was like a new item for beating the game. I tested it out. I was like, oh, that's cool. Off.
Okay.
So I was gonna suggest like what everybody was feeling for number 10.
I think Austin already volunteered Final Fantasy.
Well, I said Diesel Legacy or Final Fantasy seem like the ones that have the least unified support.
Sure.
Because we have like the person who spent a lot of time with it, Andrew for Diesel Legacy, me for Final Fantasy, and then the person who spent less time with it but enjoyed it, you for Final Fantasy, Randy
Which,
for
Diesel.
by comparison, let's just be honest, I think I have like 50 hours in Final Fantasy.
which is half of what I did.
Yeah. Which is like such a time, like a lot of time. But no, I get what you're saying.
But I think that like looking at what's left, looking at the rest of this, where it's like, yeah, we can have debates about who liked Animal Well and who liked Rise of the Golden Idol and who didn't, and like, but like I think that if anybody's opposed, let me know. But I think Final Fantasy and Diesel Legacy as a 9 and 10 makes the most sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
what is 10 and what is 9?
I mean, I'm gonna say Final Fantasy's 9 and Diesel Legacy's 10. But that's because Final Fantasy was my pick. So
Yeah.
I got you.
That's up to you guys.
I mean, me and Andrew will be on the other side, so Matt's the deciding factor.
You don't want to know. I don't want to do this because I feel like I already kind of crapped all over Golden Idol. I mean, I don't like fighting games. I actually downloaded the demo of Diesel Legacy. I clicked download, and then I looked at the trailer, and I'm like, oh shit, this is a fighting game. And like the spirit, like you ever just feel like the spirit just go out of you? I'm like,
Did you not gather that from when we were discussing it?
I had forgotten, and I was like, I remember we talked about. I'm like, this is a fighting game, right? Oh, wait, this is a fighting game, right? And then I'm like, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Like, there's other mechanics besides fighting. Like, it's like I'm thinking like it's like more of a
the driving and shooting is pretty crazy once you get there.
See, that's
there
where I was
is
thinking.
both
Like,
driving and shooting in that game.
That's true.
But I was just like, maybe there's something more. I was like, maybe this is something more than just a traditional 2D fighting game. Like, and
It
it's
is.
like, and then I looked, and it's like, no, it's just a fighter.
It's not.
Okay.
I mean,
It
IGV2
oozes.
alone
This
is
game-
pretty significantly different from anything you've played, but
I will
Okay.
say this game oozes fucking style.
Absolutely.
You know
Diesel
what?
Legacy?
I
Yeah.
will say from the trailer I was looking at, I was like, that is some smooth fucking animation.
I am totally fine if we do Final Fantasy as 10 and Diesel Legacy as 9.
Are you sure? I know Final Fantasy.
So Sean's giving me the middle finger.
What? No, I'm not.
You should say something about Final Fantasy then.
I mean, I was
If
kind
you
of
guys
like,
feel that passionately
How long did you play
about
Diesel
it,
Legacy for? Like 10 hours? That's cute.
no, I don't think.
Oh,
I
not
think
for long
if we're
game.
going by how long we played certain games, Animal Well should be at the bottom then, right?
Yeah, and Bellatra should be at the top because I played it for like 200 hours.
Dude,
So
I can't even
the
believe
hours,
it.
the hours
I'm just
conversation
kidding.
is
I'm
not-
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Thank God there's no MMOs on this list.
do you guys want to put Final Fantasy at 9?
I mean, I would, but
I mean, I'll leave it up. To,
I-
I'll leave it up to Andrew. like
well,
Diesel.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I was late to the game to talking or singing the praises about this
Yeah.
game. While
can I go ahead?
Diesel
have one more
Legacy
thing to say about Final Fantasy
oozes
before we-
style, it's got grace. It puts that thing in your face.
Yeah.
This Kong is a funny face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just there's something for me. Okay, this is my individual opinion. I did not get the Final Fantasy VII craze. It was 1997, right?
yeah.
Yep.
I mean that.
Yep.
Okay, so I didn't get it. I played it. I was dumb,
I mean,
I'm
it hasn't
I'm
aged
still dumb.
particularly well.
but I didn't get it. I didn't fucking understand anything.
Mm.
With this time around, obviously they're milking those teats as hard as they can to get with 3 games, tell the story they really wanted to tell, all the intricacies and all the added on shit. It is gripping. I like now I get it because there is like more direct storytelling. There obviously the hardware is way big. Where Diesel Legacy has style in spades, I think Final Fantasy VII. I get it now.
The only thing I'll
Comparing
say,
these two games is going to be impossible.
Right.
I know.
It's so apples and oranges.
It is apples and oranges. I just want to say, because I haven't talked a lot. I've talked a lot about the story and the
Right.
moments in Final Fantasy. I haven't talked about the mechanics a lot.
Yeah.
We talked about like mini games and stuff. The fighting, the combat in this game is really well done.
Yeah.
If you played Remake, it's similar. Basically, the task, because this is done by some of the team that did Kingdom Hearts. And Kingdom Hearts, very rightfully so, has a reputation for being like, the first one's fucking hard as shit, and then the rest of them are like, well, just mash the button, and
Really?
Sora will do cool shit. Yeah, like, especially 3. 3 got a lot of flack for, like,
Being
basically
too easy.
being too easy, being like, it's an action RPG, you just kind of have to mash square and then hit another button every once
And
in a
that's
while.
kind of why people were down on Final Fantasy 16 to an extent. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing about Final Fantasy VII is how do you take a turn-based RPG that has that active time battle system and turn it into an action RPG? And what they did was they basically, okay, yeah, you can mash square, but in addition, you mash square, and then that builds up a meter.
Yeah.
And then you can hit triangle to do your character's special attack.
Mm-hmm.
And that character's special attack can set up other characters to do their special
Mhm.
attacks and do combos and do bonus damage.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition to that, you have active time battle segments on your
Limit.
bar that are filling up. Not the limit, that's different. They have like, each character has 2 or 3 active time battle
yeah,
things,
ATB.
and you need an ATB bar in order to heal, to cast a spell, or to do special attacks.
So that's how they
And-
meld it.
And, you know, some enemies, they do more damage, but some enemies are to take no damage until you stagger them, and they have stagger bars, and the
Mhm.
stagger multiplies based on how much damage you do
Mhm.
during the stagger. Like, if you reach a certain damage limit, it'll go from like 1.5 damage to 1.6, all the way up to like 4 point whatever.
Yeah.
So the whole, like, the decision making of a turn RPG, a
Is
turn
still
based
there.
RPG is still there in your head as you're like, okay, I have my active time bar all full, and I have my limit break, and Aerith has her limit break, and or Tifa has her limit break, and Barrett has his limit break. And so I do Barrett's special move, which increases the stagger. Then I do Cloud's overhead slash, which does a lot of stagger, buffed by Barrett's stagger bonus. And then once they're staggered, then I can do Cloud's limit, which will get the limit up to like two 2.5 times damage. Then I can do Barrett's limit break, and that'll get it up to 4 point. And then Tifa's does the most, and I'll just do a shitload of damage. And you see that enemy's health bar that is just like chipping away pixel by pixel, just go whoop, 50% down in like 3 seconds. And it's just all of that turn-based active time battle decision making happening in your head while you're doing the Kingdom Hearts thing of mashing buttons.
Right.
And
that feels good.
It's so well done, and it is very
rewarding,
very elevated from what it was in Remake.
Yeah,
In Remake,
for
it
certain.
felt like a prototype.
Yeah, kind of
I
bland.
mean, remake does fit exactly the description you just gave.
I know, but
Because
this is just
played that one and not this one. And
this is
listen, I'll
elevated.
accept that this one is better. No, I get it. I mean, I think I liked the combat in that previous one for all the reasons that you just listed.
You'll
for
like
this one,
that. You'll
so
like this one better.
I think I
then.
understand.
Yeah.
I believe you. Yeah.
So where are we at with these games? That said,
Are you guys opposed to Final Fantasy being 9 and Diesel Legacy being 10?
I'll accept it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, I think Andrew is the critical person here because it's like Diesel Legacy is his pick. So it's like,
Yeah.
Andrew, I think this is your.
yeah. I
You
mean,
got the
obviously,
floor.
I've got the horse in that race.
No, I mean I have a
and-
bias as well. I just if you're gonna fight harder.
We're kind of at a standstill. 'Cause
It's really tough because, and again, even accepting that from what I liked of Remake, that Rebirth probably does what I liked better, right?
yeah.
Like, yeah, Diesel Legacy isn't just on this list because it's a fighting game, you know what I mean? Because, like, I've played plenty of those. They don't always make my top 10s.
Mhm.
This
So
one is
it-
doing something
Yeah,
really
I mean,
special.
Tekken wasn't.
Is the
the
argument something that's more of the same versus something that's like kind of revolutionary? Revolutionary might be an overstatement, but you
No,
know, like
no, it's not. No, it's not, because if it was, I probably wouldn't have put Golden Idol so high, right?
Mhm.
It's more just that it's like, I don't know.
It's a
I'm
shake
having
up.
trouble.
I see where you're
I
coming
mean, it
from.
is.
I want to campaign for it because it's just such a shame more people haven't played it.
Final
I'm
Fantasy
really struggling
is
to
our number
I'm
10
really
lock
struggling to
in,
articulate this.
and
but,
Diesel Legacy is our number 9.
Yeah, I'm fine with Final Fantasy being 10. I just
All right,
if Andrew feels
Okay.
that strongly about it, that's cool.
and Indiana
yeah,
Jones.
I do think.
Sorry,
yeah,
you go.
I just wanted to say real quick. I do think the speed that Diesel Legacy gets to that really fun, nostalgic local multiplayer, feel from like the 360 era.
I will give you
I
that.
think
Yes.
is-
Yes. Absolutely.
Is oh my god, dude! Like that is a magical moment, and it sounds a lot like what you guys are talking about with Mullet Mad Jack for different reasons, but
Mhm.
where it's just like it's just tickling exactly what you needed. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah,
There you
okay.
have it.
If we're good to move on, then yeah.
And
Yeah.
Indiana Jones is sitting at a comfy 8, right?
No, so I actually wanted to
Mhm.
propose how we did this
Oh.
was a 9 and a 10. I think, why don't we go 7, 8? And
Oh.
just kind of go
Right. Okay.
2 by 2.
okay.
Is anybody
Okay.
opposed to that?
No, I
No,
don't dislike
I
that.
think that makes
Why
sense.
don't we do 5? Why don't we do 6, 7, 8 in this group? Because I can see 5 games that it's like all have some pretty heavy.
I'm gonna
pull
take
in
a
here.
guess. Do you think?
Well, it's all dependent on kind
so
of
is
like your
6, 7,
opinion.
and 8? Is it Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, and
And Indiana
Indy.
Jones, yes, that's it. Those are the three that it's like. Those are the three that it's like are on this list, but they have not. The other
I-
5 games have a lot of heavy pull.
I put Indiana Jones over Helldivers.
I don't want to get into this right now, but I feel like
Okay, you know what? 7 and 8 it
I
is.
feel
then.
like I feel like Call of Duty has a chance to move up with the
I don't disagree.
with the dissension in the room for Animal Well and for Rise of the Golden
Whoa.
Idol.
Oh crap!
Does anybody well, we'll get to it later,
That-
but
well,
like
yeah,
This is tough.
Call
I
of
really
Duty-
thought this was going
Call
to
of
be a lot
Duty
easier.
kicks fucking ass, dude. It's so
it
good.
does.
But let's do 7 and 8 for now.
Okay.
Because I think Helldivers and Indiana Jones as 7 and 8.
Yeah,
It
okay.
makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Nope.
Does anybody opposed to that?
Nope. I think Indy goes
Nope.
higher.
You think Indy goes higher than 7 and 8?
Helldivers, I had an absolute fucking blast with. I was playing it for like a week and a half every night with buddies. I haven't revisited since the DLC, and I know there was some controversy.
They're still
over-
adding to it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, it's a live service game, so even if they didn't want it to be. So I don't know. I feel like
It's a
indie,
victory for Sony. They need it right now.
just personally.
Randy, that's
Are
a
you
funny
wait.
sentence in and of itself for a couple of reasons.
Are you saying Helldivers? Wait, I'm confused.
Helldivers 8, 7 ?
You want NDA to be higher than 7. You want Helldivers to be 8.
I don't know if I can get behind that.
Did you
Yes.
like Indy
7
that
or
much?
higher.
Okay.
That's where I'm.
I disagree.
I do too.
Andrew, speak up.
I mean,
He didn't
he
play
didn't play.
Helldivers.
Listen,
Right.
here's the problem. Here's the problem with me weighing in on significant portions of the rest of this list. Right? Is like
I don't.
Helldivers.
No.
No.
He just
I gotta
wants you
say
on
this,
his
right?
side.
Because if you're asking me for me to weigh in, right? Like there are games on this list that I will never play because there are things about them that I never want to pay money for or spend time with. There are others like Final Fantasy that I won't play this year, right? We're 2024 because of exclusivity things. There's Mullet
So-
Mad Jack that I can't play because of
It'll
motion
make you
sickness.
bark.
Motion
So
sickness,
if
that's fair.
if you're asking me where I think Indiana Jones should be, yes, I would put it higher than Helldivers 2, like handily, for all sorts of reasons.
Matt.
But,
I
yeah,
would-
I haven't played Helldivers 2.
Matt, do you have Helldivers 2 over Indie in your mind?
He didn't play Indy.
I didn't play Indy.
Oh wait, I thought you did.
Nope.
Listen,
Oh,
I will say
shit.
this. I will say this. Based on what we have left, I don't see Indy going higher than 7. The order of the two is kind of, it's like,
I'll
whatever.
give you.
That's fair.
I'll give
I
you.
have
I will
Sam's
give you
champion for it.
Helldivers 8,
No.
Indy
no,
7.
No,
But
no,
you
no,
have
no.
to keep Indy at 7.
No. I
It's
have.
not going high.
You know
Listen,
what? I would have put it. It would have gone up a spot for me if it wasn't for that fucking underwater snake section.
Yeah.
Wow, really? Okay.
That part sucks.
No, you know what? Yeah, I did like Indie a little bit more. Like I really enjoyed Indie.
On paper, I like Indy more, but Helldivers,
Yeah.
I have much
Right,
more.
I'm not talking to you right now. So I think for the census, like you did play Helldivers 2 though, Matt.
I did play Helldivers
Okay.
2. It was very, as a person,
Fun.
it was, I found it, it had good moments. I will say, I think it is a very well crafted game. As a person who struggles with a lot of things happening at once, I felt a little overwhelmed at times,
Hey, Zach.
and so it did not work. It's like I found that
It's
I could-
hard as nails.
Yes, and it's like I found that I could only take
Tough as nails.
I could only take so much of it before I just felt it was very. I found it a lot of it like
Exhausting.
I needed like to be at like the pinnacle of my focus.
It's
to, like,
stressful.
make-
Yeah.
It is very stressful, and
I
it's
don't
like
disagree.
I don't handle those types of games well. I've
Yeah.
got very I've got attention problems.
Every mission is like a nail biter, like by design in that game.
Yeah, I found it.
You gotta
I found
get
it
yourself
to be,
medicated.
As another person with ADHD, I found the opposite to be true, where
Okay.
I
Too
found
bored.
like the openness of it to be a little frustrating because everybody's like, "Oh, we gotta go do this. Oh, we gotta do this," and
I
I'm just
found
like,
that-
I just get anxiety. I'm like, "We have to escape. We have to leave."
You know what? It was a thing
Risk
of just like,
reward.
especially with like if you are playing with people who thrive with that type of like a very fast paced gameplay.
Mhm.
I found myself like I would just be on yet another desolate, bombed out hill fighting for my life against a small group of enemies. And if like once I finally survived it, I would be like, okay, where is everybody? I would look at the map and they're like all the way
Yeah.
right
That
across
game
the
is
map
a litmus just to see what kind of
gamer,
gamer you are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's like so I would sit there and I would focus on like just surviving. Like Lily, I felt like the Doom guy on the cover of the box where he's like just
Yeah,
on the
that is
he's
exactly-
and it's just like he is just like there's just hordes of
Desperation, yeah.
enemies and he's choking one and shooting it down the hill. And it's like by the time I got done that moment, be like, whew. And then I would look and it's just
So
like
you're
and
saying
then-
this is a critique. This all sounds pretty good.
no, see, that's just the thing. It's just like it is not a critique. That is such a cool moment. But
Yeah.
I think you all know this, but I take games much slower than most other people.
Yeah,
Right.
his critique is
I get
that
that.
the game gives the other people the ability to leave him in that scenario and move on to
And
the
move
next
on to the
objective,
next-
and
yeah.
then he feels lost.
I
Which
feel
is
very
a
lost.
valid critique.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree. Here's I am fine with Helldivers 7, Indie 8 on the sole principle that not many games can make me nearly piss myself laughing.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
so
And
funny.
I can explicitly remember a little came out.
Yeah.
I can explicitly remember I did, but it was only a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was dying. So
I mean, it's crazy for me to have this type of stance because like
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make any sense.
9 times out of
It goes
10, I
against
would
everything I
never
know.
choose a multiplayer game over a single player narrative,
what?
like story game. Yeah, like
It's co-op. What are you talking about?
I do love co-op. I hate live service. I don't invest my time
Yeah,
into any multiplayer.
I know
games
co-op means more than live service.
well, now it's not even. I don't even think it's co-op. I say it's PvE versus PvP. Co-op, I think, has an ending in my head.
Okay.
That's how I like classify.
All right.
them.
PvP has an ending. It's when you kill them more than they kill you.
Yeah.
And then it all resets.
I usually am
Yeah.
sad.
That's not. That's
Yeah, I agree with Randy's definition. To me, yeah, it's like PvE. There's an ending but like that game doesn't purposely does not have an ending. It is an engine. It is a sandbox that you play in, and it keeps varying it. There's no ending to that game, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we're at a point.
just like there's no end to war, man.
That's very deep, Randy. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Andrew, yeah, you said you would put in.
The
You
industrial
seem
complex.
indifferent. You seem a bit indifferent to Helldivers. Like you kind of enjoyed your experience with it.
He liked it. He's
But
not itching.
you haven't
I'm
played
not
any.
itching for it. Yeah.
I
And-
didn't play Helldivers, no.
I have a lot of respect for indie, based on what I've heard people say. I had a good conversation with your roommate Randy, and he gushed over it, and
Oh,
I was
yes.
like, okay. And it's
Jimmy?
it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, Jimmy.
I
He
th-
gushed over it, and he loved it. And
Loves
it's like everybody who's played it has had a good time with it. And in fact, I think the only downside I've heard from it is that it is
A slow start.
Wonky.
it's a slow it's a slow start, and that it is, and it's like tell me this now that we've finally gotten through all these discussions, because I think Randy, you were very turned off by the fact that it was more immersive sim, less Uncharted. How do you feel about that take? Because everybody else I've talked to,
I agree.
and it's just like but it seems like people came around on it in the second half,
But-
and they're like, oh,
Yes.
it does do a good job.
It definitely picks back up.
So in
and,
there aren't any real after that beginning. There's no really forced stealth.
the Vatican.
usage.
I mean, like
No, because
There's
you
never
told.
forced stealth.
Yeah, no, you were telling me
Except
you
for
were
the
going guns akimbo
I didn't play that.
the entire time, and I'm telling you,
no, I didn't.
I
did
press
not go-
X with a weapon.
I did not go
and I
guns
beat
akimbo
people with it.
the entire time. I did not. It was a last resort. I played that game the way I play Metal Gear Solid, where it's like
the way Indy would play that game.
I always try, and then if I fuck up, I have to adapt.
But I do think, yeah, and you know, maybe we'll disagree on the severity to which they accomplish this, but I do feel like the way that Sandbox is set up is so that way most of the time you'll be able to stay pretty stealthy, and then you will probably fuck up and then blow your stealth and then have to punch some Nazis, you know?
or
And,
you
yeah.
could run in and out of tents, and you could like hide behind a wall, and like how Indy would.
I think we do Helldivers 8, Indy 7.
What made you say
Alright.
that?
Just because you and Andrew both want Indy to be higher.
I also want more of what Indy is doing, but like in you know, as far of like a AAA
Yeah.
story, like
Yeah,
I
listen,
just like you and Andrew want
action
Indy
adventure.
higher, and I mean, I would put Helldivers higher personally, but like 8's fine.
yeah.
And as long as
I'm
you
okay.
guys are okay with Indy at 7, then
Yeah.
we can move on. And
Yeah, I
do
wasn't
7
really
and 8.
fighting it for more than
Yeah.
that.
All right. Then what's our next batch of 2?
5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Yeah.
Ah, man, because here's the thing. I thought I knew what the top 5 were. I was very surprised.
That's where it's gonna get.
because
dicey.
now it's like this is gonna get contentious, because it's just like it seems like it's like I
Oh,
was
now no, I'm just kidding.
I was 100% positive that it was just like thought Animal Well had a more secured place at the top, but it sounds like it's like there's a lot of pushback. So it's like I don't know what the next 2 are gonna be now.
So
Anybody have any proposals?
the funny thing is, Indica is a game that we all like, but it's
Yeah.
not in any of our like.
Right.
Top.
Yeah.
I
five.
propose Indica
it's-
stay at 5.
I
At the
can
bottom-
understand the
at the
logic.
bottom
I
of our top
I
5,
get the
yeah.
logic behind that.
Okay, fine, fair,
Yeah.
but it's like what do
Indica
you
stay
say
at
goes
5 and
belongs
then
in
what?
6?
I
Then-
missed the second half of the sentence.
That was
Discord
it.
cut you out.
That was it.
Oh.
I'm saying I think Call of Duty should be higher than 5. I'm sure you guys don't. Some of you don't agree. Some of you agree.
I
but
see. I also want Call of Duty above Indica, but that also means Mad Jack is fucked, and that's gonna go to 6.
I don't necessarily think so.
I think it might.
And we have 3 people who support Mullet Mad Jack. We have a 4th who doesn't have great taste.
No, no. Listen. I think Mullet Mad Jack is a very fine game. In fact, if anything, it makes me want to play boomer shooters more and not just be like thrown in a fucking hallway and just be told to run. And again, I did not enjoy it.
No,
That's the thing.
I know.
I just think you're fucking insane. On a top 10 list, having it so far up there. But no, you guys, you three, Matt, I didn't really take away when you talked about it, like a kind of a ranking.
So, okay, this is interesting that you say this because it's just like I was 100% positive that it's like this is a lot more fluid than I thought because I thought I knew what our top 5 was going to be, and I thought that Call of Duty Black Ops was going to be 6. But now that it's like I know that there is going to be
over my dead body.
See, I actually think Call of Duty fits at 6.
That's
But
what I thought too.
Huh.
Yeah, I thought
not
if it-
for me personally. I'm from what I've gathered from everybody.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I haven't had my 2 cents.
Okay.
I think what an incredible fucking campaign after years
I agree.
and years. Like this is not.
Some might say more enjoyable than Mullen Mad Jack.
I mean, some would say. I've heard
Damn.
clamorings in the alleyways. My personal opinion is, we all expect Call of Duty to fucking suck shit. At least the campaign. For the most
Hey,
part.
that's why it won Best Surprise.
Right. But also, like, not only did they make a good campaign, they made an interesting one that subverted expectation by making you fucking play game like a level from a different game.
Mm-hmm.
1,000%.
And again, that's not like, oh, less Call of Duty is better. No, it's like what they did with the Call of Duty universe and how they melded that in, and like it was like an MK Ultra thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that? Am I taking away from that?
No, that's definitely
that's
what
it.
Okay.
definitely-
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's so incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And
point
wait,
player
point
and
in Mad
zombies.
Jack's favor, it doesn't have a busted ass client.
Damn.
Wait, oh
Shots
no!
fired.
Oh my God! I will say
It also
this.
doesn't have a horrible live service model.
Yo, I will actually say this. That actually made it tougher for me to beat that game. I think that game crashed on me. I want to say like a dozen times, literally a
That's
dozen
it, huh?
times. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, and getting that game installed on my system.
It's a nightmare.
Oh my God!
It's
It was
hell on
like
earth,
I
yeah.
think I won't repeat, but I wrote it on the Discord, and it was like, dude, I feel like I needed to like freaking like cast voodoo spells on my computer. I'm like, dude, I have a very like I've got an i7
beefy machine.
I got a very very beefy machine. I've got a 470 Ti. I've got an i7.
All right,
I got all
stop
this.
bragging.
All right,
And
that's
my-
it.
and my-
Let's whip our wieners out
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. And damn it, you took my jokes. Could be, and my dick is this big, just a little bit. Yeah, but it's just like, but it was just like, yes, that. Oh my
120 gigs
God,
of RAM.
dead serious. It's like I would just be in the middle of the campaign, and then just boom, I froze. I'm like, what the fuck? Call of Duty has stopped working.
I had to switch
Send report.
platforms so I could play the campaign.
Dude, I could not like 12
and
times.
I love the hell out of it.
12 times.
Can I?
Well,
Can I?
it's a pretty scrappy company that runs it, so maybe they're not maybe they don't have resources around.
Yeah, they don't have a real foundation. There's no real
Wait.
money behind it.
Wait, so here's the thing about we're debating spot 6. So we were saying, we're vying for Indica at 5. I don't think Balatro belongs at 6, and I think that Animal Well deserves a spot in the top 4. That just leaves 3 other games to go there: Mullet Mad Jack, Black Ops 6, and Rise of the Golden Idol. Now,
Right, and
I don't want
and 2 of those are 2 of our number ones.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
the
That
thing,
is the
yeah.
problem, and it's just like, listen, if
The
I
3 of those are number ones. Animal Wells, Matt's number 1. Mullet Magic's your number 1. And Rise of the Golden Idol is Andrew's number 1.
So that just
Yeah,
leaves,
no,
that just leaves-
that's what I was
that
saying.
just leaves Black Ops 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like when we were saying Black
I
Ops
love
6.
Black Ops 6. I'm just trying to use logic.
No, and that's why when you said I think Black Ops 6 deserves a
Yeah,
spot higher, and
logic.
I was like, when you said that, I realized I'm like, oh shit, blood's about to be spilled if that's the case, because the rest of
Yeah,
them
maybe-
are all our tops.
I said I think Black Ops 6 deserves a spot higher.
God.
Yeah, maybe.
As
maybe
somebody,
I agree.
as somebody who played Animal Well and Rise of the Golden Idol, obviously I'd put it above both of those. But this is a democracy. I'm not saying like if the consensus in the room is that Black Ops 6 is 6
Hey,
and Indica is 5.
sure. I was just trying to mediate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, here's what I'll say, right? Obviously, I would rather see Indica at number 5 and Call of Duty at number 6, but if Indica didn't make any of our top 3s, and Black Ops 6 did make Austin's top 3.
I get you.
Then
what you're saying.
maybe Call of Duty does deserve being a spot higher than Indica.
Ooh, we want to do Indica 6, Call of Duty 5?
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's a good
I'm fine with
compromise.
that.
Yeah.
I got it 1 spot higher.
I disagree.
What do you think, Shay? What's your take
you
on
want 5 and 6?
What do you want for 5 and 6?
Animal Wall? Put Animal Wall at 6? Rise
No,
of Gold
fuck
Medal at
off.
5?
No.
And then we put Mullet Magic at 4, and oh wait, Call of Duty is all of a sudden Indica's 3, and then oh wait, Call of Duty's number 2. That's crazy. I agree.
It's tough, right? Because out of the last 6 games here, I've played 5. So
I
I
played
think
7.
I think you know where out of the last 6 you played
No,
7.
sorry, out of these
Holy
10.
shit!
Sorry.
I think you know where I'm going with this.
No.
You want Rise of the Golden Idol to be 6?
I
Is that
would
where you're
say
going?
no,
because you haven't played that.
right? No, I would say Indica 6, Rise 5.
Oh.
And then Call of Duty 4.
Well, we'll get there.
You'll have to fight
Okay.
Andrew about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not fighting anybody. I'm proposing.
Okay, so do we want to put Indica at 6?
Indica 6.
Indica 6.
I think we all seem okay with that.
I think
We
we're
got the
we all
two
seem-
indies next to each other.
Yeah. But then it's like when we're talking, it's like, well, okay, Rise of the Golden Idol 5. Andrew, that is your number 1 game for the year. Make a case if it needs to be higher than 5. I would say.
I
'Cause
don't know that I'm gonna have the political will for it, because I know plenty of you were hot on Black Ops 6, and given how you feel about Rise of the Golden Idol, maybe that's as high as it goes.
Oh shit. Okay.
But yeah, it is my number 1 for the year. But if we're talking about what we as a collective think, I don't think it has the will to make it higher.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's
So-
like, yeah, collectively, it's just like, yeah, I can't.
So
I don't have a.
you want to do
opinion, so.
Golden Idol 5, Call of Duty 4?
Pause.
Oh my God. Here we go again.
Pause. I think
Call of Duty should be number 1.
no. I think, and I'm not just trying to push Animal Well up. I'm really not. I think Call of Duty should be higher than Mullet Magic. That's
No.
and that.
There you go.
How about that?
Listen, Randy. Not only are you obviously an advocate for Mullet Magic, but you're also a huge not now, but over the years you used to be cod pilled.
I was over a decade.
Everyone
Right.
used to be.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
no.
At one point. Yeah.
Right. And then slowly but surely, just like your respect for Nintendo, it has been dwindling into dust over the years.
Yeah.
How-
Excuse me, sir. Respect is earned, and they both blew it.
Yeah, that's fair. How surprised are you? Not over that Mullet Magic is a good game
Mhm.
and that you really loved it.
Yeah.
How surprised are you that the Call of Duty campaign was not only good, but it was actually
No, I know.
kind of great?
I was very surprised.
Oh, good. That's great.
We did have a category for that. We discussed
We
it
did.
already.
Yeah.
No. But I'm saying just in general. So you walked away from Mullet Magic more satisfied than Call of Duty.
Yes.
I'm not I just noticed I'm hijacking this.
So
Austin, what's your opinion?
my opinion, similar to Andrew's thing with Indica, is that Call of Duty is nobody's number 1.
Mm-hmm.
I know Rise of the Golden Idol is below it, but Call of Duty is my number 2.
Right.
Where is it at on everybody else's list? Because the reason we gave
It's
Call
my 5,
Yeah, it's top 5.
I think.
okay.
And listen, that's not multiplayer. That's not zombies. That's just the campaign.
I mean, multiplayer.
Multiplayer and zombies are both pretty good.
They're
Right.
fucking
If
phenomenal.
anything,
Yeah.
right. If anything, that just gives it bonus points.
I get it.
That are not. I'm not taking into consideration. And
Look,
I still think it's top
I already
5.
said I've abandoned any prospect of Mullet Magic. Even getting like 1 or 2.
No.
Or but
It was never gonna happen.
no. I know.
Oh, you know what?
I didn't even think it was gonna make it this far. I was gonna stick it at number 4 or 5. But
I was, you know what's funny?
Why don't you stick it at number 4 and then everything else moves up?
okay.
Because Animal Well is, we got 2 number 1-ish is closely with Balatro from both of you, right?
Yeah.
I for 2 separate reasons for me, like Balatro, because like I can't, I'm not putting it down. I'm still playing it. It has not.
Well, listen, we haven't talked about it yet, but we know where that goes.
Aside from that, like spiritually, Animal Well, because I literally, like, again, my experience was totally different.
I mean, again, apples and oranges,
right?
But like there
Stinks
is a through line of like discovery with both games, kind of, but in vastly different like methodologies, I guess.
I'm thinking
where it feels like Animal Well is one of those games where the people that designed it knew you were going to use the tools the way you're using them, but it doesn't. It similarly to what I said about Tears of the Kingdom last year, where it's like Animal Well is like, you have to use the bubble and the frisbee the way that you're using them. They designed it that way, but it feels like a vibes thing, like you said. Like it feels like you're discovering it.
Also, real quick, Andrew, I don't know if you remember this, but you said next year play Baldur's Gate this year, because I hadn't played it for last year. I'm still gonna take you up on that. It's just gonna have to be next year's argument, because I did not get around to it.
Beat Hi-Fi Rush.
All right, yeah, dude. There's it's called a backlog for a reason, because it's behind me. But I do want to still have that conversation. I still think you're insane for that. I still think
for which part?
Tears win, in my opinion.
Okay.
As of right now, because I haven't played Baldur's Gate.
He's just saying that
my argument
mad that I put Baldur's Gate above Tears last year.
No. What I'm saying, though, is that
you switched your tune on Ragnarok versus Elden Ring.
Yeah, oh yeah, big time. I mean, FromSoft, they can do no wrong. They can do no wrong, and I'm sure Larian does no wrong. But sorry, I got lost in the weeds on that. What were you saying?
Okay, can I say this?
How did Astrobot not get anything? I want the fuck.
A lot of good games.
I want to recount.
Sorry,
I was just staring at this list.
It's like we said, Astrobot was not near my. It was on the low end of my top 10.
Yeah. Same.
So we've been dancing around it a little bit. Let's talk about number 1. Is it Balatro?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's just like,
because that was where I was putting all my fucking weight before, and I'm like being reserved in this Call of Duty argument because.
No, I think
the Balatro.
I think what is it? 4 out of the 5?
Like to use the argument that got Elden Ring Game of the Year when me and Andrew used it that year over God of War. It's like,
here's what we're doing. We're rehashing.
Balatro is not just my game of this year. It is in like my top 10 games of all time.
Man, how does that keep happening, all you guys? What's that feel like?
It's great.
It's
wonderful.
Yeah, dude, listen. Randy, 2 of my top 10 games of all time came out in the last 3 years. Like, no, it's
crazy.
incredible.
Yeah.
But he's eating well.
Is it Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 2 years in a row. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe this happened again. I was like,
oh. Hey, be careful what you choose number 1, Austin, because the winner gets shut down.
I don't care. If Balatro never gets updated again and that guy never makes another game, I'm okay with it.
I mean, he's set for that.
Yeah.
It's like there's only so many ways a one-man studio can get shut down after he makes like tens of millions of dollars. So
yeah.
What's one of those ways?
He could be a sexual
fraud.
predator, and we haven't heard about it yet. Yeah. Maybe
It takes all kinds of people to rule the world.
He seems like a rad dude. So,
no, I'm just trying to like subtly defend him regardless.
And we know he's not into gambling, so he's not going to gamble away his fortune.
Yeah.
All right.
He's apparently fairly shy. That's why he
didn't show up to the Game Awards.
Yeah.
So
God, that would have been great if they won. He just didn't go.
That was a really awkward award
Power
acceptance, by the way.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
It seems like it's just like I don't think anything's gonna shake Balatro for number 1 because even with me with Animal Well, it's like was my number 1 game of the year. It's like it is a close tie with Balatro as well. I think collectively
it's incredible.
It's a good game, and it's like so it's just like I don't think any of us have enough pull to yoink down Balatro from number 1.
I'm so good at this, dude. Okay, so
Like I said, I got Hi-Fi last year, so I'm,
Balatro number 1.
y'all can.
Golden Idol number 5. Now we're just arguing 2, 3, and 4.
Hey,
Yeah.
Essentially.
I have a mother effing proposal.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't. Sorry.
Is it Call of Duty number 2,
No.
Animal Well number 3, and Mole Magic
No,
number 4?
you're not just getting your game of the year list, with the exception of Animal Well.
Damn, I guess I'm not as good at this.
I got a proposal for this.
I didn't even play it, but I think Animal Well probably goes at 2.
So, yeah.
I think it's Animal Well 2, Mullet Mad Jack 3, and Call of Duty 4.
That was my proposal. That was my proposal.
I'm fine with that.
I'm so surprised that I thought Indico was going to be 3. Not going to lie. We all liked it that much.
It's very good.
Yeah.
But it's
certainly
There's
got
competition.
its dues.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
It's not entirely democratic. It's not all votes based.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay. Aside from the placement of where Indico wound up, that is roughly where I thought the rankings
And
were.
Call of
gonna
Duty
land.
in the top 5. Who'd have thought?
I know,
When- When's that going to happen again?
Just out of curiosity, would you like swap Call of Duty and Indica?
Where's Call of Duty right now?
4.
Yeah, I probably would.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably would. That'd be my only swap. To
Not
be honest
getting
with
it.
No, it's not happening.
you. Yeah.
No, but I understand that too.
Indica was a really good story, but like they didn't have omnidirectional movement though,
Yeah.
so like gotta knock it down a couple spots for that.
But okay, are we good? Are we good on that? It was what? 2 was Animal Well.
I think that's our list.
Holy
Yeah,
shit. Holy
that's
shit.
our list.
That's our list.
Oh my gosh, folks. We did it. There is Hot Button's top 10 of 2024. I'm going to do a little summary real quick of all the winners from our 2-day, technically 3, 4 experience.
4.
At
Yeah,
least,
4.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just lost track
Yeah,
of
my
time
family's wondering where I am, by the way. Okay, can I finally leave? You know?
there.
He's
No.
been in this room for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
On day 1, there was Best Aesthetic, our winner being Indica, the aforementioned, and in runners-up, Mullet Magic and Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age. Best Narrative went to Mouthwashing, with runners-up Indica and Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Best Character was Aerith Gainsborough, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Voss
At 2?
from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. He won Evil Bastard.
I would like to second that. I didn't get to second that when we actually did, but Voss is a great villain.
Right.
Yes, he is.
Yo,
Uh-huh.
so
Sure
that
is.
actually makes me want to
Yeah.
play it because, like, I love villains.
I got
so
to the
much.
line where he says like
Nothing's easier to manipulate
than an insecure man. That's a
Yes.
great fucking line.
It is.
Nice.
Then Gwen from Life is Strange Double Exposure.
Yeah, I think it's like I don't.
She rules.
Gwen
can't-
Hunter.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I can't remember if Life is Strange made up on the board now, but it's like I'm glad it's like there are good
It did
parts of
not.
that. Yeah, there are good parts of that game, and Gwen is a fantastic character.
Yeah. Then closing out that day was Best Moment or Sequence with the winner, Emergence from Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Killer. And again, getting the high score in Indica. And then, weirdly enough, it goes to the Madagascar Chase in Uncharted 4 for being the best set piece in a video game ever made.
Nope,
And everything since
definitely
has
not.
only paled in comparison.
Oh
I'm
my
kidding.
god, that moment definitely paled, but anyway.
What? But yes, it is the ship and plane sequence from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Austin, you have to get to that.
I will.
Yeah.
Once I'm done editing this 7.5 hour recording.
You're right.
You know what? All this talk of Indiana Jones makes me realize I'm like, but it's not.
You got Game Pass?
I got Game Pass. I was kind of hoping to play it on the projector, but I guess I'm just gonna have to play it on my PC.
You should play it because you're an immersive
Just
sim guy.
hook your
Yeah.
PC up to the projector.
I don't feel like moving it.
then pay the $5 extra for Game Pass Ultimate. Oh, wait, you don't have Xbox.
I don't have Xbox,
Duh.
but it's not. And I realized late, I was like, oh, I really want to.
You should just buy a Series S and hook it up to the projector.
I mean, at this point,
Dude,
I've
they were
got-
like $120 at one
Yeah.
point
Oh,
or
really?
something.
Oh, I
yeah.
should just buy a Series S then. Yeah, is that the one? Oh, but I.
The one that looks like a speaker.
Yeah, I want the one. I always prefer. I like
The disc,
I
I
like
get
the
it.
disc of edition.
I mean,
yeah,
first the disc edition is like has been like $300 at points. You should
Yeah.
just buy one.
I could probably just buy one.
You got
Yeah.
OG Xbox games you can pop in there, really benefits from it.
And your
and
flops.
I've got Game Pass, so it's like
Yeah.
I've got something to play.
Can't
yeah.
miss out on your flops.
Kicking off day 2, it was biggest surprise. Winners Helldivers 2. And, that was their number 1. Number 2, and well, they're both number 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
The runners
Runners
up.
up.
Yeah. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and Alone in the Dark. For most disappointing, Star Wars Outlaws. And
Shit.
Yeah,
Shit from a butt.
Tetris Forever, which just saying Tetris in that category makes me sad.
Yeah, well.
And Harold Halibut, the game where everyone sounds like they're on Valium.
Mhm.
Worst game, Singapore's Skull and Bones.
Rest in piss, bozo.
Yeah. The
Runners up,
coconuts, dude.
Silent Hill Short Massage, and Multiverses 2.0, which is timely because
They just announced they're shutting it down.
Yeah. God. And finally, best game, starting from 10 to number 1. It is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. For 10, 9 is Diesel Legacy, The Brazen Age. Number 8, Helldivers 2. Number 7, Indiana Jones and the Crystal and the Great Circle.
Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skulls are number 7.
6, Indica. 5, Rise of the Golden Idol. I almost said Tomb Raider. I'm fading. I don't know.
Get this man out of here. He's falling apart.
Number 4, Call of Duty Black Ops 6. 3, Mullet Mad Jack. 2, Animal Well. And number 1, Balatro from your boy Local Thunk.
Local Thunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We made it. Yep. Actually, forget everything I said. My real game of the year now is Yarg. So thank you, Austin.
Yes, Yarg.
Yeah,
Open
I
source
think,
rock band.
I think after all of this said and done, I definitely gotta check out Indiana Jones because it seems like everybody.
And I will
said-
play Animal Well.
And it's just
If
like
anybody wants to gift it to me.
I'm probably going to dive
I could probably
even
get to
further into Balatro because I liked everything I
Bro.
played it, but it's like...
Yeah.
Bro, just
I
this
gotta-
week, I was
Just
like
pick it up and
addicted.
play.
Yeah, exactly.
My only
I
thing,
always end up doing it when we're like talking in Discord.
my
Yeah,
only
let's
thing,
have this up.
get in. Well, I'm gonna open it when we're done this podcast. I'm gonna delete your profile
Oh, because Chris kind of...
because Chris unlocked a bunch of achievements and shit for you, and unlocked a bunch of jokers, and I want you to experience the game fresh.
You need to
Yes.
experience the game
All
fresh.
right,
I
I'll,
agree,
go,
yeah.
I'll go in from the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finally got the
Yeah.
orange steak with one deck.
Hell yeah.
I am not even that far
Gold.
into that game in terms of, but it's like it doesn't matter. Even though like I'll just bash my head in run after run. It's like no matter what, when I lose, my mouse just immediately goes to new run. It doesn't matter if I'm not making progress, and I'm just like there are times where I'm just like I told myself I'd play this for an hour.
I
and
play
now
it.
It's like
I
3
play it.
a.m.
I play it every day. Still.
I think that
And
is
Call of Duty
testament.
as
I think
well.
it's testament to how good. I know that if I boot it up again, like I was just bored one day and I was like, I haven't played Balatro, and it's like you just pick it up and play. It's like it's an evergreen game.
It's seamless. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
there's nothing to get ready for.
Yep.
And Andrew, I want to play more Diesel too.
Yeah.
The only game on here that I find really intimidating is Final Fantasy, obviously, but that's a...
Yeah.
I you know.
I don't.
I
think
am very interested in to hear Andrew's take on Rebirth when he
Yeah.
eventually gets around.
It's out on PC now.
Yeah,
correct?
it is.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
he'll
but
get
listen,
he'll get
dude,
to it. He'll get to it
it's-
down the road.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be so long, and someday, like I spent all of minutes with Balatro, and every time I've thought about maybe playing it, I just play Slay the Spire instead. But I definitely need to study that game at some point because the game feel right when you like immediately from press start like is very good. You know, everything is very
Yeah.
responsive for sure. But yeah, I don't know. Just I tried out the demo. It didn't work out for me, and then by the time I wanted to try it again, the demo wasn't listed anymore. So that was all the friction I needed, I guess, to not play Balatro. But yeah, someday.
Oh,
Maybe.
okie doke.
Gonna get hooks in you eventually.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you
That
guys.
is Hot Buttons Game of the Year.
Thank you, listeners, for joining us. Shout out to Classic Giant Bomb for coming up with the format
Yeah.
that we've been using. We'll be back with more stories soon. I got some cool shit planned, so stay tuned for a special Valentine's Day episode.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. In the meantime, though, let's fire up those plugs and go relax.
Yeah. Thank you for listening to all 11 hours of our Game of the Year.
It was pretty diplomatic by the
Yeah.
end, though. Yeah. We didn't have the filibuster of the two games versus each
Yeah.
other.
you know, it's just Balatro, right? Because it's the best game ever made. You can
I'm glad I got to take a break this year.
Guest of the show, Chris will be very happy.
you can. Yeah, I didn't even have to use my phone a friend.
Yeah,
on it.
you're gonna.
I told Chris to keep his phone open because if you guys were gonna tell me Balatro wasn't number one, I was gonna call in Chris and have him talk on the air. Yeah, thank you for listening. You can hear all episodes that are very different from this. A lot of them. We have episodes
Nope, they're
coming
all
out.
this.
They're all. It's just us arguing.
Yeah.
You can hear that. All those pick a topic and just go. hotbuttoncast.com. Also, all the podcast services, Google, Spotify, Apple, whatever.
We gotta try that new Zombies map.
I tried it. It's a tomb in Egypt. It's cool. It's like Indiana Jones.
Oh.
But there's more zombies in it. You can, and then you can follow us for information on upcoming episodes. You can follow us on socials for information on upcoming episodes: Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at HotButtonCast. And that's it.
Cue the music.
It's playing already.
I will say, as a final thing,
play more Helldivers
I was very
as well.
I was very excited because this was one of the years where it's like I think I probably hit I had played nearly every game we actually managed to discuss.
Yeah.
Minus the three big RPGs, which were Persona, Like a Dragon, and Final Fantasy. So
Or Metaphor. The other Persona.
Or Metaphor, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Cool.